A pleasant good morning to viewers to this live streaming here of this Cricket West Indies under 19 match between Trinidad and Tobago and Guyana. It's overcast, very similar to yesterday, overcast, but no immediate threat of rain. At least that's one of the positive things that we're starting with this morning. The players are out in the field, umpires are out, everything's set ready to commence. The presiding umpire, that's Bernard Joseph out of Antigua, and you have Mr. Wright out of Jamaica. So the play is about to start. I'll get around to that in a while. The bowler coming up from the southern end will be, is that Archer? Agard, sorry. Yeah, Agard, very tricky situation yesterday. He bowled 6 overs, he never bowled again. And here he is this morning, first up, I believe, with the new ball, in. This one along the leg side. And the batsman looking to flick. That's supposed to be Ramsamy looking to flick. And I missed. Ramsamy, right? Yes, Ramsamy. And he remains on 41, not out. And Bruce Vincent on 2. 175 for 8, 80 overs bowled yesterday. Despite the loss of time with early morning and afternoon, he's still able to get in 80 overs. A commendable effort on the part of the Trinidad and Tobago bowlers. Any bowl. Outside the off stump, a good delivery there. Through to the keeper. Really, really good delivery continuing from that spell yesterday. And the total remained 178. Two deliveries, one right on target and the other one sort of a warm-up just outside the leg stump. And the total remains 175 for 8. Guyana from their overnight position. Cloudy morning here at Park Hill. There are 2 other games being played. One at Annis Vale between Windward Islands and Leeward Islands. And the other game between at Cumberland. Again, right on target. And Ramsamy pushes it one out to mid-on, and there's no run. There's another game at Annis Vale and one at Cumberland between Barbados and Jamaica. My understanding is that the one at Annis Vale has not yet started. It's a question of rain down there at Annis Vale. But fortunate for us up on this side, there is no rain here. 3 deliveries are ready for the day as we started early. As Agard from the southern end passes umpire Joseph in. This was a good delivery again outside. Just around midland leg, and he tucks this one off his pad, and this proceedings has begun. He is up now to 42. He's up now to 42, and the total up to 176 for 8. 176 for 8. 42 to Ramsamy. Just continuing from where he left off yesterday. And the new man in to face his first delivery tomorrow, Bruce Vincent, he's on 2. And he stayed there yesterday for 39 deliveries for 2. And he really frustrated the Trinidad and Tobago bowlers. He really just stood there and he just, in an obdurate style, ensured that he did not lose his wicket. Now it's a different ball game this morning. It's a new ball, a fresh bowler, the best bowler in the show, in. A good delivery, and my goodness, full face of the bat back to the bowler, certainly. Right on target, and he showed him the full face of the bat, showed him the maker's name on the bat. So it seems as if he is there to stay for as long as humanly possible. So we understand there's some rain at Annis Vale in that game between the Windward Islands and Leeward Islands. We can get an update from Cumberland in relation to the Barbados-Jamaica game. Agard in. Again, this one inadvertently attempted to defend a good length delivery, struck the outer portion of the bat and ended up at second slip. It's the end of the first over for the morning. 1 run from the over, 176 for 8, 176 for 8. Ramsamy and 42. Bruce Vincent here to open his scoring. I'll let our viewers are aware. They may not be aware, but I'm letting you know that there was a 1-minute silence before the start of today's play to remember a fallen comrade, Patrick White, better known as Pat White, out of Antigua. He passed on Tuesday night, so there's a 1-minute silence as a mark of respect. As I said yesterday, it is our sympathies and condolences to the entire Antigua community, his immediate family, friends, and all. May he rest in peace. Everyone was involved, Trinidad and Tobago squad, the Guyanese squad, all officials were involved in the 1 minute silence. Now, from the northern end, is it James is going to continue? Outside the leg stump, there's an appeal for caught behind, probably may have brushed the pad, and there is no run. Yes, that Mr. James from this the northern end. Looking to get things lined up. Yesterday, we thought that he bowled a bit too short, got a bit carried away with some early bunks out of the track, and he didn't really do real credit to the new ball and for his team. 176 for 8. James from the northern end here at the Park Hill playing field. Cricket West Indies under 19 tournament. Guyana being inserted to bat. 176 for 8. Rolls. Right on target. He's right on target again. Much fuller length. And he defended there. That's Ramsamy, and there is no run. You know, there are a lot of persons who may not be aware that the West Indies lost last night when I got home. They lost the game by 13 runs. New Zealand 185 for 5. West Indies 172 for 7, losing yet another T20 game. A bit disgusting to look at the television and see what is happening. Constant losses. They will be playing again tomorrow at Sabina Park in Jamaica, and we'll really be hoping for better luck and fortunes can change. James in outside the off stump. That one certainly swung away from him. It cut away off the pitch. He played at it, and he is now rehearsing what he should have done, allow it to go by, but certainly just outside the off stump and moved away, and a foul shot there by Ramsamy, trying to rehearse, but the damage been done already. It's a beautiful delivery, no run, 176 for 8. 176 for 8 here, Guyana looking to build on their total effort yesterday. James in. Outside the off stump, and he played a loose shot, looking to cut that one, and taken cleanly by the keeper. But certainly, he's on a much better line, much better length than what he did yesterday. And a couple of deliveries is creating some problems. But certainly, we had a very intriguing day yesterday with Guyana. They batted as a real team effort, 176 for 8. It was very slow going, but they stood their ground and never gave their wicket away. James in. This one outside the off stump, and he allowed this one to go by, taken cleanly by the keeper, and there is no run. So he remained in 42. Bruce Vincent 2, 176 for 8, 176 for 8. And as I said, it's overcast. It's welcome to all viewers in this situation here. We're looking to get an update from Cumberland, see what is happening between the Barbados-Jamaica game. We'll get that in a very short while. All is set, ready, and has gone already. Started right on time this morning as James, the right-arm fast medium bowler from the northern end in. This one, my goodness, he walked down the track and he missed another good delivery. Certainly, he needs to settle himself and try to get things right for his team as the Trinidadian fast bowler, the medium fast bowler, James, forcing him to hung his bat outside on the off stump and taking clean in. No snick, 176 for 8. So we lost 45 minutes play in the morning session yesterday. Rains never allowed play to start until 11:15. Then in the afternoon now we lost play from 10 to 5 right up until 6 o'clock. Again, heavy showers. So as it was in the beginning, so was it at the end yesterday. Rain at the beginning, rain at the end. Now we're going to see Vincent from the southern end. Sun is out, not in all his glory, but it's out in again. And we're seeing Vincent go on the back foot and defended it. And he is there just to defend and show that he defends this wicket and make the Trinidadian bowlers work for his wicket if they had to get it. Doing the good work that he's started yesterday for his country, Guyana. Wonderful conditions here. It's a bit overcast, but good enough to cricket, and they are right on target here. As James, Gegard in, outside the leg stump, losing his line a little bit, outside the leg stump. A bit of pace, taken cleanly by the keeper, and there is no run. Skyline. Agard in. Again on the stumps, defended, and there is no run. Total remain 176 for. Yes, and a bit of an interruption there with telephone ringing. 176 for 8. Agard, left arm fast medium from the southern end. Again, defended and defended quite well, and there is no run. 176 for 8. As total remain 176 for 8 with Vincent on 2 and Ramsamy on 42. Just one run for the morning into the third over. As beautiful surroundings here, greenery right around with all the rains we've been having. We've seen a lot of agricultural stuff, bananas, coconuts, endless stuff around here, fruits and so on around. Real greenery, real beautiful setting here at Park Hill in St. Vincent and the Grenadines. This one again, one on middle leg, lifted a little bit, and he defended very well. That's Vincent, and there is no addition to it. Anyway, as Vincent, the ball he's settling again to take the strike from Agard, and Trinidad and Tobago certainly looking to try and end this stubborn resistance from the Guyanese batting lineup in the form of Ramsamy. And this is a good bouncer, a really good one there. My goodness, it's really a good one, and he isn't hurt, but certainly it was a beautiful bouncer. And it's the end of the over, but certainly that was the first really vicious bouncer we have seen from Agard. Really and truly, Vincent did the correcting, kept his eyes on it, and got out of the way at the last moment. And really a beautiful over again from Agard. And a pleasant good morning to you, Osnet.
Yeah, good morning to you, Gunny, and all our listeners, regionally, internationally, and locally as well. That was a very good over there by Agard, the guy we have been calling for since yesterday.
As James from the northern end in. And again, one that lifted on Ramsamy, and he fended it off his face, so to speak, down to long leg for a single. But certainly, the last two deliveries, one was a beautiful, vicious bouncer to Vincent. This one, again, a lifter from James, and Ramsamy had to defend his territory, defend his rib cage, so to speak. And he fended it off, got another single, he's up to 43. Two very vicious short deliveries there from the Trinidadian fast bowlers.
Yes, I'm also wondering if the captain, if there's a length that they're going to bowl to the lower order, maybe he should have a short leg, just to keep the batsman guessing, I would say.
It's a new ball, and they're trying to, I think they are really getting flabbergasted because with this defense, defend, they're trying something. And try to finish this guy in his innings, because some serious, stubborn resistance coming from Vincent and Ramsamy.
Yeah, they would have thrown their spinners. The spinners would have given the all yesterday afternoon. So I guess this morning the plan is to use some short pitch bowling from the fast bowlers.
James in. This one, again, short of a length, lifted. But you made a very good point, good observation. If they're going to use the tactics, particularly to Vincent, they certainly could remove one of the slip and have a sort of a leg gully and then a mid wicket. So once they fend off their body, more than likely they'll bring them into play. A very good observation, but the captain have to be proactive in this situation if they're going to use this tactic. James in, bowl. This one striking him on the pad. There's an appeal, not out, says umpire. Right from Jamaica, but certainly from our position, this clearly is going down leg.
Yes, perhaps just clipping the pad. I think it was just an optimistic appeal by the Trinidadians. As we said, they're desperate to break this partnership.
Definitely desperate. You can see it. You can see the body language. The full energy this morning, having had a good night rest, breakfast and whatever else. Really full energy out there, and they're trying their best in the two fast bowlers, medium fast bowlers, James and Agard. James from the northern end. Again, Yorker this time, and he defended it well. So Vincent is defending anything thrown at him.
Yes, very much so. He has looked the part since he entered the crease yesterday afternoon. His defense is very good. He's not really looking on the attacking side, just trying to stay as long as possible with Ramsamy so that they could put on a much-needed partnership for Guyana.
Well, they have added quite a few, because when the last wicket fell at 141, they're going very slow, and they've so far added 35 runs, 176 in. This one again, short lifting, and he is right on top of it and defended it pretty well.
Yeah, well played there by Vincent. Once again,
very interesting situation going on with the fast bowler James, and the way that Vincent defending for all his word, defending for all the goal in Guyana, as you will say.
Very much so. Well played again there by Vincent.
Well played by him. Good counter-attacking cricket here by Vincent, defending for all his worth from James. Let's see what James can do. What can he do in this situation? Short delivery now working. Yorkie is digging it out in. Again, this short delivery, and he's out caught.
Very good catch there, Gunny.
Very good tactic there. But we were saying he should have had a second individual from the third slip here. Should have gone into mid-wicket. But a short lift, and he defended it to the left of that individual there at short square. And he took a very good low catch going to his left. And Guyana has finally lost their 9th wicket. As far as Trinidad is concerned, they have succeeded in breaking the partnership. That is Vincent. He was caught off the bowling of James, bowling from this to now, and another short lifting delivery, 177 for 9.
Yes, I think it's good tactics this morning by Trinidad and Tobago. Yesterday afternoon, they would have employed their spinners to no avail. Vincent and Ramsamy look very comfortable against the spinners, but this morning we have seen a different mode of attack using their 2 opening bowlers from yesterday, and that reaping rewards very quickly. A very good catch there at what we'll call a leg gully, perhaps, a leg gully. The fielder diving to his left, just taking it inches off the ground, a very good catch there. So it's a very good breakthrough this morning for Trinidad and Tobago, and they'll be looking to wrap up the innings as quickly as possible.
Yes, well, we'll have to look for some resistance now. How much resistance are they going to get from the number 11 batsman in... The number 11 batsman is there, and Ramsamy will be facing Agard. And that partnership was worth 36 runs. And we'll get the time and whatever else, 36 runs, but certainly...
Yes, so it would be Agard to start the new over, running in from the northern end, sorry. And he'll be bowling up to Ramsamy. So Ramsamy perhaps will need to be a little bit more aggressive now, seeing that he has just lost his partner there a minute ago. His delivery again is short of a length, good pace, good bounce. As we have said since yesterday, the wicket is offering a little bit of bounce for the fast bowler. If you're really willing to bend your back, you would get some response from this wicket. And we are seeing that really from Agard. He's the one who has been able to extract that bounce consistently, and also very good pace from him as well. So here he will run in again, bowling to Ramsamy. This delivery short again, and he's trying to pull. Perhaps that one is not as quick, didn't really come through as quickly as the others we have seen so far this morning. That one kind of held in the pitch a bit. So Ramsamy was kind of through his shot before the ball actually reached. But thankfully for him and Guyana, the edge didn't really find a fielder anywhere in the circle. So it will
number 11 bat. As Agard from the southern end in, driven out to cover, no run. 177 for 9. Guyana having lost the wicket this morning of Bruce Vincent, caught Ramnath of James for 2. Stubborn resistance ended from 141 for 8, and he really spent a long time at the crease and frustrated the Trinidad and Tobago bowlers and the team, and eventually he got out to a tactic this morning is trying to bowl short at him, and defended it out to Ramnath at sort of a leg gully area. Agard in. Ramsamy striking him on the pad. The appeal went up. I think that would have pitched outside leg.
Outside leg, yes.
And once it's pitched there, you're not going to get out, except maybe in one of the goat matches up in your area there, Rosner.
Okay. Long time I haven't heard that term goat match. Going
Well, a
Heinz.
good friend, our good friend there, Rod, and Bentic and Dyke knows a hell of a lot about goat matches. Yeah, man, we know a hell of a lot about that. And there's a particular area, Orange Hill. There was some individual years ago. I'll get back to this after this delivery. Agard in. Ramsamy defender, short lifting delivery again, defended it quite a bit. The tactic is very clear. They're trying to bounce on the guy, and he's 10 and 11, 9, 10, 11 out.
So
There were some umpires at Orange Hill. Once their favorite players batting, if even he's out, the umpire cannot afford to send them out. Yeah. Because they were sitting under the tree, English style setting, as Agard in. Again, very good line. Continuing from yesterday, very, very good line. At the end of the over, certainly 177.9, a maiden, 177 for 9. But Dyke, you remember these things because they were having a lot of liquid refreshments under the tree. And, you know, if even there's a belated no ball, so that particular individual is not going to get out. Even you dismiss hit rackly stumps. No, you cannot afford to do so and so. The thing out here, the liquid refreshment, and then he will belatedly call a no ball. Real fun in those days. Rodden, that's your area. You should know what I'm talking about. So too, wasn't it? Really, really nice guys. They were very nice guys, though. By the time you finished, the amount of food that was there on these long tables, you name it, all the ground provision, dashini, edos, yam, kalaloo, everything was there. And they really, really had some wonderful fun at that Orange Hill area. But that's for local consumption.
Yes,
Our viewers would understand that's part and parcel of the commentary. Now, the new man in is
Jeremy Sandia. So he'll be facing up to James. And this delivery is just outside the off stump, and he just leaving that one to go by to be taken by the wicket keeper. So as we said before, Trinidad will be looking to just wrap up this innings as quickly as possible. They don't want to have another situation escalating like yesterday where the number 10 batsman was able to build a partnership with Ramsamy. Ramsamy also would be looking to farm the strike a bit more. I'm not sure he will be totally confident in Sandia's ability. So James again bowls a full delivery this time, and he's just digging it out to short extra cover. There's no run. Score remains on 177 for the loss of 9. 85.2 overs. Sandia. As we have James once again from the northern end. Runs in, bowls. A full delivery once again, just aiming for that Yorker length delivery, but missing it by a few inches. And Sandia is able to get a single, come off the mark there with a single. There was an opportunity there for an overthrow, but I believe Ramsamy perhaps is looking to keep as much as the strike as he possibly could in trying to maximize the number of runs that Guyana is able to muster for this last wicket partnership. So it will be interesting to see the approach of Ramsamy now, Gunny, seeing that he's in with the last batsman.
So Sandia, his approach so far seems to be one similar to Vincent, defense, intent on defense.
As James, that delivery is down the leg side, right? A bit of misdirection there on his part. So Ramsamy, who has played very well since yesterday, he's on 43. He's on 43 from 98 deliveries. So he has actually batted a long period of time. But the most important thing for Guyana is that he's still there, and they'll be looking to him to accumulate some more runs for them at this point in time. As James bowls, he's punching this one out to short extra cover. I believe that is Sewell diving to his left and preventing the single. So this is now the last delivery of this particular over. So I think Ramsamy would be quite keen on getting the strike for the start of the next over. I don't think he might want to expose Sandia to Agard for an entire over. Any There's not really been any visible change in the field as to prevent the single from happening, which is surprising. So it's going to be James again. Comes in, bowls, a full delivery, and he just digs that one out to short mid-wicket, and there's no run. So Ramsamy was unable to get the strike there, which means that Sunday will be facing the start of the next over.
Yes, it's just one run from the over, and again the frustration continues as far as the Trinidad is concerned. They're down to number 11 now. Let's see exactly how Agard is going to approach trying to effect the final wicket for his country. But certainly the rain left us, and let's hope it will go that way and then drift away. There's no play yet at Annesville. There's no play yet at Cumberland. So fortunate for us, we're the only one that they are viewing at the moment. 179, 178 for 8, 178 for 9. As play continues with the left-arm fast bowler, Agard from the southern end.
So Agard, as we said before, will be looking to wrap up this innings. The field is not overly aggressive, I must say, for a number 11 batsman and your premier fast bowler is on.
I thought they certainly would have been attacking him more.
So let's see how this goes. As Agard runs in, bowls. Good length. Beat on the outside of your stump again. I think we have gotten used to that type of delivery from Agard.
Yes, definitely. He's very consistent with it. And a bit unfortunate, as I said, there are some days when you're going to bowl like this, brilliant, and you'll get 5, 6. And other days, it just won't happen. And that's exactly what's happening to him. But certainly, he's really and truly, from my opinion, the pick of the bowlers.
Yes, very much so. His figures 9 overs, 1 for 9 so far. 9.1 overs, 1 for 9. As he runs in once again, bowls to Sandia, and Sandia is forward. Ramsamy looking for the run there. I don't think both of them were on the same page there. Perhaps there was a chance there for a single if Sandia was off from the get-go. But all is well that ends well for Guyana in that situation. So as we said, there are 3 slips, a gully, a man at point, short cover, mid-off, and mid-wicket, and a long leg. I think we would have wanted to see perhaps another fielder closer to the bat. Perhaps the same leg slip position that or leg gully position that the previous wicket was taken at. As we see Agard again runs in, bowls, and once again beating him outside the off stump once again.
As you say, play and a miss, yet another play and yet another miss. Really been very consistent on that line.
Yes, especially to the left-handers. The left-handers have struggled against him. Just outside the off stump, those deliveries pitching and perhaps just moving away a bit and beating the outside edge. So it's 178 for the loss of 9. 86.4 overs bowled. As we see Agard again, comes in, bowls, and Sandia is just getting behind that one, playing it up back to the bowler. I'm wondering when Agard would perhaps use a short delivery.
It actually ran through my mind, when would he use that weapon, that vicious bouncy ball a while ago? When would he be trying to replicate it and let Sandia defend?
Yes, because so far he has been on that good length that he has persisted with.
I think he's really trying to get him out by trying to have a snick or LBW or bowl rather than. But he doesn't have the field placing in terms of the short delivery. That's the problem.
As he runs in again, bowls. And Sandia is just pushing that one out to cover. Well played there, the number 11 batsman. All you've seen from all these Guyanese batsmen gone is that they're willing to get in line and play as comfortable as they can. They've not seen any rash shots as such. They're willing to bat and just try and build a partnership with the batsman at the other end.
Battle their way for their country. I think that's what we're seeing from them. But the Trinidadian captain, he's a young man. Can't be too harsh on him, but he should be a little more. He should have been a bit more innovative.
Okay, so we see Agard again in bowls, and Sandia well played again. Just pushing that one up to cover. And that's the end of the 87th over. It's 178 for the loss of 9.
Yes, so we into how many? This is 8 over for the mornings, 7 over for the morning. They moved from 175 to 178. Just 3 runs, those 7 overs. But I honestly believe a little more innovation. But as I say, he's young, he's learning the trade of leadership and so on. But certainly, once Agard continues to bowl that line, the defending, he should try in something else because not a number 3 is bowling at a number 4. He should try to see if he will be able to put some pep in his step by having a short delivery and let him defend. Try something a little different to see what will happen. Yes, he's bowling a very, very good line, immaculate line, but a little something different. But there's a change of bowling from the northern end, so Osnet will see if they are going to, is it Ramlal? Rambaran, to see if he will be trying to effect the final wicket and dismiss the Guyanese finally.
So Rambaran, it will be from the northern end. He'll be bowling to Ramsamy. Perhaps we'll see a bit more shots now from Ramsamy against the spinner. Let's hope so. As he comes in, bowls. He's pushing this one out to mid-wicket. Fielder comes around. There's no run. A bit short there, a bit flat. Something that we spoke a bit about yesterday in terms of Rambaran. He's not the guy to flight the ball a great deal. As he comes in again, bowls. His delivery a little bit more air on it. And Ramsamy coming forward and just pushing it out to mid-wicket once again. There's no run. The 2 dot balls so far. The scoring rate this morning has been very slow, Gunny, as you said. 7 overs for 3 runs.
Extremely slow.
As Rambaran comes in. This one a bit outside the arm stump, a bit quicker as well. Ramsamy just shoulders arms and leaves that to be taken by the wicket keeper. So Trinidad, in their quest to terminate this Guyanese innings, looking to Rambaran to do so as he comes in again. This is a flighted delivery this time, a bit slower. Ramsamy not tempted in any way, comes forward and just strokes it up back up the pitch. There's no run, so 4 deliveries so far. As Rambaran again comes in, bowls. Another flighted delivery. Ramsamy, long way forward again, pushes up to short cover, and there's no run. So 5 dot balls so far. Let's see what will happen with this last delivery. Rambaran going through his overs very quickly, as we alluded to yesterday. As he bowls again, the short delivery is punching this one back. Well fielded there by Rambaran off his own bowling. So that was a very tight over there by Rambaran and Meno. And the score remains at 178 for the loss of 9.
Yet another tight over there from the Trinidad bowler in Rambaram. As he said, 8 overs has gone, just 3 runs. And really it's been pedestrian in terms of the scoring here. As the Trinidad themselves, when you have number 9, 10, 11 giving all these problems, it can frustrate you a bit, you know, to be honest with you, because they're not really looking to score, so to say. It's just a matter of defend, and they will take whatever it comes via a single here or a single there. It can be a little frustrating for you, to be very honest with you, but I'd like to see a little changing tactic from the Trinidad captain. Try and put the number 11 man, that's Sandy, under pressure. Rather, the line and length is excellent, nothing wrong with that. But maybe try to have 2 slips and move the backward point to a gully and have a short leg and try a couple short deliveries.
Yes, as we're going to see Agard, he's coming around the wicket this time to bowl to Sandy and he's pushing that one comfortably back up to the man at mid-off. There's no run. So Sandy has actually looked very confident.
Very similar to Vincent, just intent and defend, no attempt to score.
I guess the instructions from the Guyanese camp would be to bat as long as possible, frustrate the Trinidadians a bit more. As we see Agard, he's going, after 1 delivery around the wicket, he's back over the wicket, left arm over the wicket. I wasn't quite sure what was he thinking going around the wicket on that occasion. As he comes in, bowls. This one is outside the off stump, and Sandia just leaves that one to be taken by the wicket keeper. There's no runs added to the total. So Agard's figure so far is 10.2 overs, 1 for 9. So he's going at less than 1 run per over. As we said, the overall scoring rate hasn't been electric by any means.
No stretch of the imagination.
Yes. As we see Agard again. runs in, ball into Sandia on the 0-1. That's another beautiful delivery. I just think some of these deliveries are just too good to get the edge, Gunny. Even the top order was struggling against this type of bowling, and most of the number 11 now.
That delivery is too good for number 11, to be very honest with you. He played at it, one that left him. There's absolutely no two ways about it. As the Trinidadians continue to be frustrated.
As Agar comes in, bowls, and Sandia is behind this one comfortably. Just getting the full face of the bat, showing the bowler the maker's name, as they would say. And this one rolls out to the man at extra cover, and there's no run. So the score remains on 178 for the loss of 9. Trinidad and Tobago getting the wicket of Vincent this morning, caught at leg gully off the bowling of James. As we see, Agard comes in, a short delivery again. This time a bit of pace there. Well played, it must be said, well played in the end by Sandia.
More of that is what is needed, Asnet. So you sort of shake him up mentally, because they're not attempting to score no run, they're just staying intent on defense. So a bit more of that, and the field placement should be such that you should have a leg gully, a short leg, and let him defend it off his rib cage, so to speak.
Yeah, we have seen a slight change in the field here. The man at cover is now at a leg gully position, a deepish leg gully though. It's rather deep there. I think perhaps it could come in a few feet, a few meters, as Agard shot again and beating the man just there at leg gully, goes down to fine leg, and again they come through for a single. Rather surprised that they took the single off the last ball there, but such has been the confidence that Ramsamy has placed in these lower order players, that he's willing to actually give Sandia the strike for the start of the next over.
Yeah, so Sandy goes up to 179 for the loss of 9. And Asnet, it's not easy to be bowling and in batsmen who just intend to defend, not even to look for a single, just defend. It takes a toll out of you mentally, and it's not easy, you know. And if they're looking to play a shot, then you have an opportunity to try and get them out. But it's just intent and defend. It's not easy. But they're doing their job as instructed by the Guyanese management. Stay there. If the single come here, there, and they're just occupying the crease without attempting to really and truly look to get runs, so to speak. The umpires are waving at the ground staff, I believe.
Slight drizzle.
There's a slight drizzle, but there's no real threat of any rain. When we look, yes, right in front of us, there's certainly a light drizzle. I would call it a faint drizzle.
Yes, the direction in which the weather comes from, it's very clear to our east, as we have Rambaran starting a new over, bowling to Sandia. A flighty delivery there, just trying to entice him to perhaps attempt to go over the top. The field, we have a slip, a gully, a man at silly mid off. We have a leg slip as well, as Rambaran comes in, bows, and that delivery is beating him outside the off stump. So he's giving these deliveries a little bit of flight, a little bit more flight, considering the fact that he's bowling against the number 11 player. That is a very good ploy. Just keep it above his eye line and play on the patience of the batsman. As Rambaran once again comes in, bowls. A bit short of a length this time. Sandia is back and plays that one out to short cover. And there is no run. So 3 deliveries in the over so far. Score remains 179 for the loss of 9. As Rambaran comes in, another flighted delivery, and Sandia is a long way forward. So intent on just keeping out these deliveries. No real positive intent in terms of scoring. And frustration continues for the Trinidad and Tobago team. As Rambaran comes in again, bows another flighted delivery, and this one is edging and taken at for slip, yes. So it was another flighted delivery there. Sandiego leaning forward, trying to defend that one. This one taking the outside edge, and a very good catch there by the field at four slip, low down. I think we mentioned that yesterday, the requirement to keep as low as possible for as long as possible, especially in these close catching areas. And in that situation, we saw a very good evidence of that there. A very good catch there by the fielder there. And that ends the Guyanese innings on 179. Rambaran finishing on figures for 2 for 24. So he would have given his captain the final breakthrough there to bring an end to the Guyanese innings. So the total perhaps not what Guyana was looking for, considering the low order partnerships they would have accumulated yesterday. They perhaps would have been looking for a score closer to 200 or even above 200. But Trinidad and Tobago, they hung in there. It was a frustrating effort at some times. And they were able to dismiss. This morning they got the breakthrough very early, which I think they were looking forward to. And we just saw Rambaran a couple minutes ago getting the final wicket, that of Sandia. And Ramsamy, he would be not out on 43. Very good innings, 43 from 107 deliveries. And the Guyanese innings, after being insulted by Trinidad and Tobago, they finished their innings on 179 for the loss of, 179 all out, sorry, in 89.5 overs. So 89.5 overs, and they would have played 179 all out Guyana. So overall, it was a very good effort by the Guyanese, recovering somewhat and just accumulating partnerships all the way down to number 11. And all these small partnerships contributing to the total of 179. For Trinidad and Tobago, I believe we can all agree that Agard was the most impressive of all the bowlers. Ramlal, he would have been able to sneak out 4 wickets as well. So his efforts must be commended as well. And the other wickets were shared up among the other bowlers. We will have a comprehensive summary from Mr. Hines in a few moments. But for now, all we can say is that the Guyanese innings has come to an end this morning on 179.
Yes, Osnet, the ground staff, they are doing their work on the pitch, the rolling of the pitch, the remarking of the creases, etc., etc. The Guyanese fielders are out doing some little warm-up. So the Guyanese innings has finally ended 179. They faced how many overs overall here? 89.5 overs overall. So they were total 179, resuming this morning at 175 for 8. They were finally all out for, after 9.5 overs this morning, they added just 4. 9.5 overs, they added just 4, and they were all out for 179. Caesar top scored at 59, Ramsamy 43 not out. Joda got 29. Yes, he got 29. And that's basically was about it. Ramsamy, 107 balls he faced for his 43. He struck 3 4s and 2 6s, 3 4s and 2 6s. And Vincent, interestingly, Vincent batted for 52 balls for his 2 and really held up the innings tremendously. Sandia got 20 deliveries for his 2, so they really frustrated the Trinidad and Tobago bowling attack. The wickets fell at 23, 37, 73, 88, 111, 111, 135, 141, 177, and 179. And the bowling figures: Orlando James, 7 overs, no maidens, 1 for 17. 7 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 17. Siwa, 10 overs, no maiden, none for 24. Rambaran, 16.5 overs, 5 maidens, 2 for 24. So he took 2 for 24 from 16.5 overs. Ramlal, 14 overs, 4 maidens, 4 for 39. 14 overs, 4 maidens, 4 for 39. Davis, 13 overs, 4 maidens, 1 for 30. 1 for 30. Vishan Singh, 18 overs, 5 maidens, 1 for 32. 1 for 32. Agard, pick of the bowlers, 11 overs, 6 maidens, 1 for 10. 11 overs, 6 maidens, 1 for 10. Singh got his 18 overs, 5 maidens, 1 for 32. 1 for 32, and Davis 13 for 31. So the innings have ended 89.5 overs. They batted for 89.5 overs to get to this 179. 179. So we'll see exactly how the Trinidadians will approach their response to this 179 made by Guyana. They were very, very, very slow. You the mathsman, 179 divided by 89.4, 1.9. Really, really slow going, and the number 8, 9, 10, and 11 were intent on just defense, nothing more than defense. Ramsamy, he got 43 not out, 3 fours and 2 sixes. Caesar yesterday got 59, Joda got 29. And the Trinidad and Tobago feeling, first of all, it was pretty good on that part of it. They were pretty good on the field. Cannot really complain too much. One drop catch, which should have been taken, but that's how it goes sometimes. Not 100%, but overall, the feeling was pretty good in the catching bar, one missed chance. So the umpires are moving out onto the field. And the Guyanese, they're doing the limbering up. The Trinidad and Tobago opening batsman, they're doing the limbering up as well too. And play would continue in the middle in a matter of minutes as umpires Mrs. Wright and Joseph, they're out. The pitch continues to be rolled. The conditions has improved significantly from the overcast to one of sunshine here at the Park Hill playing field. And certainly from my position and my knowledge of the area, it appears if for the time being, for the next couple of hours, it would appear as though we are going to have an uninterrupted period of play for a fairly long time. There's no dark clouds around, no cumulus clouds around either. It's just blue skies. And we're hoping from our position, from our own advantageous position, that the sun will continue to stay where it is and just allow the sunshine and allow the youngsters to go out and do their stuff. Cricket West Indies under 19 tournament being played here. Dike some water, eh? Under 19 tournament. Some under 19 tournament. The other games we're trying to get an update from the other games. Guyana, Barbados against Jamaica at Cumberland, and Windward Islands versus Leeward Islands from Annisville. We are trying to get an update. In the meantime, whilst the pitch continues to be rolled, the ground staff, the sweeping and remarking of the crease is finished. It's just a question now of time as far as the rulers are concerned. Thank you. As far as that is concerned, as the umpires are out, Mrs. Joseph and Wright, along with the third umpire. We're getting an update now in relation to the games. Give us the update there. Windward Islands got Windward Islands 209 and Leeward Islands 105 for 3 from 37, and the other game it's Barbados against Jamaica. Jamaica got 234 and Barbados 66 for 1 from 20. So the update is there. Games have started. Both games have started. Jamaica 234. Barbados at the latest score 66 for 1 from 20 overs. And the Windward Islands 209. That game between Barbados and Jamaica, Barbados 66 for 1 replying to Jamaica 234 is being played at the Cumberland playing field on the western end of the country, northwestern end of the country. And at Annisville in most central, you have Windward Islands 209, Leeward Islands 105 for 3 from 37 overs. And here up on the eastern side at Park Hill playing field, Jamaica just dismissed for 179. Top scorer being Caesar with 59. Ramsamy got 43 not out. Ramlal got 4 for 39 and the rest bowlers. And Rambaram 2 for 24. So it's Ramlal 4 for 39 and Rambaram 2 for 24. 179 off 89.5 overs. The Guyanese team is just about organizing themselves. The ball is to be picked up, and that is the latest situation here from the Park Hill playing field as play is just about to start. The Trinidad and Tobago team responding to the Guyanese 179. Beautiful conditions here at the Park Hill playing field. The surroundings is greenery right around. It's really a magnificent setting here in this lovely area, Park Hill, and their neighbors being South Rivers, not too far away from us here. As the Trinidad and Tobago number 99 on his back. We'll have to get the name of that. Number 46. So we've got those numbers there. The numbers are there, but it's not in the score sheet. We'll have to get the names of the opening batsman. Number 99 is whom? Jagasa and 46. Ramdu. Right. So we have it all set now. Ramdu is
Kyle Ramdu.
46, and 99 is Jagasa. 99 Jagasa and 46 Ramdu. The Guyanese bowl. 98. 98. And the bowler from the southern end.
Isaiah Tone.
Tone, yeah, Mr. Tone, yeah. Isaiah Tone. Tall, fast bowler from the southern end will be starting the Guyanese bowling attack. And he'll be bowling to, it appears to be Jagasa. Am I right? So you pick it up, Asnet.
Actually, I think it's Ramdu on strike. With Justin Ramdu. No, Kyle Ramdu, sorry. So it's Kyle Ramdu and Justin Jagasa. So I believe Ramdu is the one taking first strike. That's an update from the umpires. They mentioned that it will be 86 overs minimum for the day. For the day's play. That's something we could look forward to checking up on at the end of the day. See how fast, how competent the fielding team is at bowling their overs on time. So Isaiah Thorne, I think he was the number 8 batsman, if memory serves me correct.
Must have some pace because look at where the slips are.
First delivery, bowls, sharp delivery. A bit of a misfield there by the wicketkeeper. And Trinidad and Tobago up and running. A bye. So yeah, Goni, as you mentioned, the wicketkeeper and the slips are pretty far back.
Extremely far back, isn't it? Because it looked like Andy Roberts or Michael Holding bowling. The slips are very, very far. They're about, what, 20 meters or thereabout from the stumps itself. They're really far back. And I believe, in all honesty, they're too far.
Yeah.
Except the bowler has terrific pace.
Yes, and I guess as time goes by, we'll be able to realize the type of pace that he's generating.
I suspect they will recognize the pitch is not that quick and they will have to move forward a couple of footsteps. There's no two ways about it. They're really, really a distant away from the bowler.
Because when we saw the Trinidad and Tobago bowling, Agard, he seemed to have a bit of pace, nothing express. He was getting it through quite a bit early on, as well as in his spell this morning as well. He was able to get it through quite a bit. But let's see how Thorne goes as he comes in again, bowling to Jagasa, and shortish delivery once again. One just dying on its way to the wicketkeeper. So. Based on the evidence of the 2 forced deliveries gone here, I don't think the wicket is as fast as they are anticipating it to be. We are seeing the ball dying before it actually reaches the wicketkeeper.
Yeah, from our own experience, we'll tell you that they're really too far and they'll have to step up because the 2 deliveries, the wicketkeeper taking him right at his shoelaces.
So Thorne to Jagasa once again. He comes in again, a shortish delivery. Just rushing Jagasa a bit there, jumping a bit. Wasn't the most comfortable shot we've seen. A good feel there by the Guyanese in terms of having a short leg very early in the piece to Jagasa. I don't know how much scouting goes on these days and how much these teams know each other. But to see a short leg so early tells me that they perhaps know a thing or two about Jagasa.
The indication here is that he does have some pace because they have not stepped up and there's a short leg. So it's a matter of allowing time to go and we'll see what happens because to me, he has to have some pace.
Thorne comes in again. His deliveries are bit outside the arse stump. A wild shot there. I think that perhaps is a consequence of the previous delivery, which was on his rib cage quite a bit. And this one outside the arse stump, his eyes lit up. And a rather poor shot, I would say, considering the stage of the match.
Quite a lot of noise out there from the Guyanese, clapping him for that delivery, but certainly the most we can assess here is that he does have some pace, and he generate that pace as time go on during the course of his first spell. Because to be honest with you, the slips are really far back. Wicketkeeper, everybody is really far back.
Yes, we see Thorn once again comes in, goes to Jagasa, another shortish delivery there. Just rushing him here. This is good stuff. Good stuff we're seeing here. A good fast bowler running in and good pace. The batsman there equally confident in his abilities.
Very tall individual, Thorn, racing in from the southern end. It'll be interesting to see as he develops some pace over the next over or two to see if they are justified in having the slips where they are at the moment.
Yes, Goni. As we see him running once again, it's been an impressive start so far as he comes in again. Pose. Another delivery, a bit short and wide outside the arse stump. Perhaps that one is a bit shorter than the one previously that he tried to cut. But I guess the pace there it's a bit too much for Jagasa there. He's throwing his bat at it, as they would say, and makes no connection. So it's a maiden over. No, actually, they are a bye.
Just a bye. It's a maiden over, just a bye. Right. It's one without loss. But it's interesting times ahead from that over there from Thorn. Seems to have a bit of pace, on this slow track. So we'll really wait to see exactly, as I said in the next, by second or third over, if he really can generate maybe up to about 85 miles an hour. I would say somewhere around that area. But we'll wait and see. Because certainly what we saw from Agard, he does definitely had some pace, and the slip cord and his close fielders weren't that far back. But we'll wait to see exactly as he generates pace if he can go up to that 85, maybe 90 miles an hour. But certainly now with the other bowler coming in from the bowler,
Vincent.
Bruce, number 10 batsman Bruce, he is going to pick up the attack from the northern end. And this is more like a James type of feel, a more type of Agar type of slips, where they are sort of position, a more conventional type of positioning for the slips. So we'll see what Vincent has to offer.
Yes, he would have batted well. He would have spent quite a bit of time at the crease, as you mentioned, 2 from 50, 54 deliveries, something along the line. So you would have seen what the wicket is doing. So hopefully he can use that now to assess the type of lengths that he should be bowling on this particular wicket. As we see him from the southern end, as he comes in now, bowls. Oh, and that's a good delivery there, a rather slingy kind of action. And Ramdu just shoulders arms and leave that one to be taken by the wicketkeeper. Good carry there, first up.
Yes, that one outside the off stump, a bit of a slingy type of action, and taken clean by the keeper around midriff. So I rather suspect they do have a bit of pace based on the distance where the slips are positioned.
Perhaps with that action, he should be able to get some outward movement as well. With that slingy type of action, perhaps move the ball away from the right-hander. We'll see. As he comes in again, bowls to Ramdu. This delivery again is outside the off stump. A similar delivery to the first one, and that's perhaps a very loose shot there by Ramdu. The first delivery in that particular channel, he would have left alone. This one is having a wild flay outside the off stump, and he misses it thankfully, and goes by to be taken by the wicketkeeper. So not really a very good start by the two guys, Trinidad and Tobago batsmen. They're looking a bit loose, as opposed to the Guyanese batsmen who were looking a bit more compact at the start of the innings, especially Caesar. So it will be Vincent once again, runs in with ball into Ramdu. To this delivery again, he's playing a forcing shot outside the off stump again. This one peels off the edge, and the man at gully makes a very good stop, almost traveling, and there is no run. So based on what we've seen from Ramdu so far, he seems to be the type of batsman who will play his shots if the ball is in his zone. Yes. So I think for Vincent, it's just a matter of keeping that particular length. He has 2 slips and a gully there waiting. So he will be quite satisfied with this type of approach by Ramdo. As he comes in again, bowls. Outside the arm is driven. A beautiful shot. Wonderful shot. I think that's what he was perhaps looking for from the get-go. That delivery perhaps a little bit fuller. Is a bit fuller than the previous deliveries that we have seen going past the outside edge. And he was able to come forward and stroke it nonchalantly through the extra cover region for 4. The outfield perhaps would have quickened up a bit as well.
That was a glorious off drive. Not a man moved. He picked the gap and he just raced across the field. By the time he said Jack Robin, it was over the ropes. Wonderful shot there from that's Jagusa? Ramdu. Really wonderful shot. Probably the shot of the match thus far.
As Vincent again, how will he respond to that? As he comes in, another good length, and he's leaving this one alone outside the off stump. So quite a mixed back from Ramdu so far. We have seen some plays and misses. We have seen some shoulders, arms, and we have seen a wonderful cover drive. So the score is 5 for the loss of no wicket. We're in the second over, bowled by Bruce Vincent. Ramdu, he's on 4. As we see Vincent once again comes in, and this delivery outside the off stump is leaving that one to go by, to be taken by the wicket keeper, and there's no run. So at the end of the first over, it's 5. At the end of the second over, it's 5 for the loss of no wicket.
Yes, he's been consistently bowling the ball outside the off stump and just back of a length, but he carried one a bit too close to Ramdu, and he really spanked it gloriously through the offside for 4. So it's 5 without loss. So Ramdu is making his intentions clear. Anything close to in my area, I am going to dispatch it somewhere along there. I'm going to play positive shots. Outside the off stump, he's picked the line and allowing 5 of the deliveries to go by.
We have them mixed up, right?
That's what I suspect is Jagasa. Just a look at the number on the back. I think it's Jagasa who really spanked it and not Ramdu.
Is the right hander. So this will be Ramdu on strike.
Yes, Ramdu on strike. It's Jagasa identification corrected.
As Thorne comes in again, his second over, and he's beating him outside the off stump. This time he's coming from over the wicket, so perhaps the angle just taking that one away from Ramdu, the left-hander. Just apologizing to our viewers there, just a mix-up in terms of identification. So we have Ramdu now on strike, facing up to Thorne, who bowled a quite breezy first over. Quite breezy first over there, so we're looking forward to see how he goes in this one. Never mind. As we see Thorne from the northern end comes in, and a no ball signal there by the umpire. Short delivery up in his rib cage. Well played in the end, just getting inside of the line there of that delivery.
Yes, and that one outside the off stump, outside the leg stump, and it lifted through to the keeper, and certainly does have a fair ton of speed, I should say. There's nothing really to reach up to that 90 miles an hour mark, but certainly that last delivery really raced to the wicketkeeper, who took it around midriff. Certainly it was a pretty rapid delivery there from Thorne. In he comes once more, delivers. This one again outside the leg stump, and really the bunks, and it's taken cleanly by the keeper. So they are justified in their positioning of the slips from what we have seen thus far. Ball really took off there those last 2 deliveries.
Yes, very good pace being exerted here by Thorne. I think perhaps a change of field, more attacking field, might see perhaps a leg gully coming into play. Considering the line that he's bowling at the moment, as he comes in again, bowls, and this one is edging through gully, and it might have enough to go to the boundary. Yes, it does. So that delivery there, just on and about the off stump, Ramdu hanging his bat there, taking the outside edge, but actually going down between gully and the third slip, and he gets himself a boundary. Outfield, as we said before, the pace of the outfield has picked up quite a bit from yesterday. But we had some showers yesterday as well. So it's good to see the ball racing across the outfield. It would be beneficial to Trinidad and Tobago in terms of getting full value for their shots. So it will be Thorn once again to bowl to Ramdu. Ramdu was looking a little bit uncomfortable at times against the pace of Thorn and the bounce that he's extracting. But the most important thing for Trinidad and Tobago is that he's still there. As he comes in again, Thorn, a full delivery this time, beating everything. So that is actually the first full delivery that we have actually seen from Thorn.
I think he's given a life. He actually edged it, and because of the obstacle in front of us, he actually edged it to second slip, but very low. And he got a life.
Right.
So,
I don't think there was any signal from the umpire, so that tells me you're right, Gunny, in terms of there was an edge there.
He took the edge, foolish delivery, took the edge and the second slip. It dropped just close to him, whether or not because of the obstacle in front of us. It's either a chance or it's very, very close to him. And he survives. That's the important thing. He has survived.
Yes, so that delivery is a bit fuller. So far he has been bowling a shorter length as he comes in again. The bowling to Jagassar this time. Another no ball. Good shortish delivery once again. So Isaiah seemed to be testing the middle of the pitch quite often here at the Park Hill playing field. A bit of inconsistent bounce as well. Some of these deliveries we're seeing going through at a very good pace. Some dying on their way to the wicketkeeper. So for the batsman, that is never good in terms of you can't really ascertain how quickly the ball is going to come to you in order for you to get out of the way or play a horizontal bat shot and that sort of thing. As we see Thorn runs in once again, bowls, full delivery, he's squeezing this one out to point, and there's no run. There's no run. And the score remains 12 for no wicket. So it's been a very eventful start, if that is the best adjective we could find to describe it so far.
Certainly, he's the quickest man on show thus far from what I've seen. The ball is definitely moving off the pitch quicker than Agard. Definitely, there's no two ways about it.
As Thorn again comes in, bowls, and he's pulling this one. A top edge in the air will be a very good catch if taken. Oh, and he misjudged it. It was a short delivery again, and Jagassar there trying to pull that one. Perhaps rushed him a little bit. And the man at mid-on, he was in quite a bit, so he had to run back. A very difficult catch.
Well, he has been given a life, a tough life. But the thing about it is that the fielder, the Guyanese fielder, the player, he was never in the catching zone. The ball is in the air, and he kept running towards it, but he never tried to circle it and get into a more comfortable position. At the end, he was outstretching his hand to try and haul it in. It did touch his hand, but it's a tough one. But had he been in the catching zone by doing the correct thing, I believe he would have been in a better position to haul in that catch. But fortunate for Trinidad and Tobago in Jagassar, and unfortunate for Thorn for Guyana. But certainly a near miss there. Twice in the over, he could have easily taken a wicket as the total moves up to 14 without loss. Interesting times here from Thorn as Jagassar, to me, he's going to fight fire with fire.
Yes. It'll be a good contest to see as it continues. As Vincent, and Nuovan, that's a very good delivery. Beautiful delivery there. Knocked out his leg stump.
He's bowled him one. I believe what happened there is a beautiful delivery, because from where we are positioned, the previous over to Jagassar, the ball was moving away from Jagassar, outside the off stump. This one was outside the off stump for the left hand, and it curled back. It definitely curled back and smashed into the stumps. And Trinidad and Tobago have lost their first wicket, the wicket of Ramdu. Ramdu, right? He's gone for 5, bowled by Vincent.
Yeah, as we were alluding to earlier, Vincent has a relatively slingy kind of action. So he's getting the ball to actually move away. He's getting the ball to actually move away from the right hand.
Getting the ball to deviate from leg to off. that slingy type of action. It reminds me very much of Jeff Thompson, that leg, a Malinga leg to off because of the action, the body action, and it becomes a natural leg cutter.
Yes.
Because of his action.
So I think Ramdu there really had no answer to that delivery. It pitched on about the off stump and nipped back, and his feet were really nowhere the Ramdu, and ended up losing his leg stump. So very good to his second over, Vincent. He was very impressive in his first, and yes, so it's Narad Kisunat is the new batsman.
The wicket keeper.
Yes, the wicket keeper. So he'll be looking to start well, but he will have to be at his very best against Vincent here. As Vincent runs in again, bowls, forced delivery, and is driving. And a very good stop there. So a good start there by Kisunat. It was a foolish delivery outside the off stump. He came forward and stroked it to the right of the man at point. Very good dive there by, I'm not sure who the batsman is, the fielder is there, but it certainly saved at least 2 runs there for his
team. Yearwood.
Okay, Yearwood. So it will be Vincent again this time to Jagasa, who have seen play a very enterprising shot the last over, as he comes in again and he's forward and stroking that one out to cover from the middle of the bat. So the good thing about Vincent here is he's bowling a rather full-length gunny, and he's making the batsman play as much as possible, which can't be a bad thing.
Yeah, recognizing that from our assessment here, because of his slingy action, he's tending to get that ball to curl away from the right-hander. He's giving it full length, which is good thinking, because if it moves extremely late, the edge can easily be found and fly to one of those 2 slips or the gully.
Very much so. As we see Vincent comes in once again, bowls, and this delivery is outside the arsenal, a bit wider this time, and Jagasa is just leaving that one to be taken by the wicketkeeper. So
very, very entertaining start to the Trinidad and Tobago innings. We are seeing batsmen looking to play shots against the Guyanese in Thorn and Vincent. Very much unlike the Guyanese approach, it was one of a tower defense. So it's a different approach, completely different approach to scoring by the Trinidad and Tobago squad as against the way the Guyanese batted.
Yes, Gunny. Guyanese had a more conservative approach, as we would say. As we see Vincent comes in, bowls, his delivery is shorter, a bit shorter. And Jagasa is punching that one out to cover, and there's no run. Very good fielding there as well.
I think he's realized that the ball is cutting away from him, so he's positioning himself. Once it's on the stumps, he's trying to get that back leg across, so make sure that he hits the full face of the bat, playing some lovely offside pushes and drives. So it's very, very interesting to see how things pan out here between Vincent and the aggressive Jagasa.
Yes. As we see Vincent again, runs in, bowling to Jagasa. That one kept a little bit low there. Was a delivery on the off stump, and it just didn't bounce as much as we have gotten used to so far. So that would be a little bit of concern for the batsmen moving forward.
Yes, that one, I believe it hit probably one of the bowlers' rough mark or somewhere, but certainly kept low. Jagasa looking to drive and realizing it kept, but by the time he realized what had happened, he was under his bat already, kept low, and the wicketkeeper did not collect cleanly, and they got a bye. So everything is interesting here this morning. The bunks not being consistent. And from Vincent, maybe because of the slingy action, and Thorn from the other end is getting him to lift to the Trinidad and Tobago opening batsman, Jagasa.
So the score is 16-1 after 4 overs. So the scoring rate is just 4. It's really an upgrade to the Guyanese scoring rate, which hovered around 2. 1.5 for most of yesterday. A Stone starts a new over here. And Jagasa is behind that one. He looks a pretty good player, Gunny.
He looks very positive.
Yes, even in his defense, we are seeing positive in defense, which is always good to see.
He's looking to defend, but in the meantime, he's defending with a hard hand. So if it passes the fielders, they're going to get a single. Look very solid in the defense.
Storn again runs in, bowls to him. It's delivery outside the off stump, and Jagasa leaves that one to be taken by the wicket keeper. Shots of well played from his teammates, which is always good to see. Due to the close nature of the players in the pavilion, we tend to hear feedback. So, Storn again, he's into his
a little bit of a technical problem here whilst we paused there a while ago while the technician is doing his due. As we see Thorn in, Jagasas cut that one too gully from the face of the bat, short lifting, and he spanked that one too gully, stopped, and there's no one. 16 for the loss of 1. Trinidad and Tobago replying to Guyana 179 this morning. They were dismissed after batting for 89.5 overs. The wicket went to Rambaran and James. As Thorn from the southern end, brilliant sunshine here at the Park Hill playing field. Outside the off and he slaps that one gloriously to backward point for 4. Really a wonderful shot there from Jagasa. Short lifting outside the off stump in position, and he slapped it square on the offside for another boundary. Certainly 2 very positive and good looking boundaries from Jagasa. He's up to 10-20 for the loss of 1. Osnight.
Yes, that was a very good shot there by Jagasa. Yeah. He appears to like to play through the offside, and on that occasion, Thorn giving him a bit of room, and he was able to punch it through point and getting himself another boundary.
Very positive start here from Jagasa, the opening batsman for Trinidad and Tobago. As Thorn misses his run, tall fast bowler from the southern end, with the background with the side screen being there, and on top of this slight hill that is there, a lot of our agricultural produce and bananas. As we see Thorn in, this one pitched up, and he pushes this one out back to the bowl, and there's now in the end of the over 20 for the loss of 1. This is really a wonderful second. When you look at the Park Hill school that is there, with the roof being red, the color of the school itself being lime green, then you have the side screen all white, and at the back of it now, and the slight hill that's there. We are in the countryside here at Park Hill. A lot of banana trees up inside of there to make sure that we can have some ripe bananas to eat and some cooked bananas when they're green.
Yes, a lot of vegetation. We're seeing in our backdrop here. So Park Hill is actually a farming community as well. So we have quite a bit of these type of crops being grown here. As we see Vincent, we start off a new over. He'll be bowling to Kisonat. Comes in now, bowls. Delivery on the line of the leg stump. Trying to flick it over mid-wicket, but misses it completely, and it goes by to be taken by the wicket keeper. And there's no run, so the score is still on 20 for the loss of 1 after 5 overs. 20 for 1 after 5 overs. Good start, run rate of 4 runs per over. So even though Guyana has had a breakthrough, they have been able to, the Trinidad and Tobago have been able to score runs. As this delivery is outside the off stump, well left there by Kisonat. a short player, a shortish player, but he looks pretty organized, knows where his off stump is so far. And Trinidad will be hoping that he can bat as long as possible and build a partnership here with Jagasa. I think partnerships are key. We've seen that in the Guyanese innings. And Trinidad will be hoping for the same as their innings progress. As we see Vincent from the southern end. That was a in his so he walks back to his mark now. Good conditions here for playing cricket today with no sign of rain, no immediate threat of rain. It's good cricket conditions. As we see Vincent running again, bowls. This delivery is a beautiful delivery. One pitched and left the right-hander, as we have said before. He's getting this ball to move away from the right-hander because of his slinging action, and he actually has a good bit of pace as well, which is always important.
Yes, he does have a good bit of pace, and the slinging action is, and the lateral movements is natural movement because of his slinging action. And once he lines it up, I would certainly hoping that, I would say that again, he's hoping that he line it up around middle and off to create problems, remove problems.
This comes in again.
Yeah, but as you know, Nasnet, once he can line with the slingy action, with the lateral movement, just around, touching down around, good line, good length, more middle and off than middle, he would create more problems. Because certainly he is getting the ball to deviate once it pitches.
It's always good to see movement off the pitch. It makes the competition between bat and ball a little bit more even. As Vincent is bowling on the leg stuff, he's flicking this one. The final leg there is a bit square, so he's able to get that one off. I think it's usual long position, like you say.
Yeah, once he lines that ball up around leg stump, it's easy pickings for the batsman. And he gets another single, 21 for the loss of one. Trinidad and Tobago having lost the wicket of Ramdu, who was bowled by Vincent with a beautiful leg cutter for 5. The wicket fell when the total was on 14. We are having a little bit of a technical problem, but we'll continue to sojourn on in as we look at Vincent, right arm fast medium bowler from the northern end. Again, too far outside the off stump. Jagasa picks it up, allow it to go through the keeper, and there is no run. The end of the over, 21 for the loss of 1. Trinidad and Tobago responding to Guyana 179.
Yes, that was a very good over there by Vincent. Just keeping the batsman honest, as we would say. Good line, good length, good pace. Just testing the batsman's patience. Kisonat and Jagasa. Jagasa seem to be more the aggressor in this batting lineup at the top of the order here, but Kisonat so far has looked very organized and looks to be the type of player who would want to bat as long as possible, perhaps play a Caesar type of innings that we saw yesterday from Guyana. So it will be Thorne coming in for his 4th over. So far his figure is 1 for 6. 21 after 6 overs. So Thorne to Kisonat. Runs in now, bowls to Kisonat. His delivery is full and he's driving out to the man at point. There's no run. There's a fuller length. I think what we've seen from Thorne so far is a tale of 2 lengths where he has either been very short or he's been very full. So what I think perhaps he need to work on moving forward and improving is finding that in-between length, and with his pace it will always trouble any top order batsman. As we said yesterday, these are young players. They have a lot to learn. It's a learning curve for them, and hopefully they'll be able to learn quickly. As we see Thorne comes in again, bowls to Kisonat. A shortish delivery outside the off stump. Kisonat for a while there was thinking about cutting it, but at the last minute just allowing it to be taken by the wicket keeper. And there's no run. Score remains on 21 for the loss of 1. We're in over number 7. So what we have here in terms of a field, we have we'll say 2 slips and 2 gully, a man at point, a short leg, a man at cover, a man at mid-on. So Thorn again comes in, bowls, very good length, and Kisonat is behind that one very comfortably, and he pushes it out to the man at point, and there's no run. So it's a very attacking field here by Thorn. Seeing a lot of fellas in the slip corner, as we'll call it, just waiting for that outside edge. Also, we have a man at short leg from the very beginning, which tells me that a short delivery is never too far away. As we see Thorn again, runs in, bowls to Kisonat to this delivery. He's flaying outside the off stump there. That delivery had a bit of bounce, a bit of lift, a bit of pace. And Kisonat was a bit late on that one there.
Good line, lifted, and he played at it. On another day, certainly would have gotten a nick. He missed, taken cleanly by the keeper. Very good delivery there by Thorn.
Yes. So that one kind of just rushing the batsman there, as we've seen a bit of 2 pace in terms of the wicket. Some of these deliveries are flying through well, some are not going through at the type of pace that we expect. As Thorn comes in again on a shortish delivery. And this one is well played. Back on his stumps there and just pushing it out into the cover region where there's a lot of room there, as we mentioned before. It's a very attacking field, so there's a lot of space there for you to take up any singles as long as it goes into the right part of the outfield.
I think as net what we're seeing is a bit of inconsistent bunks. Some are really coming on, some are stopping, some are keeping a bit low. Most of them are not going into the southern end. But certainly, maybe it's a question of Thorn with his height. He's a pretty tall young man, and let's see what his delivery serves up.
As he comes in again, balls to Jagasar this time. Short delivery, a bit too short though. And Jagasar just watches that one goes over his head. And it's the end of the over. It's 22 for the loss of 1.
A mixed bag there from Thorn, and very good delivery, one very good delivery in the over. And other than that, with the inconsistent bunks, some are not going across chest height, some are staying across the knee height. So it's really and truly a question of him trying to be consistently bowling that ball in that good area, and he certainly will create problems for the Trinidad and Tobago batsmen. But certainly, he is looking a good prospect in terms of what we are seeing thus far.
Yes, Goni. So we have Jagasar, he's on 10 from 22 balls, and Kisonat, he's on 3 from 11 balls. It's going to be Vincent again. So far, he just seen too fast. Vincent is 4th over now. Just driving that one, not out of the middle of the bat, perhaps at the inside portion of the bat, not really going where he intended it to go. And he is able to pick up a single to mid-on. You're perhaps looking to hit it through extra cover.
Yeah, I think the problem is the movement. That's why he hit the inner portion of the bat. He played on the bat was on the outside and the ball cut and hit on the inside of the bat and ended up at mid-on. Good delivery there again by Vincent.
Before it reaches the wicket keeper. So I think it's safe to say that the wicket is perhaps slowing up a bit.
Yeah, but I thought it would have been have a more consistent bunks, because as the sun hits it, the moisture is out. Yes, we had a problem yesterday with the rain, but for the morning we started at 9:30. It's now 11 o'clock, hour and a half, by which time the sun that has really been hitting the pitch, thought that moisture would have been out by about now.
As we see Vincent once again, comes in, bowls. It's outside the off stump there. That's a foolish delivery, just moving further away, and Jagasar very watchful this time, leaving it to be taken by the wicket keeper.
Yeah, the thought, we sort of sunshine, not really heavy, baking it, but enough to pull out what's there. But what we are certainly, what is pronounced here for the morning, what I've seen is some inconsistent bunks.
Yes. Vincent, too, because of the trajectory that he bowls at, too, I guess we'll see more of his deliveries staying down rather than bouncing, as opposed to Isaiah torn from the other end. This delivery is walking out to deep square, and they come through for a single. A bit in the air there, the man at short leg, he's a bit deep. That one went to his right. Perhaps a small chance, we can't really call it a chance though. It just went in the air past him. On another day, perhaps it might be closer to him and he'll be able to effect a catch, but that was well played there in the end by Jagasa. Total moves on to 24 for the loss of 1. As we see, Kisonat is now on strike to Vincent. He's into his 4th over.
Yeah.
As Vincent moves in, smooth run up, bowls, a foolish delivery, and he's driving out to the man at point. Not timing it as well as he would like, Kisonat. And there's no run.
I would love to see him continue to bowl that consistent line there, just where he bowled that previous delivery, because he's bringing the batsman into play to try and keep driving, and if it moves a bit more than anticipated, the snake can come, but certainly I would love to see him be a little more consistent on that same line just on the outside that off stump.
Yes, as Vincent again moves in, bowls. His delivery is a bit short of a length. Kisonat is trying to cut it away, but he just edges it. It goes into the ground and taken by the wicket keeper. So it's the end of another over from Vincent. And the score, 24 for the loss of 1. Trinidad and Tobago in response to Guyana, 179. 179 all out this morning.
Yeah, but Osnet, what we're having is contrasting actions from the two bowlers. We have a tall, fast bowler, Thorn from the southern end, racing in and really getting some lift. Smooth action. And we're seeing Vincent from the northern end with a slingy type of action. And what he's getting from the surface is a bit of inconsistent bunks, whereby maybe it depends on how low he carries his arm or how high he carries it, because some are definitely staying on a bit and some are bouncing a bit. So we have contrasting bowling actions. But there's a change in bowling.
We've seen a change of bowling here. Oh, Sandia, okay. So Sandia, the number 11 batsman, he's now coming into the attack. So spin, so Guyana turning to spin very early, as we have come to expect from a Guyanese team. Spinners has always been their strength. And I'm sure at this level it would be no surprise to us. So Jagasa, he has played the fast bowlers very well.
But
so
they've produced some fast bowlers with West Indies, you know. Maybe you weren't born as yet.
We'll come back to that, Gunny, as we see Sandia. Short. Really going down the left side, I believe. A huge appeal there. So Jagasa there looking to sweep that delivery, perhaps based on the line that it was delivered at. And hitting his pads, going down to short fine leg, but there's no run. As we see Sandia, once again, a still left arm bowler coming around the wicket, bowling to Jagasa. Good flight, good guile, good pace for spinner to be bowling at, not rushing it through. He seemed to be prepared to give the ball a bit of air. And
it's early days, and he has a slip, a gully, a short leg, very, very interesting. Very early days, but he's putting the pressure on the Trinidad and Tobago batsman.
Comes in once again, another slow flighted delivery on the line of the mid-on leg stump, and Jagasa coming forward and pushes it out to mid-wicket, and there's no run. Score remains on 24 for the loss of 1. As we see Sandia once again comes in, bowls to Jagasa. Shortly, he's flicking this one over mid-wicket. Should be able to get 2 at least. Yes, comes back comfortably. So that was a delivery a bit short of a length. Went back and just flicked it over mid-wicket, a risky shot there, and gets himself 2 runs. So he pushes the total on to 26 for the loss of 1. Yes, that was Jagasa. Once again, Sandia, slow left arm, bows, another flight to the delivery. He's diving, he's finding the gap as well. Should get close to the boundary. Yes, very good shot. Very good shot. As we mentioned before, the outfield is a bit quicker today as opposed to yesterday. So that was a flighty delivery once again. Jagasa coming on to the front foot and just punching that one to cover. Good timing and gets himself 4. The score moves on to 30 for the loss of 1. Jagasa himself on to 17. So it will be Sandia once again. Comes in, bows, another flighty delivery. Jagasa is forward, plays it up to the man at mid-wicket, and there's no run. So that was a good over there by Trinidad. And the score is now 30 for the loss of 1 after 9 overs.
Yeah, and they're responding positively to the Guyanese total of 179. And what you're seeing is so far from Jagasa, he's playing some lovely off drives. The previous second over, he really played the shot of the day, really a glorious off drive. And here he is, got on top of the spinner there, that's Sandia, and he caressed it basically past the man at cover. And because the outfield has dried up as a result of less rain overnight here, I won't say it raced, but it had enough to go across the boundary. But really, 2 fine shots there from Jagasa, and he looks the part as an opening batsman.
Yes, as we mentioned before, he looks a very compact player. He's positive both in defense and in attack. And Trinidad and Tobago will be hoping that he stays there as long as possible, because he doesn't look like the type of player who will get bogged down, Gunny.
Well, the thing about it is that once he's there, the scoring rate will be pretty good. He's definitely playing shots and finding the gaps and scoring runs at a decent rate of a 3-day game.
Yes, so we're now going to see Vincent. He'll be bowling his 5th over. And he'll be bowling to Kisonat to this delivery. A short of a length delivery there. Kisonat going back, trying to pull it through mid-wicket. Perhaps rushing him a bit. And he just plays it back to the bowler.
What happened there is that fast bowler Thorn, how many overs he bowled? 3?
4.
He bowled 4 overs. He could have bowled 6 based on the playing conditions, but he only bowled 4, unlike Agard.
Yesterday,
yes. Some very, very strange decision yesterday for him not to bowl again, but I understand it was the captain's decision. He wasn't injured. He just decided he's not going to bowl him again.
All right, as we see Vincent again comes up, bowls. Another short delivery here. Appeal there. Perhaps looking for a glove or something of that nature.
The more things change, the more the things remain the same, because we were calling for Agard. Everybody was calling for Agard to come and bowl. And for some strange reason, the Trinidad captain decided he's not going to bowl him. And he was easily the best of the bowlers, the pick of the bowlers. So it was a really serious decision taken by the captain. But be that as I made, that was yesterday. He came back and he bowled again well today.
Yes, Vincent, so far he has been on the short side this over. Let's see what happens now as he comes up. Bowls another short delivery. He's pulling that one for 6, I believe, yes. Wonderful shot there by Kisonat. I think Vincent kind of telegraphed that short delivery. The 2 previous deliveries were short of a length, and this one again short. I don't think there's a length for him to be bowling Gunny. I don't think he has the pace of Thorn, and he perhaps should be bowling a bit fuller, trying to get the outside edge.
Yes, and it was short, it was on his body. He doesn't have the pace, and Kisonat gave it the treatment it richly deserved. Over the boundary for station, and it's gone away somewhere into one of those mango tree areas. Yeah, one of those mango trees down at the bottom there, but certainly a really good shot there, short, lack of pace inside of it, and he pulled it away beautifully over mid-wicket area. That's to tell you, it's mid-wicket, not square, like over mid-wicket for 6 with lack of pace. And certainly, as I said, Trinidad and Tobago batsmen thus far have been extremely positive with their stroke play, and they're really, we are seeing the opposite side as to how Guyana approach battings against the way they are approaching batting.
Yes, Gunny, as you mentioned, that 6 was hit over mid-wicket, which tells you that he picked up the length pretty early. And as a batsman, you know, if you pick up the length very early, then you have the ability to hit the ball a bit over mid-wicket, cow corner region. That
But
tells you you've seen the ball very big.
But you are well aware of batting because you scored quite a lot of sixes, a big, powerful man from the overland area. You have hit quite a few sixes, and once you pick up line and you let the ball have the strength that you have, these powerful shoulders, it used to go a mile. Do you still play cricket?
I think I retired at a very early age, Gunny.
You're too young to retire, man. Come on.
I still play a bit of a softball here and there, just to keep the body flowing a bit. But back to Vincent, though, I don't think his captain would be totally pleased with that effort in terms of the length of those deliveries that he was bowling there.
Well, I think this probably is his last over because really and truly the batsmen have sized them up, his pace, his direction where he's bowling the deliveries. And I believe this may be his last over. But certainly the ball has gone beyond the boundary. Not CLR James' book we're reading anyway, speaking about cricket. And he went beyond this, somewhere between the mango tree and mango trees down there and the coconut tree. And apparently seemed to have, the ball have been retrieved. And in the meantime, they are taking the water break. So there's a water break here at the moment. And just speaking about the Guyanese fast bowlers, there was one by the name of Philbert Blair.
No, Gunny, I've never heard about.
Philbert Blair, 1968-69, he went to England with the West Indies team.
Perhaps the recent Guyanese bowlers I'm familiar with would be Rian King. I think Rian King came from
but before him there was Colin Craft. And that fearsome quartet that we had in our heyday, so to speak. So they have produced a couple of fast bowlers because what happened, they played a lot of cricket at border, a real feather bed.
Yes, border cricket.
Trust me what I tell you, I bowl in that place is not easy. The batsman will wait and just bat and bat and bat and bat and bat, you know, and I believe that hindered the production of fast bowlers in Guyana because of the problem at border, because of the pitch itself. It's really slow, really easy to bat on. Some of the other areas in Essequibo and Bobis and the Quarantine, Albion, all these places in Guyana, the pitches were, it wasn't as bad as border, but you had a little chance there, you know. But I enjoyed, let me be honest with you, I enjoyed bowling on them because it tests my ability as to how good a spinner I was. To be honest with you, I really enjoyed it. I distinctly remember at border whereby I got 6 for 97 in a regional game against Guyana. And my good friend Clyde Butts, he said, if you can get so much wickets, I will get as well too. And he came and he got 6 also on a dead track. But that's how the name of the game goes, you know. But I really enjoyed bowling at border. Yes, it was a flat track, but it tests your ability. Albion, same thing. The Bobbies, same thing. You have to test. These pitches are there to test your mettle. So Guyana has produced good batting pitches, and they have produced batsmen: Clive Lloyd, Alvin Kalicharan, Leonard Bechan. So many of them we can go on and on. Shanda Paul. You know, even in the older days, they had some Basil Butcher.
Yes.
You know, so some wonderful, wonderful batsmen has come out of Guyana. But play's about to restart after the water break.
Yes, that's some very good insight there from my co-commentator there, Stanley Gunny Hines. So you did not miss any cricket. As we mentioned before, it was a short water break, taken, of course, because of the fact that that ball went out of the ground. So what would Vincent follow up that previous delivery with? As we see Vincent again runs in from the southern end, bowls. His deliveries are a better delivery there. I think that's the length that we are speaking about. Perhaps he should stick to that length, because when he went short, he didn't look as effective as with that particular length a while ago.
Yes, two other names I'll mention. I just slipped by in the little discussion. Joe Solomon, Rohan Kanai.
Yes, Rohan Kanai. Yes, Rohan Kanai.
And there was a lovely wicket keeper as well, too. Brilliant keeper, but you know there were keepers who are a little better than him. And Milton Paidana.
I think Rohan Kanai, that name stands out to me. I've heard a lot about him from my father speaking about him. We'll get back to that. As Vincent again from the southern end, bows, and a full delivery, and he's flicking this one. Should be able to get more than one here. Yes, they'll come back for a second. So I think, as you said before, perhaps Vincent tiring a bit. His line is not as consistent as it was in his previous overs. This one on the leg stump there, and Kisonat there playing a wonderful leg lance over mid wicket and taking 2 runs there. So the total
He's up to
moves
12. He's up to 12.
Yes, he's up to 12, and the total is on to 38 for the loss of 1. Trinidad and Tobago in response to Guyana's 179. As we see Vincent running in, bowls to Kisonat. That's a very good delivery there, and well played as well. Delivery on a very good length. Kisonat coming forward and just stroking it out to the man at cover. So that is the end of that over. It's the end of the 10th over, and the score is 38 for the loss of 1.
And thus far, what has impressed me with the Trinidad and the batsmen thus far, they are very, very positive. Anything offline, they're trying to get runs. They're not just staying there and push and push. They're definitely looking for runs. And they've been very positive thus far. One other name I also just remember, Stephen Kamash.
I don't think I've heard about that name, Gunny. Some of these names, not
it's important that you read the history of Western Indies. It's
yes.
Very, very important.
So that's some good research to go into there. As we see Saini coming for his start of the new over. That delivery is down. Sandia, yes, sorry, I got the name all mixed up there. Sandia there, yeah, he's starting his second over. That delivery down the leg side, Jagusar going for a sweep, missing it completely. Not taken cleanly by the keeper, and they were able to go through for a single. So the score moves on to 39 for the loss of 1. That brings Kisonat into strike. He'll be facing up to Sandina. He's punching that one off the back foot. Straight to the man at point. There's no run. Sandia, slow left arm bowler, bowling left arm around the wicket. And he's up and bowls, and he's sweeping this one. Kisonat, not getting all of it. He should be able to come back for 2 runs and gets it easily. So 2 more added to the total. That's on to 41 for the loss of 1. I think what we've seen also from that's Kisonat. I think what we've seen so far from the Trinidad and Tobago batsmen against the spin also gone is that they're prepared to sweep. Perhaps something that we didn't really see a lot of from the Guyanese batsmen. As we see Sandy again, his delivery a bit slower. Slow off the pitch as well. And Kisonat is able to just usher it down to the man at gully. And there's no run. 41 for the loss of 1. 10.4 overs. As Sandy again, another slowish delivery. And he's punching it out to mid-on. There's no run there. Jagusar perhaps thinking that there was a run. His partner sent him back rightfully. Good call. That's what you need, a good confident early call from your partner. As Sandy again, final delivery of this over. His ball, another flighty delivery. Right to mid-off this time. And a misfield. Should be able to come back for a second. Jagusar there perhaps overrun that single, so wasn't able to capitalize on that misfield by Thorn, I think it is, yes. Thorn at mid-off. Was a delivery full, and Kisonat punching it out to mid-off. Thorn rushed in, trying to effect a run out there, but took his eyes off the ball at the last minute and misfielded it. So 1 more to the total. It's now 42 for the loss of 1 at the end of over number 11. So it's going to be Vincent from the southern end comes in, and Kisonat is going back and walking that one through mid-wicket. Should be able to take a single. Yes, he does. Score pushes on to 43 for the loss of 1. So this is actually Vincent's 6th over. So based on the playing conditions, I believe this should be his last over in this particular spell. So he'll be hoping to give his captain another breakthrough. Brings Jagusa on strike. Was looked very good so far. As Vincent comes in, bowls to Jagusa. This delivery is there in defense, very solid in defense. Punches it out to the man at short extra cover. And there's no run. The score remains at 43 for the loss of 1.
Replying to Guyana's 179, so they're 136 away.
So it will be Vincent again from the southern end. Smooth run up, comes in, bowls. This delivery again. Jagusa is just there on his front foot, leaning forward, pushing it out to the man at cover. Very confident in defense there, Jagusa, showing the maker's name. The ball actually making a very good song off his bat, whether in defense or attack, which is always a good sign as a batsman. It tells you that your timing is there. So the fielder they're walking on the ball, trying to keep the shine going. I think something perhaps Trinidad didn't do very well yesterday in terms of walking on the ball. As Vincent again comes in, bowls, and Jagusa is punching that one again straight to the man at extra cover. So he's well positioned there. Last 3 deliveries actually finding that particular fielder. So no need for Jagusa to really get impatient or anything. He's finding the middle of the bat, finding the fielders also. But it's a 3-day game. There's a lot of time to bat. There's a lot of overs to bat. As Vincent again runs in, bowls to Jagusa, and this is a forcing shot there. Taking the inside portion of the bat. Perhaps he was looking for hit that one perhaps through mid-off, but the inside portion of the bat and the ball check it out to mid-wicket, and they're able to come through for a single. That moves the total on to 44 for the loss of 1. Over number 12. Vincent, with perhaps is his last delivery of this particular spell. Runs in. It's bowling to Kisonat. This delivery, Kisonat is punching it out to the man at cover. There's no run. So a rather tight over, just a single coming from it. And at the end of the 12th over, Trinidad and Tobago are 44 for the loss of 1.
Yes, 44 for 1, responding to 179 made by Guyana. With Jagusa, he is on 17, and Kisonat 16. The man out, Rambe was bowled by beauty by Vincent for 5. The total was on 14, so they've added 34. 46 is score, right? So they have added 30 thus far, and fairly quick time in relation to what Guyana was scoring at. And they continue to be very positive. And with just about 35 minutes or so before lunch, there's a question of how far may they be reached at about 75. Will position themselves towards pressing on after lunch. In the meantime, Guyana will be hoping to at least dismiss or effect a breakthrough before lunch with these 2 batters seemingly set.
Yes. I'll change up on it.
So it's Rampasad, this Jonathan Rampasad from the southern end. But there was a Guyanese doctor here as well by the name of Rampasad. He attended to a lot of incensions, Still a young man. How old are you, 30? Young man. But I would advise you honestly to really try and do some research and read about the greats of West Indies cricket. Not only the era where we dominated, but generally West Indies cricket.
Facade right now, still on target there, and Jackson just pushing that one down to mid on. There's no run. So Jackson, Rampasar is a tall bowler. Good day. Apologize for this small break in transmission a while ago. We having some technical difficulties, which our technicians are trying to sort out as quickly as possible. It's Rampasad actually getting a breakthrough. Like a quarter or something. So like an inside edge. Okay, welcome back, viewers. I'm sorry for that small break in transmission there. We're having some technical difficulties at the ground here. Our technicians have worked very hard trying to get us back on track, and hopefully you're hearing us very clearly now. So what you would have missed is that Trinidad and Tobago have actually lost their second wicket. Jagasar going there, caught at bat pad off the bowling of Rampasad. So Rampasad getting the breakthrough in his very first over, the tall off spinner. A delivery there, just pitching and a bit of turn and bounce there. And the man at short like taking a very good catch to dismiss Jagasar, who was looking very, very promising there. I'm sure he'd be very disappointed with that dismissal. So the new batsman is a lot of R's there. We get it right. Ramnat is the new batsman there. First delivery, just pushing it back to the bowler. As Rampasad again, a slow flighty delivery. Ramnat going back on his back foot and just punching it back up to the bowler. So at the end of a very successful over there for Rampasad, his captain will be very delighted with that breakthrough, especially considering lunch is not too far away. And it's 48 for the loss of 2 at the end of the 13th over. So Trinidad and Tobago in response to Guyana's 179. They have started very well, but that last wicket was very key for Guyana, because Jagasar was looking very good. He played some very enterprising shots, especially through the covers. And Trinidad and Tobago perhaps would have hoped that he would have stayed a little bit longer. So is it Sandia? Sandia, just a change of ends for Sandia. I'm looking for a change of luck as well. So the tall left arm slow bowler, he's now coming from the southern end, and he'll be bowling to Kisunat. And this delivery shot, and he's pulling that one for 6. Wonderful shot. It was a shortish delivery, and Kissenat went back on his back foot and pulled that one over deep mid wicket for 6. Good shot once again. So he seemed to be prepared to put away these bad balls. If you could recall, he would have deposited Vincent, the opening bowler, for 6 over mid wicket earlier, and now he has hit a 6 as well off Sandia. So 6 more added to the total. It's now 54 for the loss of 2. Kissenat will move on to 22. And Ramnath is yet to score. As we see Sandy again comes up, bowls to Kissenat. He's forward. A good delivery there, just on and about the off stump and turning away. A bit of turn is evident there for Sandia. He just need to get his line and his length consistent. As we see him again, moves in. Sandia bowls. And he's short and he's cutting this one. Half stop there by the field at cover, but they come through for a single. So Kissenat again adds one more to his personal tally. He moves on to 23. And the total moves on to 55 for the loss of 2. Ramnath is now on strike. He's facing up to Sandia for the first time. He has a man at short leg. We have 2 slips, man at point, cover, deep square leg, mid wicket, mid on, mid off. As Sandia comes in, bows to him. His delivery is going back and punching it to the man at cover. So shortish delivery there. He just going back on the back foot there, Ramnath, and punching that one out to cover. There's no run. Sandia perhaps guilty of being a bit too short in this over. Need to get the ball a bit fuller. As he comes up again, another flighty delivery. That's better. Better length there by Sandia, bringing the batsman forward. He pushes it out to the man at cover. There's no run. 55 for the loss of 2. Sandia once again. Another flighty delivery. Drives that one. Ramnath. But can't beat the man at extra cover. And there's no run. So that's the end of the over. End of the 14th over. It's 55 for the loss of 2.
Yes, and I'm back here. You know, some technical problems we are facing with here. So you just bear with us. We are, Osnet apologizes. The technician is certainly working with it. But the previous over, you saw Jagasar. He was caught at short leg off by Joda of Rampasat for 22. And he struck 3 fours in that innings. And as I was alluding to a bit early before the break, there's a question of Guyana looking to effect another breakthrough before lunch, and hopefully one of these. And whilst Trinidad, I'll be hoping that they will have stayed there until lunch. But it went the Guyanese way where they got a wicket, the wicket of Jagasar. So I believe they'll be looking for their 3rd wicket as the off spinner Rampasat from the southern end continues.
Yes, 55 for the loss of 2, Trinidad and Tobago. As Rampasat comes up, this one on a flighty delivery. He's driving this one, finds the gap. Perhaps would come back for a second. No, they'll settle for 1. And the score moves on to 56 for the loss of 2. So delivery flighty there, and Kissenat will look very good. And comes on his front foot and punches it to extra cover. As Rampasat again comes up, bowls, and this delivery, Ramnath is going on his back foot and just pushes it up back to the bowler. There's no run. So Ramnath is yet to get off the mark. Rampasat again comes up. Delivery short of a length, and that's a good shot. Rocking back on his back foot. And goes out to deep square leg. Well run by the 2 batsmen there. So it was a shortish delivery. Ramnath just rocking back on his back foot and pulling this one out to deep square leg. The fielder and the boundary, they're coming around and saving 2 runs for his team. Score moves on to 58 for the loss of 2. Trinidad and Tobago. As Rampasat again comes in, bowls. Another flighted delivery. An appeal there, but that appears to be struck outside the off stump. As long as the batsman is playing a shot, he cannot be given out. Or he should not be given out. Let me just say that. As Rampasat again comes in. Bowls to Ramnath, and his delivery is going back. A huge appeal again. think that was a bit high. He was on the back foot. Although he's a short guy, he was on his back foot there, a ball turning in. Huge appeal, but I think perhaps that is going over the top. So Ram not there. Just have to be very careful with Ram Prasad. He's getting a bit of bounce because of his tall nature. And he comes up once again. Bowling to Ramnath. This delivery is flighted and he's driving this one up to mid-off. There's no run. So it's the end of the over. Over number 15. Trinidad and Tobago in response to Guyana's 179. They are 58 for the loss of 2.
Yes, 58 for the loss of 2, responding to the Guyanese total 179. But certainly the off spinner, the tall man from the southern end, he's creating a bit of a problem for the Trinidad and Tobago batsmen. We saw in that over there, Ramnath surviving a fairly confident appeal, but as you said, maybe a bit of height what probably saved him. But he is still there battling it out for Trinidad and Tobago. And remember, it reminds me that off spinner, the Lance Gibbs out of Guyana. 309 test wickets, the first West Indian to have taken 300 wickets in test cricket. Those days, they weren't playing as many test matches as of today. So the way you have Courtney Watts gone past him and all the others have gone past him. But certainly, he was a great off spinner from Guyana.
Sunday, it will be to start the new over. This delivery is flighted. Kisanath coming forward very confidently and pushes this one back up to the bowler. There's no run. I think Kisanath would be the prized wicket here for Guyana. He has looked very good since his entrance to the wicket. As Sandy again, short delivery, and Kisanath is back and punches this one to the offside. Should get 4. Wonderful shot. Yes, so as we were saying before, Kisanath seemed to be the type of player who will put away the bad balls. He's very assured in defense, but whenever he has been given the opportunity to score, we've seen him play some wonderful shots, Gunny.
Yes, certainly that was a wonderful cover drive there. Flighted and he went onto the back foot, gave himself room and spanked it to the right of cover to the boundary for 4. Another glorious shot here from Kisanath. As I said, he seems to be the main pillar.
Next delivery here from Sandia is punched and a poor misfield there. And once again, another cardinal error there, Gunny. We mentioned that before. It happened all here with Jagsa at the wicket. Here we had a situation where Kisanath was punching that one down too long on. Once again, Thorn misfeeding the delivery there, but the batsman, because he would have overrun at the opposite end, didn't get the opportunity to take advantage.
These are little things that coaches need to pay attention to. This type of cardinal error.
As Sandia bowling to Ramnath. Delivery there just turning a bit, taking the outer portion of the bat and goes down to the man at point. There's no run. So Sandia appears to be getting a bit of turn, but his length has not been consistent enough to put enough pressure on the Trinidad and Tobago batsmen. As we see Sandia again moving in, bowls another slow, loopy delivery. Well bowled and well played as well from Ramnath.
Yeah, but what he needs to do is to keep that line from that last delivery, keep it in that general area, forcing him to come on the front foot, look up, eye line.
As Sandy moves to Ramnath. This delivery is driving, a good shot, finding the gap. Vincent comes wrong from mid-off, limits the batsman to a single. The score moves on to 64 for the loss of 2 wickets at the end of the 16th over.
Yes, consistency is the problem here with Sandia. That line there, will be batsman looking up to play through the offside is the correct line, because once it turns a little more than they expected, anything can happen. But certainly he's a bit inconsistent, short, because that boundary struck a while ago is really a wonderful shot to a loose delivery, and he gave it the treatment it deserves. And the pillar for the Trinidad and Tobago innings thus far in Kisanath, he really and truly spunks in on anything that is a bit remotely short, a bit off target. And I'm certain that day the guy will be hoping to have him removed before lunch.
Yes, Kisanath is on 29 from 34 deliveries, so a very good strike rate there, considering it's a 3-day tournament. as Rampasad with his new over. He's coming in to bowl to Ramnath, and this delivery is a long way forward, pushes it back to the bowler, and there's no run. Rampasad again comes in, bowls to Ramnath, and his delivery is flighted, and he's pushing it up to mid-off. There's fielded there, and there's no run. So Ramnath, he has looked quite assured since coming to the wicket. As Rampasad again bowls another flighted delivery. Ramnath is a long way forward again, showing the full face of the bat. Putting it out to the man at cover. And there's no run. 64 for the loss of 2 wickets. Trinidad and Tobago. As Rampasad comes in, bowls. His delivery is a little bit shorter. So Ramnath just rocks back on his back foot and punches it back to the bowler. There's no run. It's a tight over so far. As Rampasad comes in once again, bowls. His delivery, he's back again and pushes it out to cover. So I think Trinidad and Tobago would be looking towards the lunch break. It's a few minutes away, and they would not want to lose another wicket at this point in time. Guyana, on the other hand, would be grateful for any other breakthrough. As Rampasad bowls, this is a short delivery and easily played there by Ramnath on the back foot. So it's a maiden over, and it's 64 for the loss of 2 at the end of the 17th over.
Very testing over there from Rampasad to Kisunath. Certainly, he was flighted beautifully, and he is defended very, very well indeed. Good contest between the off spinner and Kisunath here. And this type of cricket we really come to expect from people at this age, whereby you're being tested by a decent off spinner. I can hold my own with the bat. Let me try and stay for my country, Trinidad and Tobago. But it's just about 16 minutes thereabout before lunch. The Guyanese will be hoping to have another wicket, preferably Kisunath before lunch, whilst he himself and the rest of the Trinidad and Tobago team will be hoping that they will go to lunch without losing any further wicket.
Is that new bowler? So we have a new bowler here, Mahabir. Oh, and it's a drop catch. It's a drop catch. Can you believe it? And it's Kisunath, really and truly. We were just about saying a while ago that they were looking for the wicket of Kisunath. It was a short delivery there by Mahabir and a warm-up delivery, really and truly. It's Kisunath. So he went back and pulled it straight to the man at mid-wicket. He went in and went out. Disappointing for the Guyanese there. Look at that. Yes. Look at right arm leg spinner there. That's a bit of encouragement from his teammates. Should have got no wicket with his forced delivery. As he comes in again, bowls to Kisunath and he's forward. Plays this one straight up to the bowler and there's no run. So that was a short delivery there. Kisunath went back on his back foot as he has done throughout this innings and pulled it, but just hit it straight to the man at mid-wicket and he dropped it. As Mahabir again flights this one, Kisunath comes forward and drives it out to the man at mid-off. Fielded there by Vincent and come through for a single. It's 65 for the loss of 2. Mahabir comes in again, bowling to Ramnath. This delivery is short and he's punching it off the back foot and could get a boundary. No, just stopped inside of the ropes there by Vincent. It was a good shot there by Ramnath, punched off the back foot, beating him on at cover, beating him on at extra cover and getting 2 runs there. So the score moves on to 67 for the loss of 2 wickets. As Mahabir comes in, bowls, another short delivery. Ramnath is going back and punching it off the back foot, and there is no run. So at the end of the 18th over, it is now 67 for the loss of 2.
Yes, a very interesting over there from skipper Mahabir. Flighted, seems to be some like spinners. First ball, he should have taken a wicket, but a simple catch put down by the man at shortish mid-wicket. He should have taken it, and that would have been the wicket that they really needed at the launching interval. But how daily would they prefer it, I'm not too sure. But certainly an easy catch has gone a begging. But then a nice shot from Ramnath that bisected the man at extra cover and cover for 2, and it was a brilliant piece of work by Vincent that avoided a boundary. But certainly the contest is really on between the spinners from Guyana and the Trinidad and Tobago batsmen in Kisunat and Ramnath.
Right, so it will be Rampasad from the northern end. He'll be bowling to Kisunat. He comes in now, bowls to Kisunat. This Levy shot, and he's pulling this one out to deep mid wicket. And he'll get a single. So it was a blessing not to hit that as hard as he wanted, because it was in the air for quite a bit. Fielder position here, deep mid wicket for that particular shot. And he gets a single there. Score moves on to 68 for the loss of 2. As Rampasad again comes in, bowls to Ramnath, and he's back and punches it up back to the bowler. There's no run. This is going to be the off spinner once again. Comes in, bowls, another flighty delivery, and Ramnath goes back on his back foot and just punches it up back to the bowler once again. So Rampasad is pretty tidy. So far 3 overs, 1 for 8. Comes in. This is one up there, so we'll start again. Trinidad and Tobago 68 for the loss of 2. In over number 19. As we see Rampasad comes in. The line of the middle stump, turning in. And Ramnath going back and just punching it back to the bowler. There's no run. Rampasad again, another delivery. This time Ramnath coming forward to this one, a bit fuller. Join the batsman forward, which is perhaps what he needs to do a bit more. Because on the back foot, Ramnath has looked very comfortable. Comes in, bowls to Ramnath. It's Levy short again. He coming back, trying to force this one. Taking the inner portion of the bat and trickles out to the man at mid wicket, which is Vincent. And there is no run. So at the end of that over, it's 68 for the loss of 2.
Another very interesting over there from the off spinner, who continues to create some problems for the Trinidad and Tobago batsmen. And I'm very impressed with what I'm seeing from him. He's definitely flighting the ball well. He's pushing it through varying quite nicely. And he's creating some problems. And if there's anyone to take wickets, I believe it would be him. But certainly he's really bowling well here. Flighting, pushing it through, and keeping the Trinidad and Tobago batsmen on their toes. The leg spinner in Rampas and Mohabie is a very interesting bowler. Let's see what happens.
Oh, and that's out.
I just said it.
Just said it that I'm good.
I just said it.
So it was a flighty delivery by Mohabie. And Kisunat there trying to drive that one on the up. And he hits it straight back to the bowler and takes a very good catch. Because that one was traveling. There's a very good catch there. A good breakthrough here for Guyana. Just on the stroke of lunch. I think Kisunat will be very disappointing. We were saying that he has played very well. He looks very organized. His scoring it was up, and it will be very disappointing to see he was dismissed on the brink of lunch. But Guyana, on the other hand, will be very happy for that, getting that breakthrough. And so it's the 3rd wicket for Trinidad and Tobago. They're on 68 for the loss of 3. Mohabie striking in his 2nd over.
Yes, I just said it, and the very next delivery is back in the pavilion. It's a very interesting ball and looking to create even more problems for the Trinidad and Tobago batting. And this type of bowling, we're not so much accustomed to it in the Caribbean, you know. Right arm leggies and flighting. And he drove it straight back to Mohabie, and he took it very well indeed. Because many a time you see bowlers getting their own return catches and fail to take them, but certainly held on to it, and a vital wicket has gone as far as Guyana is concerned. 68 for 3.
Yes, so Mohabie once again to the new batsman, Rambaran, left-hander. He's just punching this one down to mid-on. And he comes off the mark right away. Takes a single. It's on to 69 for the loss of 3. So Rambaran, the left arm spinner, coming in at number 5 for Trinidad and Tobago. Joining Ramnat. Was been there for a while. As we see Mohabir again coming in. Bowls. He's on a good length. Ramnat just coming forward a bit and just pushing it out to the bowler. It feels. Starts again. Comes up again. Bowls. A flighty delivery. He's driving Ramnat straight to the man at cover. Can't score. It's a very good over here by Mohabir. Got the wicket off the first delivery. And so far only a single has been scored. As we see him coming again, bowls. This delivery is full. And Ramnat is driving it out to mid-off. Gets a single. Well taken single there. The score moves on to 70 for the loss of 3 wickets. Remember, Guyana batted first, scored 179. And Trinidad, in response to that total, they are 70 for the loss of 3 wickets. Once again, Mohabir coming into Rambaran. This delivery is a full toss and he's flicking it out to deep mid wicket. No feel out there. Should be able to come back for a second. Plugged in the outfield. So with a full toss there, maybe Rambaran will be very disappointed with that. Perhaps we're looking to get a bit more out of that. It was a juicy full toss at his leg stump. Nevertheless, 2 runs to the total.
A successful over as far as Guyana is concerned. Take no wicket off the Trinidadian key man Kishanath. He went for 31, caught and bowled by Mohabir, 68 for 3. Is now pushed on to 70 for the loss of 3. 70 for 3. 71 for 3. 72 for 3. As the Guyanese continue to walk away at the Trinidadian batsman. I said, very interesting bowling Mohabir. He's not the traditional leg spin who will just run up. He's just walking in basically and flicking it over, and he's been bowling has very good control so far with the leg spinners. Very good control.
Yes, it's going to be Rampasad again, and new over. Bowling to Ramnat. Good delivery. On a length, Ramnat leaning forward, pushes it out to cover, and there's no run. Rampasad once again comes up, bowls. His delivery is a bit shorter. Ramnat going back on the back foot and just punching it out to the man at mid-wicket, and he can't score. So it's a good contest here with Rampasad and Ramnat. As he comes in again, the off-spinner bowls. Just delivery is forward, pushes it out to cover. There's no run. Score remains on 72 for the loss of 3. As we see Rampasad again. Flighted delivery. Ramnat going on the back foot this time. And just pushes it out to the man at mid-wicket. And can't score. So 4 dot balls so far. As we see Rampasad again. In. Bowls. This delivery a bit shorter. But kind of torn, it spun back into Ramnat. He was looking to cut perhaps, but then the turn on that one made him change his mind. A bit uncomfortable there. As Rampasad again comes in. Another flighted delivery. Well bowled, well played as well. By Ramnat. It's a very good over there, tight one. Mainly it is. Just there about testing the batsman's patience there.
Very good over from the off spinner from the southern end, Rampasad. The Trinidad and Tobago batsmen have been served up with a diet of slow bowling, spin bowling, and they are creating some problems as they getting the ball to spin and bounce. And what is interesting in Osnet is that here it is the batsmen are trying to play against the spin by going through the offside rather than trying to tuck it on the leg side that the ball is coming into them. I think it's very interesting, but be that as it may, they have survived, and the Guyanese continue to exert pressure on the Trinidad and Tobago batting lineup with the spin twins of Rampasad and Mohabir. Mohabir, very interesting leg spinner. Not far, he's not actually really running in per se. If you look at him carefully, it's what, 4 footsteps, 5 footsteps in, and he's keeping good control.
So it will Mohabir again to Rambaran. This delivery is full and he's driving it up to mid-off. Thorn there.
His control is very, very good indeed for a leg spinner, because you tend to find leg spinners dropping this loose one every now and then. But he's certainly bowling good line, good length, good flight.
As we see Mohabir again into Rambaran. This delivery is a bit slower. Rambaran coming forward, a long way forward. Pushes it up back to the bowler who feels off his own bowling. And there is no run. A good morning session so far. As we see Mohabir at the start of his mark again. Comes in to bowl to Rambaran. This delivery is full length. Rambaran is forward again and pushes it straight up the pitch. The bowler once again feels off his own bowling. There's no run. As we see Mohabir again in bowls. This delivery is a bit shorter and he's swiveled and just walks that around the final agreement. Should get 4. Yes, he does. That was a very good shot. It was a delivery off target there by Mohabir. The first bad delivery as such we have seen from him. He's been very economical. He's been very steady and consistent on that off-stump line. But his delivery was started on leg stump and going forward down leg, and Rambaran was able to just swivel on that one and timed it well enough to get a boundary down to deep square leg.
First loose delivery we've seen from the leg spinner. I just made mention that he has terrific control, but these things happen with leg spinners, right arm like he's. Every now and then you'll get this loose delivery, and he saw the loose delivery as I was speaking about it, and he helped himself basically to for a 4, a boundary.
So we are now seeing Mohabir once again to this delivery. He's driving it to the man at mid-off, and there's no run. We'll update you on the scores in the other matches at the end of this over. As we see Mohabir he's into Rambaran, and he's forward once again. Good delivery there, and that's the end of the over. It's 76 for the loss of 3. 22 overs gone. Trinidad and Tobago in response to Guyana's 179 here at the Park Hill Playing Field. So now we'll give you an update on the scores from the other game. At Cumberland, we have Jamaica playing Barbados. Jamaica 234 all out. Barbados in response 158 for 2 from 43 overs. They trail by 76 runs. Windward Island versus Leeward Islands at the Annisway Playing Field. Windward Islands 209 all out. Leeward Islands in response 184 for 4, 64 overs. They trail by 25 runs. So those are the updates on the other 2 games that are playing simultaneously. Back to our live match here at Park Hill. We have Rampasad once again.
I think this is the last over before lunch.
Yes, it should be. Bowling to Ramnat. He will just be thinking about survival, getting through to lunch and starting fresh after lunch, as this delivery is short and he's pulling this one out to deep square leg, and he gets 4. So it was a short delivery there, and Ramnat just comes back on his back foot and pull that one ferociously, and the man at deep square leg couldn't stop that one, and he gets himself a boundary, and his score moves on to 80 for the loss of 3. So it is Rampasad coming in again, bowling to Ramnat. This delivery is flighted, and that's a good one. Was it a chance there? The expression by the fielders tells us that perhaps there was a bit of an outside edge there.
Yes, the body language seems to suggest that he got a nick.
A good flighted delivery outside the arm. The keeper there just couldn't hold on to that one. As Rampasad again, this one is a bit short and slow, turning back into him. Was shaping up to play another pull stroke, but perhaps didn't get the length, the sharpness that he was looking for. And then punching it down to mid-on, and there's no run. So Rampasad in. This delivery, Ramnat is forward, playing a good, solid defensive shot there. Full face of the bat. Out to the man at cover, and there's no run. 80 for the loss of 3. Trinidad and Tobago. As we see Rampasad once again comes in, bowls. Oh, and that's a close one there. It was a shortish delivery, turned into the batsman. Ramnath there going back on his back foot and flicking it in the air past the man at short leg there. I can't really consider that a chance, Johnny, as we've been saying all along. The speed at which that went past him, it was a very difficult opportunity there.
Sometimes they stick, sometimes they don't. And it turned, it bounced on him, and he got it away from the short leg. But I said it's so close. But be that as it may, he survives. And at lunch here at the Park Hill playing field, Trinidad and Tobago responding to Guyana 179. They are 81 for the loss of 3, 81 for 3. The Trinidad and Tobago dismissed the Guyanese for an additional 4 runs from 9 overs this morning, from 175 for 8 to 179. They in turn lost Jagisar. He was caught Joda of Rampasad for 22. Ramdi was bowled by Vincent for 5. Kisunat, he was caught and bowled Mohabe for 31. The wickets fell at 14, 48, 68. Ramnath is on 11 not out. Rambaran at 7 not out. As at lunch, Trinidad and Tobago 81 for 3 at lunch, as we'll have had 85 runs for the morning session, and certainly the game is in the balance, so to speak, at lunch at 81 for 3. They are 98 runs behind with 7 wickets intact, and some intriguing spin bowling here from the Guyanese quartet, Guyanese Sandia, Rampasad and Mohabir. And we look forward after lunch to some very interesting play whereby the Trinidad and Tobago batsmen are up against the Guyanese slow bowlers, spin bowlers, and certainly we can look forward to another interesting session between lunch and tea. So at the moment, Trinidad and Tobago responded to Guyana 179. They are 81 for 3 as the players move away from lunch. So for the moment, the viewers will go back. Welcome back to the Parkway playing field. We're certainly having our own technical problems here, and technician working very hard to ensuring that everything is on stream. But let me say good afternoon once again to viewers from local, regional, international, from the Parkway playing field here in St. Vincent Windies, the Cricket West Indies Under-19 tournament match between Trinidad and Tobago and Guyana. We have had a bit of an interruption as a result of very, very light drizzle. But it has taken out some minutes out of the day's play. And of course, we just had another short break. There was a break for 14 minutes. We lost that. There was another break probably for another 5 minutes, 10 minutes. So the players are back out. Guyana, 179, Trinidad and Tobago. At lunch, they were 81 for 3. At the moment, they are 83 for 3. That short play that we had, and it would be the Guyanese leg spinner, the captain Mohabie. He'll be bowling to Ramnath. Ramnath is on 11. Maria. So we are waiting on the umpire to restart play. There's a slip, leg slip, sitting it on, Mohabie in. He pushes this one back to the bowler, and no addition to the total. 83 for 3, Trinidad and Tobago in pursuit of 179 made by Guyana. Mohabie, slip go down, short legs go down. Outside off stump short, and here goes Ramnath back and pulls this one away down to the mid-wicket area. And he certainly will collect 2 more. He's up to 15. Total up to 85. 85 for 3. 85 for 3 here at the Park Hill playing field. The dark cloud has gone over our head, but there's another dark one right in front of us. So we're hoping that it will, the wind, there's very little wind here. The trees are still. So we're hoping that it will go to the right or go to the left. This one driven out to long mid-on, and there's no run. Mohabie to bowl to Ramnath, and he drove that one out to mid-on, and there's no run. Right arm leggy to bowl to Ramnath. In. Back he goes, my goodness, and that one took the outer portion of the bat, flew past the slip, and he collects a single for 3 to a single, and the total rolls up now to 86 for the loss of 3. 86 for the loss of 3. The left-handed Rambaran comes into strike from the right arm leggy, the captain of Guyana, Mohabie. The sun is out, but this situation with the weather, the dark clouds is said to our right. We are hoping that it will keep going that way and end up some way away from the Park Hill playing field, so we'll have uninterrupted play for the rest of the afternoon. So we'll just keep our fingers crossed that it will certainly drift away. So there's a slip, silly mid on, silly mid off, backward point, cover, mid off, mid on, back goes Rambaran, forces out to shortish cover, and there's no run. 87, 86, 87? 86 for the loss of 3. 86 for the loss of 3. As it's Mohabie, right arm leggy from this end, hips flighted and forward defensive in the approved manner. The end of a pretty good over after a short stint for stoppage in relation to rain. But as we say, we keep looking at the clouds because we're not too sure what's happening. But I keep saying and praying that that dark cloud there would drift to the right of us, not to the left. It comes to the left, it will suddenly end up here. Hoping it will drift to the right of us and go that way towards the airport area, some in the middle of the country, somewhere there, so that we'll be spared another stoppage. So from the southern end, it will be the off spinner in Rampasat. I be bowling to Ramnath. 86 for the loss of 3. Rampasat, the tall off spinner. Bowl a beautiful spell thus far. Slip, slim it on, slim it off, backward point, cover, square leg, mid wicket, long on, mid off. No mid-wicket. Very strange. In. And he clips this one out to backward square and he collects a single. That's Ramnath. Get his score in a short while. He's somewhere in the region of about 19 thereabout.
Yeah, good afternoon to you, Gunny, and all our viewers. Hopefully that would be the last of our interruptions, whether by rain or by technical difficulties. We have Rampasad, who bowled a very good spell before lunch. Really checking with the batsman, was able to get a bit of tone. I'm sure he'll be looking forward to bowling to the left-hander where he can take it away from the left-hander. He has a slip in place and he has a silly mid-off and a silly mid-on. This delivery is punch and a good shot at the stump there. I think it was actually a direct hit, but the batsman there, Ramnath, very quick between the wickets as well. So it was a shortish delivery which he punched out to mid-off. Mid-off is a bit deep and he was able to judge a single there very well. So very well run. In the end, that was actually Rambaran, sorry, the left-hander. Punched it to mid-off and came through for a single. So it moves on to 88 for the loss of 3 wickets. It's Rampasad again, bowls. A delivery coming into the right-hander there. Good length. Ramnath has been very assured. Has played very well so far. He's able to defend that one out to cover and there's no run. We have Rampasad again. Comes in, bowls, a flighty delivery this time, tossed that outside the off stump. Bit of bounce there, turn and bounce, which we have gotten used to with him. He's getting a bit of bounce from the wicket because of his tall stature. Just need to get it consistently in those areas that can trouble the batsman here. As we see him coming again, bowls. His delivery, Ramnath going back, well played. He's playing him off the wicket here, we could say. Just judging the pace and the bounce. More so on the back foot. As Rampasad again, bowls a good length and Ramnath is forward and pushes out to cover. And that's the end of the over. Over number 27. And the score is 88 for the loss of 3 wickets.
Yes, and Trinidad continues to, in the form of Rambaran and Ramnath, trying to get a feel back of the pitch, so to speak, after that interruption. Following lunch and then the rain. And the Guyanese bowlers are looking for their line, their length, and so far, so good.
In terms of the interruptions, Gunny, who do you think it will affect more, the batsman or the bowlers?
I think the batsmen, they have to restart.
Yes, very much so. As we see Mohabir coming in again, be bowling to Rambaran. His delivery is pushing it nicely, straight up back to the bowler for no run. As we see the sun coming out in all its glory now. As Mohabir again, this one is shortish. Rambaran goes back and punches it down to mid-on. There's no opportunity there for a single. Score remains on 88 for the loss of 3. As Mohabir again comes in, bowls a flighty delivery this time. Rambaran is just there, punching it back to the bowler. Good flight so far. Actually, I like the look of Mohabir. He has given the ball a bit of air. And he has made some very important breakthroughs for Guyana. This delivery again, Rambaran is coming forward and just pushing it back up to the bowler, presented the full face of the bat. Mohabir again. Bowls. Another good delivery. Good line, good length. Is that testing length? Just working on the patience of the batsman. Good line, good length, and Rambaran equally up to the task on that occasion. As we see Mohabir again, another foolish delivery. Rambaran drives it out to the man at mid-off, and there's no run. It's a very good over there. It's a maiden over, and the score remains at 88 for the loss of 3 wickets.
Much and muchness there, in that he kept flighting on a particular line, a particular length, and they were being pushed back towards the bowler, mid-off, mid-on. And that's exactly how the over went. But it was a testing over as far as the batsmen are concerned, and a good head to keep that particular line by Mohabir. So again, the test is on between the leg spinner and the Trinidad and Tobago batsman. But as I said, a pretty good over.
So it's going to be Rampasad again from the other end. His first delivery is shortish, but there he has protection on the deep square leg boundary. So that will just limit that to 1. So we're seeing that guy on the deep square leg boundary for a while now, just in case Rampasad pulls one down, then he has that sort of protection on the leg side. So on the other hand now with Rambaran on strike, we're seeing quite a few men around the bat. We have a slip and we have a man at short leg and a man at sitting mid off. As this delivery is forward, pushes it out to cover, yes. Fair point. Maybe that's something the captain might want to look at some point in time. As we see Rampasad again, bowls this delivery. It's a bit flatter, a bit quicker. Rambaran goes back on his back foot and just pushes it up back to the bowler, who feels off his own bowling, and there's no run. Score remains 89 for the loss of 3 wickets. As we see Rampasad again. This delivery is a bit short and he's pulling this one over mid-wicket. Good shot. And he gets 4. So that was a shortish delivery. And Rambaran there just rocking back on his back foot and taking full advantage and deposited it over mid-wicket. 1 bounce into the fence for 4. Good shot.
Yes, a good shot there by Rambaran and showing his potential as a potential all-rounder. Having bowled his left arm fairly well, he got 2 for 24, and now he's trying to ensure that they don't get any further breakthrough, showing that he can bat.
Yes, as we see Rampasad again. This delivery is a bit wide outside the off stump. Rambaran just shoulders arms and allows it to be taken by the wicketkeeper, and there's no run. So 93 for the loss of 3 wickets. Trinidad and Tobago in response to Guyana's total of 179. Guyana scoring just 4 runs this morning, adding to the overnight total. As Rampasad is a flighted delivery. Is it caught at slip? A big appeal. It was a flighted delivery. Rambaran came forward. His bat definitely hit the ground, but we're not sure if it was an outside edge. But the ball ended up in the field at slip. So
from our position, we definitely cannot give
it's difficult for us
from judgment in relation to what really happened. So the umpire, being in the best position, made a decision. He says not out. He's not out, but certainly he was beaten.
Yes,
there's no ifs and buts. Rambaran was beaten. So a mix back there, short delivery positive for 4. Then he tested him in the rest of the over, almost effecting a breakthrough at the final delivery.
Yes, Mohabir again, delivering a very good length, a testing length there. Ram not coming forward and pushing it down to mid-off, and there's no run. As we see Mohabir again, another flighted delivery on and about mid-run off stump, turning away. Ram not in a very good position there to just push it back up to the bowler. So there's a very good testing length here by Mohabir. As we see him again, bows. This one a bit short. Ram not going back, trying to force this one off the back foot. Not really coming on as he would like, and end up just pushing it back to the bowler. As we see Mohabir again, his delivery is a good delivery, a good length. Ram not there, just going back and punching it out to the man at cover. No run. Mohabir once again comes in a flighted delivery this time, and he's pushing it back to the bowler. Good flight there, giving the ball a bit of air, Mohabir, which is good to see. Good control as he comes in again for his last delivery. Another flighted delivery. I think the man at silly mid off took a hit there, which is expected at some point in time.
Yes, the end of I would call it a teasing over there from Mohabir. He's keeping an immaculate length, immaculate line, very consistently bowling that ball. Eye line, allowing the batsman to come forward and keep pushing it or driving it back to the short fielders. But certainly, good teasing over there as his examination of Rambaram and Ramnath from the leg spinner, Mohabir.
Spinners also getting through the overs very quickly.
Well, it's very similar because yesterday Trinidad and Tobago, despite all the time lost, they still got an 80 overs. So despite we are a bit behind time in terms of losing 4 overs because of the rain, they're going to make it up. You trust me, they're going to make it up with these slow bowlers, and as the off spinner Ramper side will continue from the southern end and from that end, and really and truly, I really thought that the gully should be in place. You see that gully area? Because that ball tend to be going across him. Force delivery back to the ball, and there's no.
So it's Rampasad once again. Tall off spinner. Coming around the wicket this time. Bowls. This one outside the off stump. A lot of excitement there around the bat. As you would come to expect from fielders around the bat. A lot of chirp, a lot of chatter. A lot of encouragement for the bowler, which is needed, especially in these conditions, which are not totally helpful for the bowlers. As we see Rampasad again, another flighty delivery. He's flicking this one. He should be able to get a single out to deep mid-wicket. Yes, he does. No chance there for a second. Good fielding out there in the deep. There was a delivery on the line of the leg stump there, and Rambaran just going forward and stylishly flicking it through the mid-wicket area and picking himself up a single. It's on to 94 for the loss of 3. As we see Rampasad again. Delivery is pulled down quite a bit short. Ramnath went back there trying to walk it onto the leg side. Managed to pick out the man at short leg. So there's no run. As we see Rampasad again comes in, bowls a flighted delivery, a huge appeal. He's a long way down the wicket. So it would be very difficult for the umpire to judge him LBW there. More than likely that would have hit him outside the end of the off stump as well. So a huge appeal there, confident appeal. But in the end, I think it was the right decision by the umpire. As we see Rampasad once again comes in, bowls. Delivers that is short and hits out to the man at square leg. Yes, well done. Fawn, it is. Making a good save on the square leg boundary there. Good, strong return into the wicketkeeper. And it's the end of the over. Over number 31. It is now 95 for the loss of 3 wickets.
Yes, as Ramnath and Rambaran continue to slowly but surely get the Trinidad and Tobago total closer to the Guyanese total. But they're up against 2 very good spin bowlers here in Rampasad, the off spinner, and Mohabir, the leg spinner. But certainly Mohabir has been keeping an immaculate line and immaculate length and forcing the batsman to come forward and either push it back to the short fielders or just drive it back to him mid-on, mid-off. The battle is really a battle of wits between the spinners and the Trinidad and Tobago batsmen.
Yes, it's going to be Mohabir once again, the leg spinner. The ball into Ramnath. This delivery, Ramnath is back and forcing it back past the bowler who half stops that one. The fielder there, Vincent, at mid-off, comes and clean up, and there is no run. It's Mohabir once again. Nice flighty delivery. That's what he has done very well in terms of his accuracy. He's flighted the ball quite a bit, but he has also been very accurate. As we see Mohabir once again comes in, bowls. It's a bit flatter this time. And Ramnath is in defense, is compact in defense, and pushes it up back to the bowler. There's no run. As we see Mohabir again, another flighty delivery. He's pushing this one, but can't find the gap there. He's pushing it out to Vincent at mid-off. And there's no run. Mohabir comes in once again. Bowls, another flighty delivery. This time Ramnath is just pushing it out to the mid-wicket area, short mid-wicket. The bowler goes around and fields that one. There's no run. As we hear some drizzle again. As Mohabir again, shortish delivery, and he's pulling this one out to deep mid wicket, would be able to come back for 2. Appears to be a very good stop there by the. Oh no, he's actually signaling 4. So that was a good shot there. It was a poor delivery, really. It's disappointing end to the over there for Mohabir. A short delivery, and Ramnath went back on his back foot and put it behind square, and got himself 4 runs. So the score moves on to 99 for the loss of 3. Some slight showers again, Gunny.
It's all a question of who is going to give. Which of them the batsman is going to. Is it that the batsman will going to give or not? Because he's bowling his ball outside of that loose delivery is expected from a right arm leggy. It's expected every now and then. But he's really and truly been keeping an extremely good line.
It's Rampasad from the northern end.
You hardly find a leg spinner bowling the type of line he bowling without straying too regular. Must see once or twice, I believe, he strayed. Once or twice.
As Rampasad comes in again. His delivery is a little foolish and plays it out to mid-wicket. Past a diving fielder there. He's able to get a single. Vincent mopping up once again. He has done a lot of work in the outfield, the opening bowler. We've seen him at deep mid-wicket. We've seen him at mid-off.
100 is up.
Yes, the 100 is up for Trinidad and Tobago after 32 overs. So a run rate of just a little above 3 as Rampasad comes back. Bowls a flighted delivery, and Ramnath is trying to force that one through the offside, play against his spin in that situation. The ball hitting the inner portion of the bat and trickling out to the man at mid-on, and there's no run. So a slightly loose shot there from Ramnath. Just need to settle down once again. As we see Rampasad from the northern end comes in, bowls another flighted delivery, and he's hitting this one over extra cover. A very good shot. May not have timed it as well as he would have liked, but he should be able to come back and get 2 runs. So it was a flighted delivery outside the off stump there, and Ramnath driving it upishly over extra cover and getting himself 2 runs. So it's now 102 for the loss of 3. We're in over number 33. Trinidad and Tobago in response to Guyana, who made 179. They were bowled out earlier this morning. If you can recall, they went overnight 175 for 8. So only added 4 runs to their total this morning. I think the Trinidadians would have been very happy with that, because they were getting very frustrated yesterday with those lower order partnerships. As Rampasad flights, this one is a good, it's a hit. It's a slight chance there. I would say it was a difficult chance. Ramnath perhaps looking to go over mid-off. But once again, playing against the spin. The ball perhaps turning a bit and taking the inner portion of his bat and just slightly evading the fielder there at mid-on. So it's a risky shot there. We have seen two shots in this over where perhaps he's getting a bit loose. So Rampasad again comes in, bowls another flighted delivery and beats him outside the off stump. He's a long way forward, but that one perhaps just holding its line, perhaps going on a little bit of an arm ball and beating the outside edge. So it's the end of the over from Rampasad. It's 104 for the loss of 3 wickets.
Yes, and certainly the Ramnath and Rambaram giving the Guyanese bowlers hope, because every now and then something is going close by to one of the fielders. The bat is being beaten. All sorts of things are happening, but just would not run the Guyanese way in terms of a wicket. But certainly there's hope, and Mohabi will continue. Again, he's really truly been testing Ramnath. He's really been testing him because he has faced a lot of deliveries instead of the left-hander Rambaram. But certainly the battle continues, and it's really and truly pleasing to watch batsman bat spin bowling of a decent level. Let me put it at a decent level on a slow pitch.
Deep square leg for 6. Similar type delivery, but he was not able to hit it as well as he would have liked. But this one, it was a full toss on leg stump, and he made full use of that scoring opportunity.
Yes, and loose delivery and put away. The delivery got the treatment it deserved for a maximum of. As 10 to 1, if Mojabe fingers are getting a little bit tired.
So he's in a long
A very
spell.
long spell
Yeah, I
for
think this is
Alex
his
Spinner.
7th or so this is his 9th over.
Yes, for Alex Spinner, right arm leggy.
But short again since coming to the wicket. He's on 21, and Ramnat, his partner, is on 23. 23. So there's another delivery, just leaving that one outside the Awesome there, Rambaran, as we see Mojabe here again. Another sweep shot behind square, should be able to get 4, and he will. I think that is a relatively safe shot for the left-hander because he's turning the ball into the left-hander. So any ball that is pitched mid on leg, it's an easy shot really and truly for the left-hander. Sweeping behind square.
He's bowled quite a lot of the overs to the right hander. But for this over in particular, he's bowling to the left hander, which the ball is going into him, and he's looking to get that line right again. But certainly, 9 overs for a right arm leggy is quite a bit because the fingers are involved here. And he's the skipper. He ought to know what should be done. So Trinidad continue to motor now. They're at 100 and what? 114?
Yes,
And they're getting 1 for 3. They're getting closer to the Guyanese total. But certainly, Mojabe may see it fit for him to take a little break and allow one of his other bowlers to continue the attack for Guyana from this end.
Above 3, which is not electric as we said, but in comparison to the Guyanese, it's an upgrade. It's an upgrade. As Mojabe here again, this delivery is dragged down, and it punches it down the ground. Vincent feels it at mid-on, and there's no run. It's the end of the over, so a 6 and a 4 in that over. Very expensive one there for Mojabe. Perhaps that would be the end of his spell.
I rather suspect he would call it, because he's the captain of the squad, I rather suspect that he may see it fit to introduce a different bowler from this end here. Because certainly he really had a very good spell barring those 2 deliveries in this over. He really has bowled well. And teasing and testing Ramnarat and Rambaran as there's a little bit of a huddle as the umpire having words with someone. I'm not too sure what happened. But Trinidad and Tobago slowly but surely getting closer and closer to the Guyanese total. As Rampasad will continue from that end there, and maybe just maybe we may see one of the seamers return. Just maybe. Very scarce, yes. Very scarce. But you know the good thing about this pitch, it's slow, and if you can use the seam, shine one side and keep the other side rough, and you can keep that consistent line like a CWI did yesterday. That is basically what is needed. You slow up the run rate for sure.
It's going to be Rampasad again. He's in his...
What over him? 11th over. 12th.
think the bowlers will appreciate any support they can get in the field. As we see Rampasad again. Comes in, bowls to Ramnath, and he's driving this one straight to the man at mid-off. So I think in the last over, Gunny, we saw quite our 2 shots in that general mood where he was trying to hit the off spinner over mid-off. One of them he managed to squat over the man at extra cover. The other one hit the inner portion of the bat and just evaded the fielder at mid-on. But this time he probably should have lifted it a bit more. It seemed to come off the middle of the bat. But it was a very good catch there by Vincent, the opening fast bowler as well.
Yeah, but the perseverance has paid off because they've been really bowling and creating that hope that somebody will get out at any given time. Yes, they were batting, putting away the short deliveries, the loose deliveries. But the moment they're flighting it, there's a little bit of a hope. Couple balls have gone past the bat, there's some appeals for LBW and so on. So what happened there, he wasn't to the pitch of it, he went through the line and lobbed an easy catch to mid off, and he's on his way back to the pavilion. But he batted well for his 24, that's Ramnath, and position Trinidad and Tobago now at 100 and what's the score? 116, a partnership of 48. Partnership of 40 between Ramnath and Rambaram. Good partnership in given situation. It's a slowish pitch. And once you can do like that, be patient, it will pay off. And this is Rampasad's second wicket.
Yes, Gunny. From the last over, we were seeing that he was trying to branch off a bit. He was trying to get loose. He has been batting very well, very defensive in his approach. But just in the last over, so we were seeing him getting a little bit restless, a little bit loose. And he paid the ultimate price of losing his wicket. So that was a good breakthrough there. The partnership was getting very dangerous for Guyanese. For the Guyanese, Rampasad getting his just reward there. The new player is Ramlal, the left arm spinner. He would have had a very good day yesterday in terms of getting 4 wickets. So that should give him some confidence in terms of his batting as well now, as he faces his first delivery to Rampasad. And that delivery is outside the off stump. He's a long way forward there. A huge appeal. Not out, says the umpire. I think another good decision that perhaps struck the batsman outside the line of the off stump and should not be given out. As we see Rampasad again. Comes in, bows to Ramlal. There's another flighty delivery. He's a long way forward, not very convincing. All right. But he survives. And that's a successful over there for Rampasad, who has bowled well.
Toiled away. It's a maiden wicket. Actually, there were no runs in that over, and he got the prize wicket of Ramnath, caught by Vincent mid-off for 27. 116 for the loss of 4. 63 runs behind as the spinners continue to toil away on a slow track against the Trinidad and Tobago batters. And really and truly, they have kept a very good line, barring every now and then one may be on the loose side, full toss, a bit short. But generally, they have been plugging away. And they have reached good rewards. They have taken 4 wickets at 116. So the question to see what the skipper Mohabi will do, if he will continue or bring in another bowler.
Is a new bowler, right? Oh, Dindial. I think he bat number 3.
Dindial?
Dindial, yeah.
Yeah, that's correct.
Yeah, Mavendra. So the new bowler is Mavendra Dindial.
Is he off spinner, leg spinner? What field do you see here? Look like a
first time we've seen him for the day. Yes.
6-3 field, he look like an off spinner.
That's right, I'm off spinner. First delivery, a bit flat and fast. And Rambaran just goes back on his back foot and punches it back to the bowler. He dives.
Yet another spin bowler.
Yes. I think it's pretty clear that we'll see quite a bit of spin for the rest of the afternoon. As Dindial again. Very unique action, we'll come back to that. This one is a bit wide of the off stump. Rambaran just allowing that to be taken by the wicketkeeper.
Right. About selling nuts. technical problem, that delivery, fast, flatter trajectory, push back by Rambaran to the bowler in Dindial. Dindial, the off spinner from this end. Sun is out. Well, it appears if all the rain has gone. Forward defensive, he can only come forward and push it back to the bowler, no run. But he is bowling fast and flat.
Yes.
Not giving the batsman any time to look up. As Dindial in. Forward goes Rambaram and pushes out to mid-on. No run, the end of a maiden over, certainly keeping things tight.
Yes, that was a relatively good over. Was not the most threatening over. As you said, he was not really flighting the ball a bit. He just rushing it through, pushing it through quite flat. And Rambaran was also up to the task in that over. Wouldn't mind playing out a Maino. It's a 3-day game, as we have mentioned before. Just a matter of batting as long as possible. So I think we'll see quite a bit more players around the bat now that Ramlal is on strike. He faced 2 deliveries in the last over. Didn't look all that convincing. So we'll see how he goes against Rampersad, who has been very, very, very economical as well as very threatening.
Definitely threatening. I will, if he gets a pitch that will give him a little more assistance, a little faster, he will create real problems. So this is a slow track, and he's creating problems.
So now we've seen a man coming in at leg slip, which I think is a very good position, considering he's turning the ball into the batsman. So we have a slip, we have a silly mid on, a silly mid off, we have a leg slip, we have a man just behind square on the leg side, we have a point mid off as Rampersad. Flighty delivery. Ramlal is a long way forward, trying to reach that one and plays it up back to the bowler.
That man at silly mid off looking for anything Bob's in. I know he's jumping around.
Another flighty delivery again. Ramlal
seems very unsure.
Yes, very tentative at the start of his innings. Not as assured as we have seen from other players. Looking to get a big stride in as well. I think the men at silly mid on and silly mid off would be very attentive. As we see a change in the field, the silly mid off comes over on the leg side now as well. Another flighty delivery, and he's pushing this one out to the man at cover, and there's no run. So what we have a two short legs, and we have a man at leg slip. As we see Rampersad again, another. He's not playing a shot there. Did it turn back enough? No, I don't think he would have. So it was a. Yes, it is, because the fact that you're not playing a shot, you give the umpire all leeway to really send you out. But he also has to be very sure that the ball is coming back enough to threaten the stumps. As Rampersad bows again, his delivery is short. Ramlal goes back and just walks it along to one of the short legs that we mentioned earlier. And there is no run. It's 116 for the loss of 4. As we see Rampersad again comes in, bows, another flighty delivery. And Ramlal is on a long way down the wicket. Just pushing it up back to the bowler, and there's no run. So another threatening over there, Gunny, from Rampersad. The score remains at 116 for the loss of 4 wickets.
So, yeah, 2 maiden overs, successive maiden overs, one from Dinleal and the other one from Rampersad. And they continue to pile the pressure on for the Trinidad and Tobago batsmen. And some interesting field placing there from skipper Mohabir. But I would have brought in a silly mid-off, so it would have been hemming him in with 2 short legs on the onside. And then a silly mid-off, the slip and the leg slip. And really put him under pressure.
As Dinial starting his second over, this one is a bit short, punches it down to Vincent, and a good shot at the stump there. Rambaran will make it. He was a bit on the back foot after playing that shot, but nevertheless, he's very quick between the wickets, so he was able to complete his ground successfully. So once again, Daniel just pushing it through. Delivery there just a bit short. Rambaran being in the wicket for the length of time he has been, he was able to pick up the length very early and punching it down to the man at mid-on, who is a bit deep. And they get a single, so it's 117 for the loss of 4 wickets. We now have Ramlal on strike, who has not looked very assured since coming to the crease, so that is why we'll see the captain perhaps attacking a bit more when he's on strike.
And quite rightly so.
So let's see how he goes against Daniel. Comes in, bowls, his delivery, he's going back and just playing it with soft hands to one of the 2 men that we have at short leg. Daniel again comes in, bowls, flighted him, and he's caught. Very good bowling, very good. Just as we were saying that Ramlal has never looked confident since he has arrived at the wicket. He's looking to come forward very quickly, very early, and as long as the bowler can perhaps hold it back a bit and get a bit of bounce, he's always been in trouble there. I think it was good bowling as well from Daniel, because what we have seen from him, he has been pushing through the ball, but on this occasion, he held it back a bit, flighted it a bit, and he reaped the rewards.
Yeah, and it bounced a bit, and certainly Ramlal was given the indication that he wasn't settled, and with the spin bowlers right on target, he just cannon fodder for the bowlers, but certainly a good wicket there taken by Daniel. As that wicket of Ramlal, but certainly what we were seeing here is that Skipper Mohabi pulled himself out of the attack as we were suggesting, and have a new bowler in. Here is Daniel now reaping the reward for a batsman in the form of Ramlal, who certainly looked unsettled, and eventually he didn't stay that long. He didn't even trouble the scorers, and he went for Dock. It's 117 now for the loss of 5. And it will appear to me as if the Trinidad and Tobago innings is at a crossroads.
Who's in the batsman?
Joshua Davis. Okay. The other off spinner. So he should be able to handle. He should be able to handle off spin, because this is what he serves up to. What he served up to the guy in his batting lineup.
Yes, and he was very impressive as well yesterday in his spell. So, Daniel
taking his first wicket. I don't think there's probably 1 run off his bowling.
Yeah, Daniel would be very.
Everything's real tight.
Very buoyed.
Flat trajectory.
Be very buoyed by that wicket. We've seen a leg slip coming into play as well. So the captain here, I must applaud him for his attacking instincts. As this one again is tossed up again. Appeal for caught at short leg. Umpire says no. So once again there, we're seeing Daniel just looping it up a bit, slowing it up, and causing some problems. So let's go again and see what he solves up this time. His delivery is a bit short. That one pushed through quite a bit. And the batsman there, Davis, is able to go back and just punch it to the man.
The danger here is once he bring him forward, this is where his greatest asset to bring him forward, because certainly Trinidad and Tobago innings is at the crossroads.
Yes, 117 for the loss of 5 as Daniel again bowls. This one is shortish and goes back, has enough time, a slow turn, and no run. So that was a very good over, a successful over for Daniel. And the score remains at 117 for the loss of 5 wickets.
Yes, 117 for 5, and they're really in the last 3 overs. Just 1 run scored, and they're keeping the pressure on the Trinidad and Tobago batting lineup. And once you're down to number 7, 8, 9, that level of competence is not as great as those who were batting before. So I think if Daniel can continue to flight it a bit and hold it back, chances are they would certainly be in for a lot of bat catches. So because there are 2 silly mid-ons and a leg slip, because he's certainly getting the ball to turn and bounce. But the only thing about it is that he's bowling fast and flat. But the problem with it, he is creating problem. They're not getting any loose deliveries to score, to get off the strike. They have to face the music.
Yes, so all the pressure now is on Rambaran, who has been there for a while. We've seen most of the bowling as we see Rampasad again. This one is shortish and beats him outside the off stump. So a bit of turn and bounce there. Push it through a bit, but he was able to get the ball to move away from the left-hander in that situation. A good take there by the keeper. So that's good start to the New over here by Rampasad, who has been very impressive. Comes up again to Rambaran, a flighty delivery, and he's just flicking this one out to mid-wicket, and he will get a single. Don't think that is a bad single for Guyana to concede.
Yeah, because they're bringing the right-hander who has just entered into the crease, has just come out to bat. And I would have brought in this Quayle right into another sort of a leg slip, leg gully, because he definitely doesn't look, it doesn't suggest permanence the moment he came to the crease, similar to Ramlal.
Ramlal, yes. So let's see what's going on here now as Rampasad, flighty delivery, is going back, struck him on the pad, and he's out. It was a delivery on a length, and Davis playing back a bit, missed it, and he was adjudged to be LBW there. So, as he was saying, Goni, he never looked confident as well going out against his spinners. And that man Rampasad again giving Guyana the much needed breakthrough. So it's now 118 for the loss of 6 wickets.
Yes, as I suggested, it doesn't suggest permanence. And both of them, just as we were saying, and as I think the Trinidadians could easily capitulate it here, the way things are going against these two off spinners, and Dinleal and Rampasad. And certainly this doesn't seem to have any real clue as to how to handle him. If Ramnaram is off the strike, anything can happen. But once Ramnaram is there, he have to try and farm the bowling. A little bit of a common sense from his point, he have to try and farm the bowling, because the other end is exposed to these off spinners who are really pushing it through and getting some bunks and turn and creating problems, real problems. So they have slipped from 116 for 3 to 116 for 6. As I said, the innings is at a crossroad, and capitulation seems to be on the cards.
I think Rambaran will be looking for a partner in the mold of Vincent that we saw yesterday. Who was able to
that type of approach. Dower, just no set of runs, steady and bad. Let's see the approach of the new man in, who is
James.
James, is it James?
Yeah. As we see Rampasad again, it's a short delivery down the leg side. They are appealing, vigorous appeal. But umpire says not out.
He's getting that ball to turn and bounce.
Yes, the bounce. I think the bounce is quite apparent from our vantage point here that Rampasad is extracting from the surface. At times it could be slow turn, but still he's causing a bit of problem, as this one is a bit short and James is pulling this one. Should be able to get a boundary. Yes, he will. So there was no protection there on the deep square leg boundary. It was a disappointing delivery there from Rampasad. He will be very disappointed with that. Was too short, and the batsman was able to get onto the back foot and pull that one over square leg and gets himself a boundary. The score moves on to 122 for the loss of 6 wickets.
That should do his confidence all the world of good by getting that boundary, because it was a loose delivery and he made use of it, and he got a boundary. Rampasad will then revert to Rampasad will then revert, hopefully from Guyana's standpoint, to bring him on the front foot and create the problem that he's been creating since lunch.
Yes, so James is off the mark. Orlando James.
Yes, that's correct.
He's off the mark. Just want to try and build a partnership here with Rambaran, who has been there for a while. As Rampasad, it's another shortish delivery. He's walking that one to the man at leg slip on the bounce. Good stop in the end. And that's the end of the over. Another successful over from Rampasad, and it's 122 for the loss of 6 wickets.
Yes, and certainly the indications from James is that he will be looking to score from the 2 deliveries he's faced thus far. So, as I said, Guyana really and truly at this moment right on top in this game. Is a question if they can keep the pressure on. One end very, very tight from Dinleal, and Rampasad trying to exploit to get more wickets. Rampasad has taken 3, Dinleal 1, but certainly the Guyanese spinners are wreaking havoc here at Park Hill against the Trinidad and Tobago squad, and a slow turner.
So it will be Dinleal, who's been very impressive so far since his introduction. He'll be bowling to Rambaran, who perhaps will have to try and shepherd the tail quite a bit, because he's the top order player here. Try and bat as long as possible as Dinleal. Just not delivering that one, so he goes back to his mark. Perhaps just seeing what Rambaran was up to. Little mind games as Daniel again comes in. A flighty delivery and Rambaran is driving back to the bowler. There's no run. It's a good flighty delivery. I think what we have seen from Daniel is he has the ability to push it through as well as bowl it a bit slow as well. So Daniel again bowls. This one is a shortish length and cutting it straight to the man at silly mid off. It's quite unfortunate. It would have been an unfortunate dismissal if that had gone up in the air.
I was about to make that point.
Yes. But he was cut so hard, it has to be your day to get those sort of dismissals. As Daniel again comes in, bowls, and Rambaran is just pushing this one out to the man at cover. And there's no run. 122 for the loss of 6, went over number 40. As Daniel again, this one push through a little bit quicker, a little bit flatter. Rambaran goes back and just punches it back to the bowler. He's really rushing through his over as well, as we see Daniel again. This one is true again, a little bit quicker. Perhaps the height there might have saved Rambaran. It was a quicker delivery, a flatter delivery. Rambaran went back on his back foot, trying to punch it, missed it completely, but he was hit above the knee roll, and he's not a short man, so my guess is that perhaps would have gone over the stump. So Daniel once again comes in, bowls, and this one is swept very well. It's a shot he has played very well so far. It was on the line of the leg stump, and Rambaran there just sweeping that one down to deep fine leg for Bungri. So it's a very good end to the over for Trinidad and Tobago, and for Rambaran, the score moves on to 126 for the loss of 6 wickets over number 40.
Yes, and it's a very good over again there from Daniel Barron, the last delivery, where he really pulled down on it short, and he is a gifted boundary. And Rambaran said, thank you very much, and he helped himself to a boundary. But the delivery that they had that appeal for LBW, I think it went straight on rather than turn. That's why he got beaten. But as you quite rightly said, the height probably, and maybe going straight outside leg stump. But certainly, Trinidad under pressure is a matter how Rampersad can bowl these deliveries back somewhere around that off-stump area, somewhere in that area to create the problem. Because the moment you try to pull down too much, you go short and you'll give boundaries away. So it's to keep it real tight, because scoring has dried up significantly since lunch.
It's Rampersad once again. He'll be bowling to James. It's a flighty delivery and James is coming forward. A huge appeal. I think the bat was very close to the pad there. I don't know if he perhaps would have gotten an inside edge. Can't tell from our vantage point. But he was forward. Not a very long way forward. It wasn't a long stride. So I guess that is the reason why the Guyanese were so loud in their appeal.
It was a vociferous appeal.
Vociferous, yes, that's the word I was looking for there, Goni. Thank you very much. As we see Rampersad once again comes in, bowls. This one a bit short. Oh, one walked. He's living dangerously here, James. That one is just walked to the left.
Between the two shots.
Between both of them, basically. But it's quite low. As we said yesterday, in terms of our analysis of fielding in these close areas, you have to stay down as long as possible. And perhaps the fielder is guilty of coming up a bit too soon and really limiting his opportunity to take that catch. So, thankfully for Trinidad and Tobago, we now have Rambaran on strike. And Rampersad is the one coming into him. This is a shortish delivery. He's punching that. Once again, he's hitting the man there at silly mid-off. I think all up yesterday we were talking about that position being named silly mid-off. And for that reason, we could say, in a situation like that, where the ball is short and the batsman rock back and punch it so well, it's difficult for you to evade such a delivery.
Well, the name of the position says it all.
As we see Rampasad again, another flighty delivery this time. And Rambaran is a long way forward and just plays it up back to the bowler. So it's a game of cat and mouse here we could see between Rampasad and Rambaran. He's just trying to lure the batsman here. As we see Rampasad again. Bowler, a very good one. It's a full length again, flighted. Rambaran again coming forward and just pushing it out to cover. No chance of a single there. Score remains 127 for the loss of 6 wickets. Trinidad and Tobago. Here comes Rampasad again. Another shortish delivery, which and a very good stop there in the covers. Very good stop. Was punched very well. I think he perhaps would have saved 2 or 3 runs there. At the end of the over, 41 overs gone. It's 127 for the loss of 6 wickets.
Yes, and certainly the session since lunch has definitely belonged to Guyana. They have put the Trinidad and Tobago team under tremendous pressure. And they have taken quite a number of wickets since lunch. They have taken 3 wickets since lunch and have really and truly put Trinidad and Tobago on the back foot. Saving perhaps for Rambaram, who is on 32 not out. He's and James and family. He has been a man that's holding the middle of Trinidad and Tobago innings together. And at 133 it is, the score?
127.
127 for the loss of 6. The game is sort of hanging in the balance there on a slow turner. I would call it a slow turner. But certainly the Guyanese spinners are extracting a bit more from the pitch, from the surface, against the Trinidad and Tobago spinners. Because the impression that one is getting is that with the attacking spinners and with the Trinidad and Tobago batsmen looking for runs, they're opening up a little bit towards the dismissals, as against yesterday when you had this dour approach, this not bothered too much about scoring and just stay there. But the problem with it is, I believe, because the pitch has dried out, we are going to see spinners come into their own even more as the time wears on. But while I'm speaking to you, you're seeing a light drizzle again. It's not coming from the normal position. It's coming from the opposite side of us now, from the western end, from the side is that the western end. And it's coming over the pavilion, and the players have left the field. The ground staff is trying to get the covers on. And certainly, as you said earlier, it's a game of cat and mouse. But there's also something that we tend to say, the devil and the wife fighting for the ham bone. I don't know if you know about that one. Do you know about that one?
No, I never heard
the devil and the wife fighting for the ham bone. No, that's when they have this kind of situation between the rain and the sun and this type of thing. But you are here as a learning experience for you from the elder statesman.
Very much so.
You know, so it's part and parcel of the whole thing. Just at the meantime, once you go into any more commentary, you realize, yes, all these little sayings I can say and help boost the broadcast. So it's 127 for the loss of 6 Trinidad and Tobago. They are 52 runs away from the Guyanese total, but certainly the battle is on, a war of attrition between the spin bowlers and the Trinidad and Tobago batsmen. 32 not out so far is Rambaran, 27 from Ramnath. I thought he batted well. Ramnath, he batted well for his 27. Kisunath, he got 31. He looked good. Jagasa, he also looked very good for his 22. The thing about it, they're getting these starts, but they're not really carrying on. But they look good, to be very honest with you. Ball hit in the middle of the bat, as again some pretty decent spin bowling. You know, but the covers they are trying to ensure that the entire areas, the entire square is covered. The rain, it's not any heavy rain, it's just this, I would call it nagging. That's the word, nagging drizzles. Nagging drizzles that came just before lunch and after lunch, and they're bringing on more covers. And as I said, in the general area where we expect the rain to come from, is not, that area is clear. It's from the opposite side. So, we blame it on climate change, global warming, what is it, to cause any rain to come from this position?
I think it's a combination of all those factors you mentioned there, Gunny.
See, I remember years ago there was a tropical system by the name of Lenny. Came from the west and battered the islands. And everybody blamed it on climate change.
Grenada had a similar situation about 2 weeks ago, whereby a freak weather system went across the Grenadines and slammed Grenada and part of the Grenadines. These systems do come around as a result of the La Nina and El Nino and all these systems that they are naming and creating the kind of problems for mankind. You know, so we just have to live with it as it is for the time being. So at 127 for the loss of 6, maybe with the rain falling a little heavier coming from the western end rather than from the eastern end, maybe we can say that's it for the time being until we are ready to restart. 127 for 6 Trinidad and Tobago.
Good afternoon again from the Park Hill playing field, whereby the rain subsided. The umpires decided that it will be an early tee, and play has just about resumed. We lost some time, but be that as it may, there will be no, the tee interval has already taken place in between the stoppage for rain, and now you see the first ball to be delivered by Dinleal from the top end. And this one struck by James. And they're going to get some runs here. 1, 2 runs to James. He goes up to 7, and the total up to 129. 129 for the loss of 129 for the loss of 6 Trinidad and Tobago. Play has just resumed here in relation to this game between TNT and Trinidad and Guyana. As there's some repairs being done to the bails on the wicket at that end there. So what we have here is all coming out of the other games. Barbados 251 for 3, 251 for 3 with Joshua Dawn 110 not out, Akeem Perryman 72. Barbados 251 for 3, Jamaica 234. Very powerful position. Another delivery there from Dinleal, pushed out by James, who seemed to want to play shots. This one is swept this one away quite nicely. They're going to get 1. That's all they will have. He goes up now to 8, and the total up to 129. 129 for the loss of 130 for the loss of 6. 130 for the loss of 6. Trinidad and Tobago in their innings. So that is the situation there in that game between Barbados and Jamaica. Jamaica 234. Barbados 251 for 3. Akeem Perryman 72. Joshua Dawn 110 not out. And in the other game, Windward Islands 209. Leeward Islands 234 for 6 with Nathan Edwards 56 not out and 60 for Michael Graves. The left-handed Rambaram faces Dinleal. That one striking him on the pad. There's a confident appeal and he's out. Quick breakthrough here for Guyana right after tee. That one went straight on as he moved from over the wicket to wrong the wicket. Got him on the back foot, and umpire Wright had absolutely no hesitation. He's palpably LBW. Trinidad lose another wicket, 130 for the loss of 7.
I think in his last over there, Collins, he had a similar situation there. There was a huge appeal for LBW against Rambaran. So once again, Dinleal doing a trick for his captain there. But in the big wicket there, a big breakthrough. Rambaran was looking at the guy to take this total past the Guyanese total, and it's very disappointing there for Trinidad and Tobago. C1.
Yeah, bring the sandwich, man. I eat the damn sandwich.
Rambaran.
Pass the sandwich, man. What? The complete, you want to go back? You want flour?
You want to fuck up my belly sandwich? Yes, so the new batsman here is Sewell, Zachary Sewell. I think he was the first change fast medium bowler yesterday. Dinleal is doing very well for his captain here as he comes in. Bowl first delivery. This one darted in. Good pace, and they should come back for a second. And that is 2 runs, so Sewell is off the mark. We have now seen 1 shot, signaled by the umpire.
1 shot for 1 run?
2, they had 2. They ran 2. So it's 1 shot. So perhaps Sewell, they are a little bit anxious to go back for that second run. So it's the end of another successful over for Dinleal. We'll get his bowling figures for you in a while, as the score is 132 for the loss of 7 wickets. So Dinleal, a very good spell here for his captain. 4 overs, 1 main, 2 for 9 and 2 big wickets, mind you. He got the wicket of Rambaran in that over, who was looking pretty set.
And Ramlal.
Yes.
Also got Ramlal caught at short leg. So Guyana definitely on top at this particular point in time in this game.
So they'll be looking for a similar type of lower order resistance that the Guyanese had yesterday, Trinidad and Tobago. So we're going to have Rampasad once again. He'll be coming in, bowling to James, and he's flicking this one. Should be caught. Easy catch. Yes, it is. So it was a shortish delivery, not the best delivery he has bowled all day. But another wicket down. It was short. James looking to hit this one over square leg. Hit the splice of the bat, and was a very good catch there by the man at square leg. So another wicket goal. So we have seen a procession, really, since tea. It's now 132 for the loss of 8. So Rampasad, that is his third? His 4th wicket for the day, I've been informed. And that's very good. So he'll be looking for a 5-wicket haul, which is thoroughly deserved on evidence of his bowling so far. So the new batsman is Singh. They would have crossed. So Saiwal will be facing up to Rampasad for the first time.
As I hinted to you a bit earlier before, it seems as if the Trinidad and Tobago innings is into capitulation. Because based on what we're seeing and the way they spin bowlers, they're definitely getting more punches out of the pitch at this particular point in time. The ball is spinning, it's turning, it's bouncing, and Trinidad and Tobago, I won't be surprised if they capitulate very quickly.
Yes, so it's Rampasad once again. Comes in, bowls. A good delivery or dropping short. I want to just drop in a bit short of the man at second slip. Bit of turn. Saiwal came forward. Didn't really push at it.
I think the end is nigh, as far as the Trinidad and Tobago innings is concerned. Because these two spin bowlers, Rampasad and Dindal, they are right on target. These batsmen, I don't believe, have the capability of surviving for too long. Based on what is happening, the ball is turning, it's bouncing, and they are on target. So I don't think they have the capability of surviving for too long.
So Rampasad once again, this time to Sewell, and he's beating all ends up. A good delivery. But a bounce and turn, as we have seen. Keeper jumping, just trying to ride that delivery.
But you know, there's a fella, the coordinator for the venue, Dike, to off spinner. He tell you he's normally take 10 wickets in a game. Eh?
Yes, Dyke, a former St. Vincent national player. As Rampasad bowls, this is a bit short, and he's pulling this one. Not timing it as well as he would like, but should be able to get 4. Yes, he does. So a good shot there by Sewell. Looks a strongly built player. So should be able to pack a punch, as they would say. It was a short delivery. Went back and played a very good shot over deep mid-wicket for 4. So the score moves on to 136 for the loss of 8.
136 for 8, yes. To me, it's a question of time here now with the Trinidad and Tobago innings is concerned.
It was Rampasad.
I do not think that they are going to allow...
Corrected to 135.
I don't think the Guyanese bowlers will allow the Trinidad and tailenders to get away with how the reverse happened yesterday when they allow Vincent and Ramsamy to really hold them up for a long, long time.
A dead ball there. As we see Rampasad again comes in, a flighty delivery, and is a big appeal and is gone. Yes, LBW was a flighty delivery by Rampasad. Sewell was leaning forward, missed it completely, and adjudged to be LBW. So that's the end of Sewell. He's gone for 6, I believe. Score is 136 for the loss of 9 wickets.
That's 5 for him.
Yes. So that's a 5-wicket haul there for Rampasad. He's bowled very well. He's toiled away all day. And he has reaped the just rewards for his efforts.
Just what I said, I do not think they have the capability of surviving, to be very honest with you. So the innings is certainly going to fold, and Guyana will have to bat in a short while. Not too long from now, Guyana will be back at the crease, because the number 11 in AGAD is at the crease. 136 for the loss of 9, 136 to 9. Off spinner Rampasad spinning webs around the Trinidad and Tobago lower order. Having taken 2 top order bets, taking 5 wickets thus far, taking 3 at the tail, and aided by Dindlial, who took 2 very vital wickets, the wickets of Rambaram for 34 and Ramlal without scoring. Rampasad.
It's Rampasad once again. His tail up. This one's a bit short off the tie of the batsman there and goes into the hands of short leg, but there's no edge. There's also no run there. So the at the end of the 41st over, it's 135
for 9
for the loss of 9.
For 9, Roland?
Or 40.
135.
Right, so at the end of the 43rd over, sorry, 135 for the loss of 9. So I think from a Guyanese perspective here, they will be looking to wrap up this innings as quickly as possible.
Are getting a very healthy lead as well too,
yes.
from 179. But it'll be very interesting to see how Trinidad will respond when it's their turn to bowl, and if Guyana will have the same application to batting as they did yesterday and the first day.
I think on the evidence of both innings so far, though, I think the Guyanese lower order batsmen, they looked more compact, Gunny. They looked to have a better understanding of what was required at that particular point in time.
As Dinleal to bowl now to Singh. Up down the track he goes and clips this one away nicely through mid-wicket. They're going to get 1. They're coming back for a second one. The return comes in just in front of the wicketkeeper. So Sewell goes up to 3. And the total up to 130. Singh goes up to 3 and 38 for the loss of 9. Use his feet quite nicely there. Let's see if he's going to try it a second time against Dindial. In. Back he goes and forces it out to short extra cover. No run. 137 for the loss of 9. At this moment, Guyana with a lead of 42. And a very healthy lead in a low-scoring game. Very healthy. Never expected this to happen in such a big lead. In. And he swings this one high. He swings this one hard. It's a bold hit. It's a big hit. 6 runs, the maximum. And certainly, he decided that he's going to take a bull by the horns, and he's got carted away for 6. That's Singh?
Yes, Singh. A very good shot there over Cow Corner. Connected it beautifully.
He's up now to 10 and is 143 for the loss of 9. So they lower the lead now to 36. So let's see exactly how the Guyanese skipper will respond to that bold hit over wide long on for 6. Now, Dinlial to Singh. Now he pulled out of the delivery. He's on 10. And certainly, it has really been a calypso of calypso here at Park Hill, as the Guyanese spinners making rings around the Trinidad and Tobago low order. Back he goes, and he forces this one out. They go for a quick single. The return comes in, but he gets another one. He's up to 11, 144 for the loss of 9. 144 for 9. As the new man, that's Agard, better known for his fast bowling that we saw yesterday. It has to face the music from Dinlial. I don't think the Guyanese are going to panic, bearing in mind that we are down to number 10 and 11, as against when Vincent was battered with Ramsamy yesterday, when he went for Dow defense. These fellas are looking to play shots. Dinlial losing his run up there. Umpire signal dead ball. And he would continue now to bowl from this end. In. Forward defensive, and the ball struck his pad and bubbled out on the offside. No run, 144 for the loss of 9. 144 for 9, Trinidad and Tobago. The spinners here at Park Hill for the Guyanese really making rings around the Trinidad and Tobago low order batting, low order and
tail batting. Dinleal in. Back goes Agard and defended it. It looks very much like Vincent and defended it, and there's no run. But certainly indications are that Singh is not going to hang around here from what I've seen.
Yes, all indications suggest that Singh is going to take the attack back to the bowler. He has looked very busy since he came to the wicket. We saw him chipping down the track for the forced delivery, which is something we have not seen at all throughout this entire match. Players using their feet, so that was something refreshing to see. And of course, we saw that big hit over deep mid-wicket. So it will be interesting to see how he will go against Rampasad, who has bowled very well all day. He's on a 5-wicket haul already, and he'll be looking to wrap up the innings for Guyana.
Right, Rampasad will be bowling to Singh. The bold approach by Singh to the batting, and there's a slip, there's a backward point, silly mid off, there's a short leg, there's a deep mid-wicket. There's a deep long on, there's a deep mid on, there's a extra cover and a conventional cover. Rampasad into Singh. Singh swings this one down to long on. He decided that he is not going to take the single to expose Agard. He's staying put, and 144 for the loss of 9. 144 for 9. As we see Rampasad to pass it umpire Joseph. In, flighted. Singh clips this one out to long on, and he's going to take a single. He takes the single this time.
Very interesting there.
Very interesting.
The single and the forced delivery.
Yeah,
and then
very
he's now
interesting.
exposing.
He goes up to 12, and the
Agard.
total now up to 145 for the loss. 1545 for the loss of 9. As the Trinidad and Tobago innings is seemingly coming to a close, as the Guyanese spinners probe away to try and effect the final breakthrough and give themselves enough time to start their second innings before, I would rather suspect before 3 o'clock. It's just 10 minutes to 3. Rampasad in to Agard, and Agard forces this one back to the bowler. No run. 145 for 9. So there are 2 short legs there. There's a slip, there's a short extra cover, mid on, mid off, deep mid wicket, and a straightish mid wicket. And a deep square leg. Rampasad in. Back he goes and guides this one through gully. And he's off the mark with 1. Make the total now 146 for the loss of 9. 146 for the loss of 9. Trinidad and Tobago. Behind now by 33 runs. Never expected this to happen. But that's the game of cricket. They call it the game of glorious uncertainties. But they'll be really up against the very good spin bowling attack from Guyana. First of all, you had the skipper Mohabir, Rampasad, Dinleal, making life real tough whilst taking wickets. And here he is looking to, and there's an appeal, and he's run out.
He's bowled. The ball went on back to his foot.
Well, I was looking at the square leg umpire, didn't really see, so maybe you can let our viewers know what time I was really looking at the umpire.
It was actually attempted reverse sweep there, and the ball ricocheted off his pad and went back on the stump, his bowled. So just the one of the bail falling off in the end was enough for umpire to dismiss Singh there. So that's 6 for Rampasad. We'll get the final bowling figures for you in a while. All right, but for now, we can say that Trinidad and Tobago has been dismissed for a total of 147, 44.5 overs. 44.5 overs. So it's a very good bowling effort there by Guyana. They managed this morning to only score 4 runs, adding to their overnight tally of 175. So they were dismissed for 179. And Trinidad just never really got going. They got some good starts from a few players, but none of these players really went on to capitalize and put that type of pressure that would be required at this level. I think the wicket of the captain was very critical as well, and they lost some wickets at some very crucial points, especially just before lunch and just after tea. They lost that procession of wickets, and it was very difficult to recover from that. Hats off must be given to the Guyanese spinners. Rampasad, he He managed to get 6 wickets. Daniel, I think he bowled very well, considering that he was not a force option in terms of spinners, but he came in and did a very good job, got some very big wickets, especially Rambaran in the end, who was looking very neat and tidy and positive in his stroke play. But none of the Trinidad and Tobago batsmen really managed to put enough pressure on the Guyanese and bat as long as what was required to really muster a good total. So it would be Guyana who takes a lead in this one. So the lead would be 132. So they lead by 32 runs, which is good on this particular wicket where runs have been hard to come by. The scoring rate have been very slow as well. So scores here from Park Hill. Guyana, they were sent into bat by Trinidad and Tobago. They were dismissed for 179. And in Trinidad and Tobago, in response, they are all out for 147.
Yes, and we have the full scorecard here. In terms of the Trinidad and Tobago innings, Jakasa was caught Joda of Rampasad for 22. He faced 39 deliveries. He struck 4 fours. Kyle Ramdu was bowled by Bruce Vincent with a beauty this morning for 5. He struck 1 4. Narad Kisunat, he was caught and bowled Alvin Mohabir for 31, 40 balls, 2 sixes and a 4. Rajiv Ramnath, he got 27, caught Bruce Vincent of Jonathan Rampasad, 79 balls, 2 boundaries. Andrew Rambaram, LBW Mavendra Dinlal for 32, 61 balls, 4 fours and a 6. Then the Rat step in. Nick Ramlal caught Yearwood of Mahendra Dinlal without scoring. Joshua Davis, LBW Jonathan Prasad without scoring. Orlando James caught Jeremy Sandia of Jonathan Rampasad for 8. Zachary Siwa, LBW Jonathan Prasad 5. Vasan Singh, bowled Jonathan Prasad. Vasan Singh, bowled by Jonathan Rampasad for 10. Jason Agard not out 1. There were 5 extras, 3 byes, 2 no balls. The wickets fell at 14, 48, 68, 116, 117, 118, 130, 131, 135 and 146. And bowling for Guyana, spinners really dominated. They'll come from the top. Isaiah Thorne, 4 overs, 1 maidens, no wicket for 14 runs. Bruce Vincent, 6 overs, no maidens, 18 runs, 1 wicket. Jeremy Sandia, 4 overs, no maidens, 22 runs, no wicket. The pick of the bowlers, Jonathan Rampasad, 16.5 overs, 3 maidens, 44 runs, 6 wickets, 6 for 44 from 16.5 overs. Alvin Mohabir, the skipper, 9 overs, 3 maidens, 28 runs, 1 wicket. Mavendra Dinval, 5 overs, 1 maidens, 2 for 17. So that is the scorecard. Trinidad and Tobago all out for 140. Total, final total 146. 147 is the final total, which means Guyana have a lead of 32 runs going into their second innings. So TNT all out for 147 from how many overs they last night? 44.5 overs, and certainly no one really and truly expected this innings to collapse the way it did, but the moment that Rambaram went, I had predicted a capitulation of the innings, and so said, so done, because Rampasad certainly was on a target. He was really creating a lot of problems, and what was very clear to us is that the ball was turning and bouncing a bit more than yesterday. So it'll be interesting to see how the Trinidad and Tobago spinners operate under these conditions here. So if they are going to 31 overs minimum left for the day. So it'll be interesting to see what happened during those 31 overs, because we are due to go up until 5:30. That's what I was told. So we have, 2.5 hours remaining, I believe we'll get in far more than the 31 overs based on the fact that both teams are loaded with spin bowlers. So it'll be very interesting to see how Guyana approach their second innings with a lead of 32 here at the Park Hill playing field. Cricket West Indies under 19 tournament. Certainly, two innings have been completed, one on either side. Guyana 179, Trinidad and Tobago 147, a lead of 32. So we'll really and truly see how things pan out here during the afternoon. The weather looks good, it looks fine. There's a question that we're hoping that the rain that's seemingly playing tricks with us here seems to be coming from all over the place. And let's hope that it stays away and we'll be able to get in uninterrupted play for the rest of the afternoon. Trinidad and Tobago certainly will be doing all in their utmost towards getting their spinners quickly into the attack, recognizing that the Guyana spinners took 8 of the wickets, 9 of the wickets. Yes, 6 for 44 Rampasad, 2 for 17 Daniel, and 1 for 28 Mohabir. So the Guyanese spinners, they took 9 of the wickets to fall for 89 runs. 9 wickets to fall from 89 runs. Nine of the wickets fell to the Guyanese spinners. 6 to the off spinner Rampasad, 2 to the other off spinner who bowled fast and flatter, that's Denval, and 1 to the leggy, the skipper Mohabir. But certainly a very interesting period between now and close of play remains here in front of us. Is a question now of I believe we'll see some very interesting cricket. If the Trinidad and Tobago skipper, if he is proactive as the Guyanese skipper, I think we can see some very interesting cricket. I'm not going to predict what could happen because anything can happen at this level. But if the Trinidad spinners can really get into their own, we can see Guyana, if they know that bat properly or batted the way they batted yesterday, they can very well get away with it. But the problem yesterday, the pitch was slower. There was less bounce, less turn. Today, the ball is definitely turning and bouncing, and it's interesting to see what pans out between now and 5:30. Your thoughts on it, Osnet?
Yeah, I think it was a professional effort by Guyana. I think the captain would have done very well. He was very proactive in his approach. We saw different field placements, a lot of fellas around the bat supporting his spinners, especially after recognizing that perhaps the ball is spinning a bit more, bouncing a bit more. We saw situations where he had two short legs, a leg gully and all these things. So I find that his captaincy was very good. He never allowed the lower order to settle, which is something that Guyana would have benefited from yesterday in terms of Trinidad, kind of getting their foot off the gas a bit. So it's a good lead to have, especially considering the low nature, the low scores that we have seen here at Park Hill in this match. So their plan for this afternoon, Guyana, would be the same template as yesterday, bat as long as possible, and accumulate a sizable lead, and perhaps at some point tomorrow, declare and try and win the match outright.
But you'll agree with me, they'll have to change their tactics because the ball is definitely spinning and bouncing and turning, not prodigiously, so that they cannot bat any practice, just that it's turning a bit more.
I think something we can mention also is that the Guyanese spinners were perhaps taller, so they were able to extract a bit more bounce than the Trinidadian spinners. If you look at Singh, for example, he's a short guy, Rambaran, the Ramlal as well. So they perhaps would not have been able to extract the type of turn and bounce that the Guyanese extracted today. But as you rightfully said, the wicket has offered a bit more to the Guyanese spinners in the previous innings. So it will be interesting to see how the Trinidad and Tobago spinners go.
But as the pitch has dried out, that is what is the whole thing about it. So with no moisture there, it's dry, baked. There's a question, as I said, how well can the Trinidad spinners bowl? And the response from the Guyanese batting lineup. We saw Ramnath in the first inning look very, very positive. Caesar, he looked a dull little fella, and he got top score 59. And then there's Dinlal, there's Mahabir, there's Yeo, there's Joda. It's all really and truly a question of the application from the Guyanese batting lineup as against the Trinidad and Tobago bowling. Now it's Agard, left arm, fast medium in, outside the off stump, taken by the keeper, and there is no run. He has an integral role to play in this innings. He bowled very, very well in the first inning. Maybe as far as I'm concerned, the pick of the bowlers.
And let's see if Lady Luck will turn his way and he will be able to put something into the fourth column.
Yes, Trinidad will be depending a lot on Agard. He has been their premier fast bowler. He has looked good all game. Bowled a very good spell yesterday morning. We were surprised not to see him again for the rest of the day. He came back this morning and also looked very threatening as well. So he'll be looking to start the ball rolling for Trinidad and Tobago. As we see a good short delivery there. We have seen that as well. He has that in his armory, that good short delivery. He has not overused it because he has basically focused more on a good line and length and getting the ball to seam away from the left-handers.
I'm not too sure if they have that level of experience, but once you can bowl it into the pitch and scruff it up, it will be easier for the spinners. I'm not too sure if they had that level of experience.
As we see Eagle, was missing his run up there a bit. He's starting once again. Comes in, bowls to Caesar. This delivery is outside the off stump and Caesar shoulders arms, as we have become accustomed to. Knows where his off stump is, Caesar, knows his limitation, knows his strengths, and he played very well in the first innings.
Yes, so 150 on this pitch batting fourth could pose a serious problem from what we saw today. Because the pitch could only get drier and drier and drier. And one never knows what will happen once the spinners can keep the line.
This Agard again comes in, another good delivery, a good length, just seaming away. Caesar very watchful, as an opening batsman should be. Just trying to pick up back the line and the length and the pace of the wicket.
Have you ever opened innings for any team you've played for?
Yes, I've done that quite a bit. So I think the key is getting settled, know what the type of bowler you're up against.
So you have definitely a thing or two about opening the batting against a new ball.
Yes, as we see Agard again on a shortish delivery, and Caesar is back and just pushing it out to the man at gully, and there's no run.
So what are the main attributes for an opening batsman against as a bowler like Agard, who is on target? How do you approach him mentally?
I think Caesar is very important for him to know where his off stump is. We see Agard concentrating on that off stump line, pitching it up, trying to get it to move away from the left-hander. That has been his premier mode of dismissal in terms of trying to get the left-hander out. So as a left-handed batsman in this situation, you need to be able to leave the ball alone and let him come closer to you. Once again, a very good line, good length, good carry. But those deliveries are not threatening his stump, so he's able to just leave those alone and live to fight another day.
Yes, consistency is the part of Agard, really keeping the ball just in and around that area. He didn't force the batsman to play as much as he should have, but he's picked up from where he left off yesterday, and certainly it will be interesting to see how the Trinidad and Tobago, how the Guyanese batsman will look to handle him. But don't be surprised if Trinidad started a spin bowler. Don't be surprised.
Yes, and we're actually seeing that happening now. We're seeing Rambaran. He'll be starting from the southern end. Bowled reasonably well in the first innings. I thought he was bowling a bit too flat though. But hopefully he'll be able to
flight it now that the pitch you see in turn and bounce. He'll be able to flight it, and particularly to the 6 left-handers in the Guyanese team. If he can keep that line of flight just around off stump, he would definitely pose problems if he can keep it.
Yes, as we see Rambaran coming in for his first delivery here, with flight and delivery, and Ramnat is on the back foot and punching that one. Surprised not to see any short leg or silly mid off.
The ball is still new, so I really didn't expect any short leg to be in at this point in time.
Okay, as this delivery again is a bit short, and Ramnat. Yes, Ramnat, the tall left-hander.
Aggressive from what we saw in the first innings.
Yes, played well for a short period of time in the first innings. This delivery is punching straight up to mid-off, and there's no run. So far, I think Rambaran perhaps need to get Ramnat on his front foot. So far, he has played him off his back foot, which is a bit more comfortable for the left-hander. So here goes Rambaran once again. Another delivery there, flighted a bit more. It's a bit outside the off thumb, so he's able to just shoulder arms and taken there by the wicketkeeper. Is that kiss or not? Yes. As we see Rambaran again, another flighted delivery once again. And Ramnat is very watchful outside the off stump there. This allows that one to be taken by the wicketkeeper once again. It's a tidy over so far. One ball remaining as we see Rambaran comes in. Another flighty delivery. This time Ramnat is a long way forward and pushes it up back to the bowler. So a tidy over, I would say, not a threatening over as such, Gunny.
Yes, definitely use the correct word. Tidy over there from Rambaran. Looking for line, looking for line. The ball has sheen on it. And 2 maiden overs. And Trinidad and Tobago, you can see the approach now with the slow bowler on in Rambaram. They mean business. And the Guyanese opening pair continue from where they left off yesterday. Dower, stay there, stay there, stay there, and let us see off this new ball and let us see how things go. But certainly, no wicket for no run after 2 overs, a lead of 32.
As we see Agard again comes in bows. Same line, same length, and Caesar is able to leave that one outside the off stump. Perhaps something that the Trinidad and Tobago captain might have to think about is perhaps introducing the off spinner. Rambaran will be bringing the ball back into both left-handers. Perhaps the off spinner Joshua James might have been a better option with the new ball. Joshua Davis, yes, sorry.
And particularly with the plethora of left-handers. Certainly, good point.
As we see Agard once again comes in bowls. Another delivery on the line of the off stump. Just testing Caesar's patience here, and we know he has a lot of patience based on how he played in the first innings. So it's a testing line. Perhaps he should start these deliveries a little bit closer
6 inches,
to the off
6
stump.
inches closer and force him to play.
At least get Caesar to play a bit more. He has 3 slips and a gully. So if you're overly critical of him, perhaps that is something he should try and get closer to the batsman in this situation. As we see Agard once again. Comes in, bows, right. That's the length we're talking about, Negoni. The one was perhaps, as you said, a few inches closer to Caesar, pitched and left him wonderfully and taken by the wicketkeeper.
What he should do is try to remember where he bowled at last delivery. That line there. So it's closer to him, force him to play. The previous 2 deliveries, he allowed it to go by. Keep that line and see how it goes.
Very impressive so far, this left arm seamer from Trinidad and Tobago. The pick of the fast bowlers in the match, I would say. As we see Agard once again comes in, bowls. This one is a bit straight, and Caesar just walks it along to square leg, and he's able to get a single. So now Ramnat is on strike. Will be facing up to Agard for the first time this innings. Score moves on to, that's the first run. Yeah, so it's 1.
The thing about the Trinidadian, well, they should be looking at their 6 left-handers. So they should be looking to get their potent weapon, which, as you quite rightly said, the off-spinner. And Agard need to keep it closer to that off-stump for the left-handers, because there's 3 slips and a gully waiting. Force him to play.
So we see Agard coming in again, bowling to Ramnat this time. Is driving loosely outside the off stump and goes by to be taken by the wicketkeeper.
That's the line. Let them see it and try to play it. They have to play it. So if it moves away, in, out, they are playing rather than allow it to go by. And basically, so far, so good.
Yes, very good length there. A bit fuller than the deliveries we have seen previously. A bit of swing as well, outward movement, which would have allowed the delivery past the outside edge. As Agard again bows and driven, a nice looking shot. Should be able to get 4, yes he will. So we have seen that from Ramnat in the first innings, where he has been able to pounce on some loose deliveries. This time a good foolish length from Agard looking for that outswing, but Ramnat was up to the task this time and stroked it through extra cover for 4. Very good shot.
Overpitched. And Ramnat, the aggressive Ramnat, give it the treatment. He found the gap between cover and mid-off, and it sped to the boundary for 4. Certainly a good shot there by Ramnat, and 5 out loss. Positive shot from Ramnat. So you see exactly
what happened. But certainly Agard overpitched slightly there and he paid the price. But certainly another good over outside of that last delivery that ended up for a boundary.
Yes, that's the risk you take sometimes as a left arm seamer. You're trying to seam or swing the ball away from the left hander. So at times you might overpitch and you just have to compliment the batsman on a very good shot. As we see, Rambaran again comes in a bit short this time again. We now have a short leg in. And Caesar just goes back and just pushes it out to mid-wicket and he doesn't get a run. It's Rambaran once again, comes in, bowls a bit fuller outside the arse stump. Just waiting for the signal from the umpire.
But if it took the edge, you know, it went past for a slip. It certainly was a single.
Right, so there was no signal for the umpire, which tells me there was an edge there, but it actually went down.
It stayed down.
Right, and presented a very difficult chance there for the two fielders in the slip cordon. A good delivery there from Ramdan. Will now be bowling to Ramnath. A flighted delivery, and he's hitting this one beautifully. Well picked up there, over mid-wicket for 4. Wonderful shot. So the attacking instincts of Ramnath is showing its face again, Gunny.
Yes, it was flighted inside of his leg stump, and he just helped himself, I would say, to the boundary. At, a bit too full, and he clipped it beautifully over mid-wicket for 4.
As we see Rambaran again. His delivery short of a length. Ramnath going back and just punching it off the middle of the bat. It races to the man at mid-on. There's no run. So he has looked good again. Good start. Just as he was in the first innings. Perhaps this time around he wants to take it a bit further. As we see Ramdan again. His delivery short and he's punching it off the back foot. Can't beat the man at extra cover. And there's no run. So everything seems to be coming out of the middle of the bat of Ramnath here. Looks in good touch. As Ramdan again. Ramdan comes in, flighted delivery, and he's driving this one straight back to the bowler. A little bit of a misfield, but it doesn't cost the team any runs. So there's another good over there from Guyana. The score moves on to 10 for the loss of no wicket.
After 4 overs, a much quicker scoring rate than it did for the entire innings yesterday. Certainly, Trinidad will be looking for some early wickets, and they are being denied by Ramnath and Caesar. And the battle continues here. A lead of 32 plus 10, that's 42, basically without loss. And it's a question of how the Trinidad and Tobago skipper with his bowlers try to effect some early breakthrough and being denied. And the Guyana opening pair are ensuring that they'll have to like yesterday, work for their wickets.
So it's Agard again from the northern end. He comes in, bows to Caesar. A short delivery this time. Good pace, good bounce. Well played as well by Caesar. So every now and then we're seeing this length from Agard. He has a good length going, but then he has that short ball that he tries from time to time, which actually goes short a very good pace. But that was well played there by Caesar.
It's a good bounce as well. Very similar to 2 we saw yesterday. But this one really flew over his head again, and he had to get out of the way. And the umpire giving the signal, only one allowed to a batsman. Let's see how he responds.
Agard again comes in. This delivery down the leg side, just losing his line there a little bit. And there's no run, well taken there by wicketkeeper Kisonat.
I think Asnet, in all honesty, it's high time that ICC recognize you're helping to promote mediocre batsmen. Allow the fast bowler 2 bouncers at the batsman. This is my personal take, because once the one bounces bowl and you are one, that's it. You're not expecting anything short again.
They say it's a batsman game, Gully. So as we see, Agard comes in again, bowls. A very good length. Yeah, normally you hear the term, it's a batsman game. So
point I'm making here, it is, he got a short lifter that flew, right? He ducked out of the way. He should be made to think whether the next ball will be pitched up or another one. That's the point I'm making. It should be done at all levels, so that you will really see the best of a batsman. I know it's a batsman game, but at the same time, I think the dice is loaded heavily for them.
Very much so. As we see Agard again, locked and loaded, comes in, bowls to Caesar, a full delivery. This could get close to the boundary. They come back for 2. What's the signal from the umpire? Yes, it's leg buys. So that one just drifting down the leg side a bit there from Agard. The second one for this over so far. Just need to find back his length. That length that has become so peculiar to his bowling. Just outside the off stump, moving away. As his score moves on to 12 for the loss of no wicket.
Devlin the White fighting for this handbone again, wasn't it?
Yes, we'll come back to that as Agard. Bowls a good delivery there and pushes it out to cover. My weatherman next to me here giving me an update on the current weather conditions. Goni, what are you saying?
Well, I was just saying to you, we are seeing very faint drizzle again coming from the opposite side again as transpired earlier. And you wonder why. From this end, I'm not against the rain. If the rain falls from that end, it's quite okay because we expect it. But from the opposite side, wow.
Yes, so that's a little update on the weather what we have here currently. Nothing immediately threatening to the cricket that we have here. Very good cricket match. As we see Agard again comes in. Just misses the run up there. And we'll have to start over. So I think the longer the partnerships build for Guyana, it would be more frustrating for Trinidad and Tobago.
Exactly.
They endured a lot of frustration in the first innings, and it appears to be the same again as the umpires are making a signal to the groundsmen to perhaps get the covers ready. They've made some very good calls so far in terms of bringing on the covers. So let's see how that goes. As Agard comes in, bowls a full delivery and is driving. Oh, and it's beating him at mid-wicket. Rather labored attempt there from the man at mid-wicket. I believe it's Ramlal. Yes, and they get a single. So the score at the end of the over is 13 for the loss of no wicket.
The umpires and them again wondering as this sort of a drizzle, I will call it, as not this sort of a drizzle is hanging around all day. Not any heavy rain to stop play for any length of time. It's just hanging around. And this will go to the benefit of the Guyanese batters because once the ball picks up the moisture, it will get a little softer, faster.
Yes, so umpires still wondering what decision to make in terms of the covers at this point in time. The groundsmen not really showing a lot of urgency in terms of getting to the covers. So perhaps they are of the view that this one won't last.
Well, unfortunate for us, we cannot see behind our backs. The hill right behind our backs.
As Ramdan again comes in, bowls to Caesar. He's pushing this one out to cover, and there's no run.
I think it has stopped anyway. The very short, slight, but at the same time, once the water hit that leather, it gets a little softer. Thankfully, it has stopped.
As Ramdan again, a flighty delivery this time, almost getting the edge on an attempt there at the stump and missed everything, and the batsman come through for a single. So I think Ramdan will not be too pleased with that effort. It's an extra run for Guyana. They move on to 14 for no wicket. We're in over number 6. As Ramdan once again comes in. A flighted delivery outside the off stump. Ram not there, just allowing that one to go by, to be taken by the wicket keeper. Ramdan once again. Flighted is a full delivery. This should be 6. Wonderful hit. 6 runs straight into the pavilion. A good hit there. It was a full toss on leg stump and he gave it the just treatment that it deserved.
Certainly, a very good hit there by Ramnath. We saw his propensity towards trying to hit boundaries yesterday when he opened innings, and he's doing the same thing today. Anything slightly off target, he's giving it the willow. So what we're actually seeing is willow hitting leather. It's gone for 6.
Made a very good song off the bat there, Gunny. We knew it was 6 from the time he hit it.
The willow spanked the leather for maximum.
So Ramdan again, this time he's a bit quicker. Perhaps going down the leg side. Ramnath again trying to pull this one. Just didn't bounce as much as he was looking forward to. And missed it. A rather stifled appeal in the end. Heading down the leg side as Ramdan comes up again and is driving this time. Half stopped. in the covers, but couldn't prevent the single there. And I think that was James in the covers there. Very good stop. So it's the end of another over. Successful one for Guyana. And the total moves on to 21 for the loss of
21 without loss, and Guyana building a lead here to put on top of the 32 that they gained in first innings. And the Trinidad and Tobago team under pressure. So basically what we are seeing here overall, they are 53 without loss. And which is in the context of how things are going, it is a big lead in this game here. But certainly Trinidad and Tobago will be looking for success in the form of Agard and Rambaran. But the captain needs to be a little more proactive. If one thing is not working, you need to do something else. Yes, he hasn't made any mistake as far as I'm concerned. This innings, he's allowed his premier fast bowler and his spinner to start the attack, but they're being foiled by Ramnath's aggressive approach.
As we see Agard once again bowling, and he's flicking this one fine, and he should get 4. So the attacking instincts of Ramnath is in evidence again. A delivery there on the line of the leg stump. Agard just drifting on the leg stump in the last couple of overs. And Ramnath there getting a well-deserved boundary, so he races on to
21.
The score is 25 without loss. So Caesar is playing a secondary.
As he did in the first innings.
Oh, he's on 19, sorry.
He's on 19.
So Caesar is playing a second role here. As Agard comes in, bowls. Good follow-up delivery, a bit short. Ramnath there just coming forward and pushing it back to the bowler. So, as we mentioned in the first innings, Ramnath appeared to be the type of player who would be able to put away the bad balls whenever they come along. And he's very powerful, times the ball very well. Guyana will be hoping that he bats for a longer period of time today.
If he bats out for the rest of the afternoon, he's going to probably get close to 100.
As Agard again comes in, bowls. This one again down the leg side. Well taken there by Kisonat.
I think the Trinidad and Tobago outfit needs to be a little more patient. They get frustrated, and you can see that the Guyanese ploy of an attacking batsman and a defensive batsman is giving them their problems. So what they should try to do is to keep the aggressive man away from the strike and go at the defensive individual.
Agard again comes in, bowls. This one staying down a bit. Wasn't really comfortable there, Ramnath. But well played in the end. Kept it out.
As I said, if they do not dismiss Ramnath within an hour, you'll certainly see the score race up very, very, very much as against what happened yesterday when they were very dour in their approach. But certainly I think that the Trinidad skipper will be hoping that he's dismissed fairly quickly.
It's Agard again. Comes in. A bit loose there, Ramnath. You don't want to get carried away. He has played some very good shots so far. And also, Agard is one of the premier bowlers, so perhaps you need to show him a bit of respect as well. So you know he will bowl some good balls, so you just need to keep out these good balls and put away the bad ones.
One of the things that mitigating against the Trinidad and Tobago team is the number of left-handers. Had they been right-handers, they could have made a little different ball game, but they're facing a number of left-handers.
As Agard comes in, and he's punching this one out to point. There's no run. And that's the end of that over. At the end of it, Guyana 25 without loss in their second innings.
A lead of 57 and continuing to frustrate the Trinidad and Tobago squad. They haven't been dismissed for 147, responding to Guyana's 146? 146 and responding to Guyana's 179. As Trinidad and Tobago looking to effect a breakthrough, and they're being denied. And so by Ramnath in particular, and Caesar. Ramnath very aggressive, and Caesar holding his own, so to speak, at the other end, playing rather defensive. So the game continues. Let's see how things pan out. The weather is good, but every now and then we get in a bit of the drizzle coming across from behind us here from the hillside. Let's say that is what, the Sandy Bay area, OE area. It's just coming across here every now and then as Rambaran will continue.
Yes, it's quite surprised that it continues with Rambaran, considering he's not really been effective from the start. We were talking about Davis. Davis, the off spinner, perhaps would have been a better option. Or maybe he wants to bowl Davis from the opposite end. But sticks to Ramdan. And hopefully he pays off. His delivery is a bit flighted. And turning into the left-hander, which I'm sure they're more comfortable with, as opposed to the delivery going away from them, from the off-spinner. So Ramdan again comes in, bowls a flighty delivery. He's driving straight up to mid-off, and there's no run. There's Caesar. So as we know, Caesar is a man who will play the anchor role. Nothing phases him, not even his strike rate. At times he can even put away the bad balls as well. Yeah, as we saw yesterday, in a short period after lunch where he branched off a bit. But for now, I'm sure he'll be looking to stay there and come back tomorrow. As Ramdan again, a delivery around the leg stump, missing everything. Perhaps a sweep would have been a better option there for Caesar. As Ramdan again comes in to Caesar. A bit quicker this time, hitting on the pads. Perhaps a bit high. Yes, it was a good delivery, a good disguise. Quicker one there. Caesar on the back foot, and he's a reasonably tall player as well. And perhaps that might have been hitting, going over the top of the stumps there, Gunny. As we see Ramdan once again. Comes in again. Another quicker one, similar to the one before. They come in for a short single and they actually get it very easily in the end. Ramlal there at mid-wicket, just going to prevent that single. So the score moves on to 26 without loss. We're in the 8th over. So the scoring rate is just above 3 runs per over, which is an upgrade on what it was in the first innings, where it was hovering around 1.5, 1.6. I think before this it would have reached is 1.9. As we see Ramdan again comes in a flighted delivery, and this one is flicked. There's actually protection there out at mid-on, long on, in the form of Sewell. A rather wayward return there to the wicketkeeper. And another single there for Ramnath. And the score is now 27 without loss. End of another over.
As the Trinidad and Tobago bowlers striving for this breakthrough in terms of trying to get a wicket out of the way, and let us see, not 10 but 9 wickets to go. But they have really been denied again. It's a two-edged sword, an attacking Ramnath and a defensive Caesar, and it's creating problems for them. And we're not seeing the kind of purchase as yet. The ball is still new, but maybe, as I speak about, you have to be a little quicker than this. Maybe time for Davis to come into the attack.
I think you will have your guy here, Gunny. I think it will be Davis.
Yes, this is a good move. This is a positive move.
Right, off spinner. As I was saying, perhaps he was trying to bring him from that particular end, as opposed to the southern end.
Well, one off spinner got 6 on it. He got turn and bounce. And let's see what this off spinner will do from that same end.
Yes. Rampasad would have had 6 for 44. Yeah, 6 for 44 earlier. Really wreaked havoc through the Trinidad and Tobago batting lineup. As we see the first delivery here from Davis, a nice flighty delivery.
The good thing about it, is that he just cleaned up the tail, so to speak.
Yes. And Ramnath just punching that one up to mid-off. There's no run. Davis again, a very good action. Another flighty delivery outside the arse, turning away. Ramnath there, very watchful. So this would pose a different challenge to the left-handers at this point in time. We had Ramdan, who is bringing the ball back into the left-handers, and now we are seeing Davis, who is turning it away. As he comes in again, another flighty delivery. A bit of a leading edge there, trying to walk it to the leg side. Or perhaps a bit of turn, not really getting to the pitch of that delivery there, Ramnath. And it just squirts out to the man at short cover. Thankfully, on the ground. As we see Davis again comes in. Another flighty delivery, and it's a full toss, hits this one bounce into the fence powerfully. And that's a very good shot again from Ramnath. We've seen that before. Putting away these bad balls. It was a full toss. And it got the treatment it deserved.
Certainly, loose delivery there from Davis, and he got the treatment, as he quite rightly said, it deserves. And certainly he's taking the attack to the Trinidad and Tobago squad, 4 fours and a 6. He's on 26, yeah, he's on 26, and really taking the fight to the Trinidad and Tobago. He's not being bogged down, he's not going to allow them to bog him down. He is taking the attack to them, but it was a loose delivery. Let's see how Davis responds.
Yes. So Davis again comes in, bowling to Ramnath, another flighted delivery, and this time a big appeal, a huge appeal, hitting him on the back leg. Umpire says not out. So that was a good response there by Davis.
Yes, it was a good response. He held it back a bit and he pushed and it went around him and hit his back leg, but not out, outside the off stump.
Davis again comes in, another flighted delivery, hitting this one through the covers, magnificent. Very good shot. It was a flighted delivery outside the off stump. Ramnath just belted that one through the covers. No one really moved. And another boundary to Ramnath. It's now 35 without loss, and Guyana motoring along.
Yes, definitely in the form of Ramnath, 5 fours and a 6 in his 28 thus far, season 5. And certainly they are really putting a lot of pressure on the Trinidad and Tobago squad with this very positive batting by Ramnath. Anything loose, he's hitting it hard and finding the gaps and going to the boundaries most of the times. And certainly Trinidad and Tobago under the weather, so to speak, here in relation to what's getting wickets. Ramnath is very, very attacking, very aggressive, as against Caesar, who's holding the fort, holding the opposite end. So Trinidad and Tobago need to see how best they can keep him away from the strike and try and get the Dower man in, so they're getting a few overs, a few dot balls, and try and bring down the scoring rate.
So to be Ramdan again, comes in, bowls to Caesar this time. Delivery short of a length, Caesar. It is quite familiar role in terms of just batting. He went back and just pushes that one out to the man at point, and there's no run. As Ramdan again comes in, bowl, just missing his run up there. So we'll start again. As we see the sun, the last of the sun, I think, considering the time. It's very good weather for cricket as Ramdan comes in again, bowls, and this time on the leg stump, and he's just flicking it wrong, and they will come through for an easy single in the end. Well played there by Caesar. And the score moves on to 36 without loss. Two Guyanese left-handers putting on a very good partnership here once again. Just as they did in the first innings, it started well, but Ramnath perhaps didn't last as long as his partner would have liked. So hopefully, both for Guyana's sake, he's able to bat as long as possible this time around.
The two added 23 yesterday for the opening partnership.
As we see Ramdan, his delivery is shortish and he punches it down to long off. So based on his attacking instinct so far, he has managed to spread the field quite a bit. So there's a lot of space there for him to just push the ball down to long off, long on, and get an easy single if he wishes. So tells me that Trinidad is on the defense as Ramdan again comes in. A faster delivery, heading down the leg side. Caesar there trying to sweep that one, hit that one in the direction of square leg, misses it completely. Heading down the leg side, so it was a stifled appeal there by Trinidad and Tobago. Once again, Ramdan comes in, and Caesar is up for the challenge there. Just plays it up back to the bowler. Full face of the bat. As we see, Ramdan once again comes in, bowls. A flighted delivery this time, a bit more air, and Caesar comes forward and push it through the gap at cover, and he will get another single. So he's dealing in singles while we are seeing Ramnath at the other end dealing in boundaries.
That's exactly what I'm saying. So the Trinidad and Tobago squad have really no answer as to what is really happening here. But clearly what is happening here, the Guyanese spinners use the conditions far better so far.
So far, yes.
When one compared to what the Trinidad and Tobago spin bowlers are offering. And maybe they're bowling too quickly. They're not allowing the ball to flight, to spin, to bounce, to turn. But certainly we're not seeing that kind of bounce and turn that we saw from Rampasad. And even Dinval and Mohabir, the leg spinner, he also created a bit of a problem. So it's a question of the guy, and he's really using the pitch itself far, far, far better than the Trinidad and slip spin bowlers.
It's going to be Davis again from the northern end. Comes in, another flighted delivery. Beating the outside edge this time, well bowled. He's been very impressive, Davis. At times he can be a bit too full in terms of some full tosses. But what we have seen from him, he has the ability to turn the ball away from the left-handers. And that is evident once again as we see a slight jizzle coming across the ground once again. Keeping the umpires on their toes. As Davis again, this one a bit shorter. Pushed through quite a bit. And Caesar is up to the task. Plays that one back down the pitch. Bowler collects and returns to his mark. There's no run. As we see Davis once again. Comes in, bowls. A flighty delivery. Caesar is playing that one officially. Was looking to go over extra cover with that one. Peeled off the outside edge, and the man at point perhaps was a bit too deep there. If he was a bit in, he would have had a comfortable catch there because it was in the air for a long time, that delivery. So the first loose shot we've really seen from Caesar was being patient so far and willing to dodge it out. Now brings Ramnath on strike. And it's going to be Davis again, another flighty delivery. And this one is, thankfully for him, he was trying to walk that one through the onside for a single. It took a leading edge, but no one was very close to that. No one was close to that that delivery. It fell safely. So he lived to fight another day there, Ramnath. Just playing against the turn there from the off spinner.
Took a leading edge and flew over the man at straightest mid wicket, short straightest mid wicket.
As Davis again, flighted delivery, and this one is caught. Very good delivery. We were just alluding to the fact that he has been able to get this ball to turn Davis, and he has bowled at a very good pace and a very good line. He's also flighted the ball quite a bit, and this time he was able to get the edge of Caesar, the man who really held the innings together for Guyana in the first innings. So that was a very big breakthrough from Davis, and Trinidad and Tobago has their first wicket, so it's now 40 for the loss of one wicket. So a good catch there in the slip by Rambaran. It was a good catch. It was at a good height. It was Dindal. It was at a good height for him. Was pitched on and about the off stump, turning away. Perhaps looking back, Caesar might have left that one alone. But he played at it and he got the outside edge and a very good catch in the slips there from Ramdan.
The breakthrough has come for Trinidad and Tobago in the form of Caesar. He has pushed to that one, took the edge and flew to a slip, but easily taken there by Rambaram. He's gone for 8, 40 for the loss of 1. I'm sure they're feeling a little more relieved now that they have gotten rid of Caesar, but he is the up-durate man, but then the aggressive individual is still at the crease as far as they are concerned. 40 for 1, and the right-hander, which makes it a little easier for them in Dinval.
So Davis again comes and bows to Dinial and is flighting this one. Good start to the right-hander. He plays it out to the man at cover, and there's no run. So successful over there for Davis, who has been very impressive throughout the game. Even in the first innings, he bowled well. And he got the breakthrough there for Trinidad and Tobago. So at the end of over number 11, it's 40 for the loss of 1.
They're going just under 4 thus far, and due mainly to Ramnath's aggressive approach. You know, so we'll see exactly how Dinval approached it in the first innings. Dinval, he got to 9 before his LBW to Rambaram. He got 9 in the first innings. So we'll see how things pan out here now. Is this Rambaram continue? Ramlal now. Right, it's Ramlal who took 4 for 39 from 14 overs in the first innings. Ramlal? Nick Ramlal, he 4 for 39. Let's see exactly how he's going to respond to the situation. Yeah, so it's Ramlal
and he'll be bowling to have a little bit of a technical problem on the other mic, but we'll have that soon sorted out. As Ramlal to bowl now to Ramnath, and Ramnath clips this one away down the leg side, badly line. They're gonna get 2 runs, just one. He was sent back by Ramnath, just a single to him, 41 for the loss of 1. 41 for 1. The man out a while ago, Caesar, he was caught. Rambaran off Davis for 8 singles. As we see Ramlal, who took 4 for 39 from 14 overs, picking it up from the top end here at the Park Hill playing field. Cricket West Indies under 19 tournament being played here. The other 2 other games are going on where we've seen heard about a century already at Cumberland. That century was scored by, I'm trying to remember his name, Joshua Dawn, 110 not out, and Norman Akeem Perryman got 72 for Barbados. In this one spinning away outside the off stump from Ramlal, and he withdrew the shot. That's Dinval, and there is no run. 41 for 1 here at the Park Hill playing field. The weather is playing tricks, so to speak. The rain is up, down, down, up, in. Drivers one driven back to Ramlal, and there is no run. 41 for the loss of 1. It's just about 17 minutes before 4. 17 minutes before 4. We're going up until 5:30. Ramlal in. Goes back and cuts this one away nicely through the covers. I believe it has enough to reach the boundary for 4. I think it has enough. We'll wait on the umpire signal because it's below us here in the pavilion, and it's 2 runs. 2 runs to Dinval. 43 for the loss of 1. It's a ground that the angles are very, very difficult, the way how the things are located here. 43 for the loss of 1. As Ramlal to bowl now to Dinval. He's on 2, off the mark with 2. As he comes in from this end here to bowl to Dinval with a slip, silly mid off, silly mid on, in. For our defensive, and he guides this one past the gully, collects another single, flighty delivery, and it was guided past gully, he collects a single. 44 for the loss of 1, 44 for the loss of 1. Guyana in their second innings having been dismissed for 179. Trinidad and Tobago replied with 146, 146. As it's Ramlal in to bowl to Ramnath. Ramnath clips this one away. A nice shot to long on. Easy single. Clips it away all along the ground. 2 long on. Collects a single. 45 for the loss of 1 at the end of that over. 45 for 1 at the end of that over. A lead now 78. And certainly Guyana positioning themselves in this game to try and see how far they can extend that lead and for how long they'll be able to stay in the middle and bat and bat and bat. So Trinidad got the breakthrough through Davis, the off spinner. So the off spinners have taken 9 wickets in this game so far. 6 to Rampasad for 44, 2 for 17 Dinval, and the leg spinner Mohabir 1 for 25. So 9 wickets out of the Trinidad innings went to slow bowlers, spinners. Now we are going to have Davis. He'll be coming in from that end, the Georgetown end, so to speak, to bowl now to Dinval. No, that is to Ramnath. Back he goes and cuts it. Lovely shot. They get at least 2 here. 1. But the not good running at all there whatsoever. Back cuts it to the right of cover. Deep extra cover. Should have gotten 2 comfortable runs. But he settled for 1. And the total goes up to 46 for the loss of 1 with Ramnath now. I'll get this going in a little while. 33. And 33. 48 for the loss of 1. 48 for the loss of 1. Davis now with a slip, gully, short leg. Davis to bowl to Dinval in. Driving nicely, square driven beautifully.
flighted outside the off stump, and he clipped this one away. Wide of gully, down to the boundary for 2. He's up by 2. He's 2 more. He's up to 5. I think that is the 50 that's up. I think I'm right in saying the 50 is up. 48 for the loss of 1. I thought it was 50. 48 for 1. He's on 5. That's Dinval. Davis, the ball to Dinval from the southern end. Clips this one away. Pass short leg and get another one. He rolls up to 6. 49 for the loss of 1. 49 for 1. He's up to 6. And they bring the aggressive Ramnath on 33. Very aggressive. 5 4s and a 6 thus far, and really has asked the Trinidadian captain to be careful, because I will stay here and score a lot of runs. In. Back he goes and cuts this one away nicely through the covers. They're going to get at least 1. They should come for a second one, 2, but it's gone over the boundary for 4. A lovely shot there. Short outside the off stump. Not keeping that immaculate line that he was bowling all the while. Back went Ramnath and clipped it to the right of cover, and it got past the rope. He's up by another boundary. He's up to 37, and it's now 53 for the loss of 1. 53 for 1. I say once he stays there, there's going to be a very quick scoring rate here. Again, the drizzle again. Up and down hole, it's coming again. Davis in, and he lifts this one. Pass wide, long on is going to the boundary. Are they going to get another boundary? 1, 2. We'll wait and see. The umpire signal 4. They're waiting on the fieldsman to ascertain whether the ball got over the rope. Yes or no, and he did signal 4. Good sportsmanship on his part. So Ramnath continues to take the attack to the Trinidadian spin bowlers. He's on 41. It's 56 for the loss of 1. As 56 to 1 as the drizzle continues. As Davis in. Drives this one again straight down the ground. And wide, long off, run across and collect a single. He's up to 42, 57 for the loss of 1 at the end of the over. But certainly, he's putting the Trinidad and Tobago squad under the gun, so to speak.
Any extended period of time, it will put pressure on the Trinidad and Tobago fielders, and we have seen that. It's 14 overs. They're at 58 for the loss of 1, which means that the scoring rate is about 4 runs per over.
First time.
Which is something that we have not seen from Guyana throughout the entire match. And what this will do also is that it will strengthen the lead that they have currently and give them an opportunity to amass a big lead and perhaps put more pressure even on the Trinidad and Tobago
team tomorrow. Of 89, wasn't it? 56 and 33, that's 89. Big lead as far as this game is concerned.
Yes, very much so. Seeing that it's a low-scoring game. So, as we see Ramlal again with his slow left arm, his delivery bouncing a bit, and batsman going through for a single. Umpire signaling dead ball. Perhaps the batsman didn't really offer a shot in that particular case, Ramnath. Surprisingly, because he has been playing a lot of shots. I think Trinidad, the team itself looks a bit deflated. The body language out there is not looking too healthy, Gunny.
It's the approach from Ramnath, very positive, and anything loose, he's not allowing it to go by. He's punishing it and getting it over the boundaries.
It's Ramnath again, a short delivery this time. Comes back and punch it through the off stump. On the offside. And there's no run. So Ramnath would have actually got 4 wickets in the first innings, Gunny? 4?
Yes. He got 4 for 39.
As Ramlal again comes in, bowls another flighty delivery. He's just flicking this one. Very good stop there from the man at mid-wicket. There's no run. Trinidad and Tobago definitely need another wicket here, and the wicket of Ramnath would definitely be...
Ramnath is the individual who like to have dismissed.
As Ramnath again comes back, bowls short, and Ramnath goes back and just punches this one out to deep cover, where he will get a single. Moves his personal tally on to
43.
Which deliveries? So he actually scoring at a strike rate above 100, which is good to see for the many fans that are gathered here. To see some good cricket, some good shots. So 60 for the loss of 1 wicket. We know about number 15. But Guyana had a lead of 33. After making 179, Trinidad was dismissed for 146. As Ramnal again, another shortish delivery. And Dinial is just playing that one down to point, and he will get a single. Chance of an overthrow, no. Dinial himself has looked very good as well since coming to the crease, Gunny.
Yes, it's confidence. The thing about it is confidence. They're not, as we say, punching. They are staying there and still trying to do the opposite they did yesterday. Stay there, but still get runs. And all aided and abetted by the front man, Ramnath.
Ramnal again comes in, bowls to Ramnath, and he's driving this one out to mid-off, and there's no run. So the end of another over. It's 15 overs gone. It's 61 for the loss of 1.
61 for 1 and going on just over 4. All due to the efforts, the big efforts of Ramnath, who has been very positive. Anything loose, he's not pushing it away, he's hitting it to the boundaries for 4. He has what, 43 with 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 fours and a 6. That's exactly what he's doing. But Osnet, you know, something that has featured, been featured prominently across cricket is this thing about strike rate. You're playing 3-day cricket, you're playing 4-day cricket, you're talking about strike rate. You're not playing 20-20 cricket and 10-10 cricket. Strike rate is for you to stay there and bat and bat and bat and bat.
Yes, very much so. And we were speaking about that yesterday in terms of the senior men's test team. We need to have guys who are willing to bat long, build partnerships.
And don't worry about strike rate, about the strike rate is 81. That is 20-20 strike rate, 200 is 20-20. Don't bother about strike rate. It's for the batsman to steady and bat and bat and bat for as long as possible.
So we're seeing Davis again. Comes in, bowls to Dinial. A flighted delivery this time. Dinial is walking it. A slight misfield there at mid-wicket. So he'll come through for a single. So Dinial himself has been very busy since coming to the wicket. He's on 8 so far. Just walking the ball into gaps. And sensibly giving most of the strike to Ramnath, who has been going very well. Sometimes when a batsman is hitting the ball that well, you need to give them as much strike as possible.
You can keep the momentum going.
So Davis on a little bit of pressure here. He has bowled well. But he has also been punished on a few occasions by Ramnath. As he comes in again. Bowls to Ramnath. His delivery is flighted. Ramnath long way forward and pushes it up to the man at cover. And there's no run. Davis once again. He'll be bowling to the danger man, as we would say, in the form of Ramnath. So this delivery is flighting it and he's flicking it down to long on. So as we mentioned before, because of his attacking instincts and his stroke play so far, he has been able to get the field spreaded. So there's always an easy single down to long on, long off, deep cover as well. As we see Davis, he'll be bowling this time to Dinial. So this delivery is back and pulls it over mid-wicket. A very good shot and a very good stop on the boundary there. It was powerfully hit. The man at long on was a little bit square, which gave him an opportunity to prevent a boundary there. Saves his team 3 runs. A very good effort there on the boundary line. And score moves on to 64 for the loss of 1. Guyana in their second innings. An overall lead of 97. As we see Davis, a flighted delivery, and again he's just punching this one down to long off. Easy batting, as we would say. And he gets himself another single there, Ramnath. Under really no pressure in terms of scoring. He has milked the bowling. He has put away the bad balls, and now he's able to just walk the ball into the gaps and get some easy singles. Trinidad definitely needs some inspiration from somewhere. Someone will have to put their hand up and be counted if they are to get back into this game. As Davis, a bit short this time, and Daniel coming back and cutting it nicely past the man at point for a single. And another single to his total. And the score is now 66 for the loss of 1 at the end of the 17th over.
So 45 to Ramnat, 10 to Denval, and Guyana continue to motor along smoothly, increase the lead over by over, and creating a real problem to the Trinidad and Tobago team. But something that struck me. How is it that the Guyanese spin bowlers were able to extract, bounce, and turn, and the Trinidad spinners are unable to do so? Something struck me because especially Rampasad and the other off spinner, who is named Denval. They got bounce and turn, a lot of bat pad catches, and Trinidad and Tobago spinners, they're unable to do so. Why? Has the pitch died down?
We'll come back to that as we see Ramlal starting a new over.
Has the pitch died down?
Left arm spinner. And just directing his field. As we mentioned before, I think the Guyanese found bowl better lengths than the Trinidadians so far. As Ramlal again comes up, bowls. He's getting the ball to turn away from the batsman, but the pace at which he's bowling, it's giving the batsman enough time. Even though he beats them, they can easily see the direction which the ball is turning. So that is something that he perhaps have to work on as he gets older, in terms of the pace at which he bowls. Comes in again, bowls. Another flighty delivery. Daniel this time comes forward and pushes it out to the man at mid-wicket. And there's no run. So we were hoping that perhaps the Trinidadian spinners would follow in the footsteps of the Guyanese. But so far we have not seen that. It must be said also that the Guyanese batsmen has played very well. They came out with a very positive intent and were able to put pressure back on the Trinidadians. Another flighty delivery. Turning away from the batsman, and it goes out to point, and there's no run. Another thing is at no point have Trinidad been able to exert any sort of pressure, prolonged pressure on the Guyanese batsmen in the second innings. So all of those are contributing factors as we see Ramlal again. Another short, slow delivery. Daniel goes back and just punches it back up to the bowler. So at least in this over, we've seen a bit of control from Ramlal. He has bowled some dot balls, which is the next best thing if you're not getting wickets. As Ramlal comes in again. Another flighty delivery one is swept. It's on the line of the leg stump. It's swept. Can they come back for a second? No, I don't think they will. So it's another single added to the total. It's now 66 for the loss of 1. In over number 18. So once again, when Ramnat is on strike, we see the field spreading a bit. Testament to his power and stroke play so far. So it will be Ramlal again. Bowling to the dangerous Ramnat. Comes in, bowls. Short delivery, and he's cutting this one. Not finding the gap. But perhaps would be disappointed with himself there. It was short, wide, asking to be hit. But he just managed to pick out the man at cover. So it's 66 for 1 over number 18.
Batting has become as easy as Sunday morning here this afternoon once the Guyanese took to the crease for their second innings. So what seemed to be a bit of a problem when the Trinidad and Tobago batted, it seems the complete turnaround whereby the batting has become easy and the Guyanese are piling on the pressure as it's a water break at this particular point in time with Guyana 66.
Yes,
66 for the loss of 1, a lead of 33, that's 99 lead. And with the way they are batting, it seems as if these guys, except something really miraculous happen, they will certainly build a very, very comfortable and a big lead by the time close the play come this afternoon. But certainly, Trinidad and Tobago, they're really looking down in relation to this game. They're looking dejected.
because the way the Guyanese batsmen in the second innings have approached their task, that is one whereby we have a lead of 33. We are going to steady and be positive. Ram not been very positive, as we said in the first innings, and he is taking the fight, so to speak, or lack thereof, from the Trinidad and Tobago team to them, and they have actually fall victim to his attacking stroke play, and they have moved on to 66, and he has batted very, very well indeed. They have batted very well indeed, and certainly it's a question of what can Trinidad do in terms of getting themselves back in this game as against Guyana, who looking to pile on the pressure. So we
now have some updates from the other games that are playing simultaneously. So we had Jamaica 234 all out, Barbados going along well, 386 for 7. So they lead, they actually declared the lead was 152. So Barbados 386 for 7 declared. Let me get the scorecard.
How many ton ended up with? It was 110 at the last update. How many did he ended up with? Ton made 110.
So we had Ton, Joshua Dawn 110, Hakeem Perryman 72, Jaden Roberts a quick fire 76 in the end. 1-4-9 sixes. Wow. So that definitely was an entertaining innings as the Barbados were able to declare on 386 for 7. All right, bowling for Jamaica. The pick of the bowlers there, Sanjay Walker, 3 for 69. Justin Beckford, 2 for 49.
Second innings, where are they?
It's the innings break. They haven't started at Jamaica hasn't started their second innings.
The other game.
Right. So the other game is between Windward Islands and Leeward Islands. So Windward Islands 209 all out, and Leeward Islands just dismissed a while ago, 284 all out. So the Leewards lead by 75 runs. Batting for the Leeward Islands, that's the top scorer there being Nathan Edwards with 82. And we had Michael Graves, 60. Bowling for the Windward Island, our local boy Solomon Boscombe, 14 overs, none for 50. So he was quite unfortunate there. But we have Tariq Edwards. He got 8 for 75. So that's a very good effort there by Tariq Edwards. 8 for 75. Yes, so he basically bowled out the entire team.
Wow. Very interesting situation there at Cumberland. 386 for 7 declared. A big lead of 152, and Jamaica certainly under some pressure there.
Yes, quite clearly more runs being scored in those games than what we have seen here.
Than here, that is quite true. And Leeward Islands 284, lead of 75 again. Winners will have to bat long to try and save the game. Situation here is Guyana right on top in this game here against Trinidad and Tobago. They got a 33-run lead, and at the moment they are 66 for 1. And certainly they have put the Trinidadians under pressure. So we are seeing Guyana pointing the way here, Barbados pointing the way at Cumberland, and Leeward's pointing the way at Annisville. That's an update from the other two games as play will continue here, where we are seeing
Sewell.
Sewell?
Yeah, Sewell is in the bowler. So Sewell, the right-arm fast medium bowler, bowled well in the first innings. Pretty straight. As he will be bowling to Dinial. Comes in, bowls this delivery. He's keeping down a little bit. Dinial back forces it out to the man at point, and there's no run. So in the first innings, I think Sewell would have bowled from the other end, but he has switched ends. Hopefully he has a change of fortune. Captain definitely need a wicket here. Guyana just drifting away with the game so far. A wicket here would definitely put a bit of pressure on the Guyanese. So 66 for 1, we end the 19th over. It's going to be Zachary Sewell from the northern end, bowling to Dinial. To this delivery, a bit short again, and Diniel trying to force it off the back foot. Just picking out the man at point. So there's no run again. As we look around the field, we have one slip. We have a man at backward point. We have a man at point. One man in the covers, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, square leg. As Sewell again comes in, bows. His delivery, short of a length on his leg stump. He just turns and walk it nicely, comfortably, out to square leg, and he gets a single. So that is what we have seen from Diniel so far. He's a very compact. Yes, a very compact player, and he has managed to actually walk the ball into gaps and accumulate his singles very easily. So we have on strike now Ramnath, who has been the aggressor in the partnership so far. Has played some wonderful shots. He'll be facing up to Sewell for the first time. Let's see how he goes. Sewell comes in, bowls. Short delivery and just hit with authority and a bit of disdain there, Gunny. It was a short delivery and Ramnath just rocked back on his back foot and pulled it in front of square for another boundary. The score moves on to 71 for 1. And he moves on to 49. It would be a very well-deserved half century. It's played well.
That one was hit with utter contempt. Short, he waited on it and just put it wherever he pleased. And the Trinidad and Tobago team definitely, they are definitely on the down. Their spirit is not there. There's no buoying up, nothing.
Sewell comes in once again, bows. This delivery is punching it out to point and a quick delivery. And a direct hit, I think that should be out, yes. From our vantage point, that was a very good direct hit, and perhaps that is the lift that the Trinidad and Tobago team needed, Gunny. It was a delivery on the line of the arse stump. Ramnath pushing it out to the man at point. The man was very quick to that one, as we have seen in the first innings. The Trinidad and Tobago team feels very well. And it was a direct hit, and direct hit always result in these sort of dismissals. Diniel there would be very disappointed.
Well, we actually called it here because it was kind of square on from the time the ball struck the stump. We saw him out of his crease. The umpire had absolutely no hesitation, no reason to call it out, umpire, and he lifted his finger. Certainly a good call by umpire Wright. Not umpire Joseph, is umpire Wright, and Denval goes run out for 12. A brilliant return, and Trinidad and Tobago has effected their second wicket with a total on 71.
Perhaps not the wicket they were really looking for, but it's a wicket nevertheless. So it's an opportunity for them to regroup and try and make further breakthrough into this Guyanese batting lineup. So the new player is Mohabir, the captain. Right-arm batsman. He would have played well as well in the first innings. And he'll be facing up to Sewell. A bit more chatter, a bit more liveliness from the Trinidad and Tobago team. As Sewell comes in, bowls. And to this delivery is beating Mohabir outside the off stump. So a very good delivery there by Sewell, just pitching and moving away from the left-hander. And taken by wicketkeeper Kisonant. And it's the end of the over. Over number 19. It's 71 for the loss of 2 wickets. So it's Ramlal once again to start the new over. And he's pushing it back to him, a caught up mole. Wow. So 2 wickets in the space of a few deliveries. And Ramnat there will be very disappointed with that dismissal. He goes for 49. The total is now 71 for the loss of 3 wickets. So it was a flighty delivery there. Ramnat looking to punch this one down the ground perhaps to reach to his milestone. A much deserved milestone if he had gotten there. But he just presented a return catch to Ramlal, who took it with both hands. And that's a very good wicket to have. A very good breakthrough there by Ramlal. It's 71 for the loss of 3 wickets. So 2 wickets going down in the space of a few deliveries there. And Ramnat being dismissed there for 49. A well played 49. Looked very good. But I'm sure he'll be very disappointed not to have carried on and get a bigger one for his team. So the new batsman is Yearwood. A left-hander as well. So quite a few left-handers in this Guyanese lineup. Something that Mr. Hines would have alluded to earlier. And Ramlal will be very confident after that wicket. He got wickets in the first innings. And he has also been able to get his first wicket here once again. So Ramlal again. Yearwood just making the bowler wait a bit as he comes in again. The ball in to Yearwood, a flighty delivery this time and beats him outside the off stump. So all of a sudden the Trinidadians a bit more lively, a bit more buoyed by those 2 dismissals that they were able to effect a while ago. And I'm pretty sure that increased confidence could lead to more gains if they can only make it count. So we have a short leg, a leg slip and a slip. As Ramlal again bowls a good delivery, flighted delivery coming back as a dangerous leave there by Yearwood, considering Ramlal bowling googlies from time to time, coming back into the batsman. So it's a good over so far as he comes in again, bowls. This delivery is short and Yearwood is punching it. A very good stop there by the man at cover. Saves a sorting boundary there. And the score remains at 71 for the loss of 3 wickets. Ramlal again comes in, bowls. This delivery is a bit short and he's pulling this one over square leg. One bounce into the fence and he gets a boundary. So that was a short delivery there by Ramlal, a poor delivery really. And Yearwood was able to rock back on his back foot and pull that one over square leg for a boundary. So he's off the mark with 4. And the score now moves on to 75 for the loss of 3 wickets. A very poor delivery there. Just can't release the pressure like that. They have been able to get a couple of wickets there. Just have to maintain the pressure on the new batsman. Can't be giving them freebies. As he tosses this one up and Yearwood comes forward and plays it back up the pitch. And there's no run. So at the end of the 20th over, the score here at Park Hill in the game between Trinidad and Tobago and Guyana. Guyana in their second innings are 75 for the loss of 3 wickets. Remember, Guyana batted first after being inserted by Trinidad and Tobago. They scored 179. In response, Trinidad and Tobago could have only mustered 146, giving Guyana a lead of 33. And in the second innings, Guyana are now 75 for 3. Which means that the lead is now 108. So those 2 last wickets would have evened out the contest quite a bit. It was drifting along in Guyane's favor. But those 2 wickets were very crucial as we see Sewell again from the northern end, and this delivery is outside the off stump. And the captain there, Mohabir, just leaving that one to be taken by the wicket keeper. So a good contest now, evenly balanced, evenly poised. The lead of 108. Guyana will be looking to build on that lead. Perhaps get something in the region of 200, 220 or more. Trinidad, on the other hand, will be looking to limit the Guyanese batsmen as much as possible. As Sewell is bowling a full-length delivery there. Mohabi trying to drive that one through the offside. Misses it completely. His bat hitting the ground, perhaps the noise that the wicketkeeper would have heard, and mounted an appeal. The umpire there not showing nothing in the favor of the Trinidadians. So we have one slip, we have a square leg, we have a man at point, a man at cover, extra cover, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket. As Sewell comes in again, bowls. This delivery is on about the off stump, moving away. Well played there by Mohabir. So it's a good over so far by Sewell, good comeback over. 75 for the loss of 3 wickets. So more encouragement now for the Trinidad and Tobago team. After that brilliant partnership with Dinial and Ramnath, they've been able to get rid of both of them. So it's all smiles for the moment as Sewell again bowls on a good length, which we have been seeing from him since the first innings, where he's able to hit that good length, make the batsman play as much as possible. And in this case, Mohabir just getting in line there and pushes it up back to the bowler where he feels, and there is no run. As Sewell comes in again, bowls a delivery on the line of the off stump, and punches it out to point, and there's no run. So it's a very good over so far by Sewell, sorry. He has bowled on a very good length. Mohabir so far being content on just playing defensive, trying to get into on this wicket. But the batsman seems to struggle with that. As Sewell again comes in, he's cutting this one behind point, should be able to get at least 2. Yes, he's coming back. No good decision there to settle with this single. It was a good shot. Just timed it and punched it out to deep point, and he managed to get himself a single. So it's now 76 for the loss of 3 wickets, Guyana in their second innings. A very good over there by Sewell. Good line, good length. Just keeping the pressure on the Guyanese batsmen. So now it will be Ramlal to continue. He got the big wicket of Ramnath in the last over, caught and bowled. Ramnath will be very disappointed, as we mentioned before. He was timing the ball wonderfully. He was manipulating the field. It's very unfortunate there for him, as Ramlal again, another shortish, flighty delivery. Batsman there coming forward, Mohabir. And stroking it out to the man at short leg, and there's no run. Over number 22, as we see Ramlal again, another flighty delivery, this time a bit wide. So Mohabir has enough time to spot that and allows that one to be taken by the wicketkeeper. So we have a man at gully, we have a man in the slip, we have a man at short leg, as Ramlal again, this delivery is shortish and Mohabir stylishly plays the round the corner. Perhaps there was a single there, but Yewood kind of sitting on his bat and was not able to capitalize there. But that was an easy single, if you ask me. Perhaps the pressure of the moment getting to the batsmen. As Ramlal again comes up, bowls another shortish delivery, getting a bit of bounce, but it's slow bounce. Batsman is able to just go back on the back foot and read these deliveries quite easily because of the pace at which he's bowling. As we see Ramlal again comes up, bowls. His delivery turning and bouncing quite a bit. So we've seen some bounce here now from Ramlal, albeit slow bounce. That one there, that's a bit uncomfortable there for Mohabir. So it's amazing what a wicket can actually do. You're now seeing quite a bit more purchase from the Trinidad and Tobago spinners. As a good delivery, driven nicely out to long on, should be able to get to the boundary. Yes, that was a very good shot. So it was a flighted delivery this time. The captain just leaned forward and just stroking that one through extra cover, beating the field, and he's able to get a boundary. So a much deserved boundary there for the captain and for Guyana as the score moves on to 80 for the loss of 3. Welcome back, Gunny.
Yes, having been indisposed, so to speak. So I missed one dismissal, that is the wicket dismissal of Ramnath. He was caught and bowled from what I was told by Ramlal. So Yearwood and Mahabi are trying to rebuild, and Trinidad and Tobago trying to dig in, trying to get more wickets. They run out, maybe have buoyed them. They got the second wicket quickly. It's for them to try and lift the spirits, to try and get themselves right back into the game towards giving themselves an even chance of getting a score that will not daunt them. Yes, because one you had at 33 on top of 80, that's 113 already. So try and see if they can really keep them down to some minimal score that they fancy they will be able to get.
So it will be Siwa once again. Comes in, bowls to Yearwood, and he's trying to cut this one. Yearwood, a bit of attacking intent from Yearwood. We saw that in the first innings as well.
As you said, once you cannot get wickets and you can keep the scoring rate down to a beam, trickle, a minimum, you create that pressure and you take it away from you. And maybe Siwal has been brought on to do just that, and he has created problems in terms of keeping the scoring rate down, and 2 wickets has fallen since.
So Siwa comes in again, bowling to Yearwood. His delivery is on the off stump again. Yearwood trying to run that one down to third man. Not successful there, and goes by to be taken by the wicketkeeper. So Siwa here finding a very good line, a very good length, something that we have seen in the first inning as well. He bowled well. And I'm sure the captain will be hoping that he can continue to do the same. So Guyana in their second innings, 80 for the loss of 3 wickets over number 23. So the scoring rate is quite good. 3.5 runs per over. As we see Siwa comes in, bowls outside the off stump, a better leave there by Yearwood. Delivery just pitching and moving away from the left-hander.
I get the impression, Osner, that since I left to go and help myself, the scoring rate has fallen significantly.
Yes, the Trinidad has been able to pick themselves up. Wickets will do that as well. They were kind of flat about half an hour ago. But with those 2 wickets, 2 important wickets as well, they have been able to pick up their tempo and put a bit more squeeze on the Guyanese batsmen. So it's Siwa once again from the northern end. He'll be bowling to Yearwood. Comes up, bowls, and this delivery is punching off the back foot to the man at point. There's no run. So Siwa just in that corridor of uncertainty, as we'd say, a bit of a short of a length and moving away from the left hander, trying to get the outside edge. Although the slip corner is not as populated as it was earlier, we still have at least 1 slip there. So Guyana with a lead of 113. In the second innings, 80 for 3, as we see Siwa once again comes in, bowls. This delivery is on and about the off stump, and Yearwood gets behind it and plays it up to the bowler. Well played, well bowled. The score remains 80 for the loss of 3 wickets. I can tell you that the sun is out once again. We've had a kind of mixed bag in terms of the weather so far. Bit of drizzle, bit of rain. Nothing that would have really lasted for any prolonged period of time though. So we are scheduled to finish at 5:30. Yes, 5:30, which is about an hour away. As we see Siwa comes in, bowls. This delivery again outside the off stump. Good length, good testing, probing line there by Siwa.
A good maiden over. Yes,
he would equally up to it.
Over. And he's doing the job that the skipper wants of him, and that is to keep things tight, so that the overs will go, and hope that Ramlal will exploit it from the opposite end. But certainly they have found themselves getting back into the game, albeit slowly, because the 100 and whatever the moment it is, they'll have to get them, and they still have to get 7 more wickets. So they're trying their best to avoid getting 200 plus on this track on the last day. But Guyana, the way they're batting, they are not going to go helter-skelter towards getting 200 tonight. They're going to bat normal, which is the correct thing to do. Normal, and hope that the wickets do not fall too regularly, so they'll be able to be seated comfortably tonight at whatever position they end up with, to be able to plan for tomorrow, God's willing.
Yes, and based on what the Guyana showed us in the first innings, they are resilient in terms of their batting, right down to number 11. So Trinidad know that they would have their work cut out for them in terms of trying to dismiss Guyana. They were frustrated quite a bit in the first innings in terms of the lower order partnerships, and I'm sure there'll be more of the same from Guyana, or hopefully from the Guyana's perspective, as we see Ramlal again tossing this one up, and the captain there coming forward and just playing that out to short cover. There's no run. So the thing with Ramlal is that he will give you some scoring opportunities, but somewhere along the line he's also able to pick up a few wickets. As we see Ramlal again comes in, bowls. This delivery is a bit short. The captain just punches it out to the man at cover, and there's no run. So 80 for the loss of 3, as Ramlal again, the slow left arm bowler. A flighted delivery this time. The captain comes forward and just kills it right in front of his eye line. There's no run. So a good over so far by Ramlal, just adding to the pressure created by CWI the last over. This delivery once again is on a length, and Mohabiyu going back and just play it out to the man at point. Very organized player, Mohabiyu. Nothing fancy. As we see Ramlal, he's in again. His last delivery of this over. Another flighty delivery is driving up to the man at cover, and there's no run. So that's another maiden over, 2 in a row. It's a good comeback here by the Trinidad and Tobago team.
Yes, and the bowlers are keeping turn the pressure from their side, move it from their end to your end. Yes, you're in a good position to try and score fairly quickly, but at the same time they are putting on the pressure here. 2 successive maiden overs, and it's a question of what Trinidad and Tobago would do, because after a while CWI will get a bit tired, and you'll need to probably try to exploit from the far end, the southern end, whereby Davis should be the man to be employed from the southern end to see what he can do towards effecting a breakthrough in terms of getting more wickets. But in the meantime, keep the pressure on with CWI for probably the next 10-15 minutes and see what happens.
Yes, CWI has been very good in this spell. He has not gone for a lot of runs, and he has also looked threatening in terms of the length that he's bowling to the left-handers. Just getting the ball to move away a bit from them as he comes in again, bowls. And once again, that length that we just spoke about a while ago, yeah, we're trying to play a forcing shot there off the back foot, missing it completely.
Goes by to be taken by the wicketkeeper. As far as the Guyanese are concerned, no big set of scoring doesn't worry them based on what we saw yesterday. But the Trinidadians just have to keep plugging away, and hope a little bit of lady luck would go their way, and an edge is found here, a little edge is found there, and be able to get away another wicket or 2 tonight. Because that run out should have lifted their spirits.
Yes, as we see CWI again, comes in, bowls to Yearwood, and beating him outside the off stump again. So once again, a very good length, very good line, making the batsman play. Yearwood has not been very comfortable since arriving at the crease. He has had a few plays and misses, and he has hit a boundary, I think, of a full toss, a short delivery earlier from Ramlal. Apart from that, he has not really tried to walk the ball into the gaps, and he has played and missed on a few occasions, especially against CWI. Yes, as CWI comes in again, bowls his back and just punches up towards to the man at cover, and there's no run.
He got 5 in the first innings, and the skipper Wahabi got 7. The thing with it is CWI is bowling a consistent line, a probing line,
keeping things quiet from that end there. But I believe while Ramlal they're hoping that Ramlal will be able to get a wicket or two. The thing about it with Ramlal, I think he's bowling a little too slow for this slow pitch. You need to bowl a little faster.
As CWI again comes in, bowls to Yearwood. This delivery is, he's leaving this one alone outside the off stump. Yes. Yes, that's a very good point, Gunny. As we see CWI again, who was bowled well. Runs in now, bowls to Yearwood, a slower delivery this time. He watches it goes outside the off stump. Yearwood appears to be a kind of on the edge kind of batsman at this point in time. He's just looking for that opportunity to score. You've seen him play that miss on a number of occasions outside the off stump. So hopefully for Guyana's sake, he's able to settle himself a bit down and try and build a partnership here with Mohabir. Siwa again comes in, bowls. This delivery is a bit fuller, but Yearwood is not tempted in any way, and he leaves it to be taken by the wicketkeeper. So it's the end of another maiden over by Siwa. So 3 maidens on a row.
Yes, that's what I'm saying. The pressure is being built. And this is exactly what I believe the Trinidad skip and the Trinidad camp need. Build the pressure. And hopefully they will succumb. One of them will succumb and they will be able to get their 4th wicket. But we are trying everything thus far.
So the lead is 113. So Guyana, which is not a big lead by any stretch of the imagination, but in the context of this match, is a good lead to have. I would say I prefer to be in Guyana's shoes right now than Trinidad's.
Based on the fact that there are 7 wickets still to fall. So if we can add another 70, 80, it will create problems. The 70, 80, as far as Guyana is concerned, might take up until lunch tomorrow, the rate at which they're going.
Yes, that's why the wicket of Ramnath was so important, because he was the one guy we think that would have been able to increase the scoring rate by some noticeable amount. So first delivery there, Mohabir just pushing that down to long on, getting a single. A quicker delivery there by Ramlal. As we see, Yearwood will be taking strike now to Ramlal. Let's see how he goes. Ramlal comes in, bowls. And a short delivery, and he's pulling this one for 6. It's a big hit. It's one of the biggest hits we have seen all day. It's just a short delivery, and Yearwood just rocking back on his back foot and pulling it way over the pavilion we have here. And that's a big hit indeed.
Yes, it was short. It was asking to be hit, and he has eased the pressure by bowling that loose delivery and pounced on by Yearwood, who banged it over mid-wicket, way over our head for a maximum. But certainly, welcome boundary there by Yearwood, and Guyana will be very happy with that maximum. I don't think the Trinidad camp will be very happy with that 6 there.
Yeah, after 3 consecutive manos, that was a release me kind of delivery there by Ramlal, which as we mentioned before, he's prone to giving the batsman at some point in time.
I think he's bowling too slow, as I said before. You need to bowl a little quicker.
As he comes in again, bowls a flighty delivery, and this one beating him outside the off stump. So that's a very good response there by Ramlal. After being hit for that monstrous hit 2 deliveries ago, he's now able to bring Yearwood on the front foot and beat him.
I think he recognized that he bowled a loose delivery. That's why he came up with a beautiful delivery thereafter.
Comes in again, bowls another flighty delivery. Yearwood is pushing this one out to the man at mid-off, and there's no run. So 87 for the loss of 3 wickets, a lead of 120. As we see Ramlal again, and to this delivery, Yearwood is going back and just pushes it up back the wicket to the bowler. He collects, walks back to his mark. As we see Ramlal once again coming in. Bowler. A quicker delivery this time. Not very well disguised, mind you, but it's a quicker delivery, and Yearwood was up to the task there. Kept it out at the end of the 26th over. It's 87 for the loss of 3 wickets.
And this partnership, slowly but surely, they have it 14. It's for just a small amount of 14, but it's the number of overs they've taken up. And creating that situation whereby they're letting Trinidad and Tobago know that they're not here to give away the wickets. We are here to grind it out, regardless of the state of the game. And it's a good ploy because you're not going to hit 6, 4, you get to 10, 12 and out. They are grinding you in order for me to reach 12, 15, 10. I'll take a lot of time. Well, you'll get a bit tired and you'll get frustrated once you're not getting me out. So rather than getting 2 boundaries and then in a 20-20 style get back to the pavilion. So it's a good ploy by the Guyanese skipper and Yearwood and frustrating the Trinidad and Tobago after those 2 quick wickets. In Dinval and Ramnath.
Yes, so we now have Davis again from his preferred end, the northern end. He'll be bowling this time to Mohabir. He comes in, bowls a short delivery, and Mohabir is back and punching it. Perhaps not where he wanted to put it, but the slow nature of that delivery just presented a little bit of a challenge there for Mohabir. As we see Davis again. Very nice, smooth run-up. Comes in, bowls a flighty delivery this time and a drop catch. Oh my goodness. It went in and it came out. He had a good look at it, Gunny, because it was he was facing the batsman. The batsman came a long way forward and off the face of the bat, straight in, straight out. So that was a very... Yes. A wicket of the captain there would have really given increase.
Just what I said after that 6 was struck. That wicket would have lifted their spirits.
And that's the thing about Davis. Davis seemed to create a lot of opportunities whenever he has the ball in his hand as well. He has bowled well all match. The off spinner. So he's back again, comes in, bowls to Mohabir. Another flighty delivery. He's leaving this one outside the off stump. So creating a little bit of uncertainty here, Davis, with his turn and his flight, his guile.
Can probably remember if Rampasad can get 6, I can get 6 too. That's what you'll be telling himself.
Davis comes in again. It's a shorter delivery this time and easily played out to the man at mid-on. There's no run.
Need to set targets, and if my opponent, similar off spinner, can get 6, I'm bowling from the same end. Why can't I get, something close, if not the same? I even surpass him.
Yes. As Davis again, short again, so 3 short delivery there. He has just, apart from the first delivery, he hasn't really found the right length to be bowling on this pitch. If he wants to match Rampasad 6 wicket haul, he has to find a better length. Because that length is just allowing Mohabir to just rock back on his back foot and play the ball quite comfortably.
Yeah, bring him forward, as he did with the drop catch.
So Davis again comes in. Another shortish delivery again. Mohabir just punching that one back to the bowler. Slight misfield. Didn't cost the team any runs. So it's the end of the over. A chance created there. I think it was Jagasar there at silly mid-off.
Should have taken the catch, didn't. And
Mohabir lives to fight another day.
As Guyana continue to probe away at the batting there. But certainly he's bowling a bit too short. It's allowing them to, the one delivery that he pitched on the sort of line and length, he created the chance, but it wasn't taken. And he went back, resorted to a flatter trajectory, short of a length, and he batted him quite easily. As I said, you have an opponent who has done well. You watch what he did. We are off spinners. As I told you a while ago, about an hour or so ago, I got 5-6 for 97 against Guyana. And Bot said to me, he wants 5-6 too. And he got it because he looked at what I was doing. And he got a 6 too. So that is what I need. Somebody is the model. Let me follow it.
As we see Ramlal again from the southern end. Another flighty delivery, this time outside the off stump. Yearwood very watchful.
So the question here, what is the coach or coaches doing by getting some messages to their charges? They're under 19. No big deal in sending water out and sending a message. That is the trick of the trade. I mean, they haven't done anything wrong.
It's Ramlal again. Another flighty delivery this time. Good flight on that delivery. Just tossing it up a bit. Got the feeling Yewood, as we said, he looks to be anxious to get going. So this is good bowling here by Ramlal. Just don't want to be short because, as we seen in the last over, Yewood is a very strong guy. That was a big 6 over 102 meters. As Ramlal again, it's a shortish delivery, going back and just cramping him for a bit of room there, Yewood. And there's no run, so 87 for 3. The run rate for Guyana has been pretty steady, around 3.4 runs per over 3.5, which is in stark contrast to what they did in the first innings, where the run rate was hovering around 1.7, 1.8. Another delivery, and this is hit very well, straight over long off, one bounce into the fence. It's a very good shot there. I think it will be, it's 6 actually, the umpire signaled 6. I thought for a second there it had bounced inside the boundary, but we're seeing the umpire signaling 6. So Yewood again showing his strength there. As a delivery tossed up a bit and he hit it straight over long off. The long on was back, so he was mindful of that.
He went over his head.
Right, the mid off was up, so he managed to go over the offside, as we say, and he managed to get himself a 6. So his second 6 of the innings for Yewood. Good shot.
He's up to 16.
So that shot now has actually pushed back the man at a long off. As Ramlal again comes in, bowls, and he's punching it to cover, and there's no run. There's no run. So his score is on 93 for the loss of 3 wickets. Of Yewood on 16. Mohabir has been here a bit longer. He's on 6. As Ramlal again, another short and slow delivery. Perhaps Yewood could have done better with that, but he chose to just hit it away down to a short square leg, and there's no run. So it's the end of that over again, and we're getting these showers of blessings, as they would say. We have had these at various points today. Nothing totally threatening as such, but just a bit of showers coming down as we speak. It's 28 overs finished.
The number of overs to be bowled by 5:30 will have been 31. But they have since they're getting closer to 31, and certainly they will probably bowl maybe about 28 gone, 45 minutes to go, another 10, 12. And certainly that they will get up to about 40 overs tonight, 43 overs tonight. As
28 down there.
Yes, 26. They are supposed to bowl 31, based on the information from the umpires.
Yes, minimum.
So they're definitely going to go past that total there of 31.
Yes, that's attributed to the spinners that they're using.
Of course.
So Davis again comes in. Hopefully we're looking for a better over this time. His last over was a bit short.
He's bowling too short.
Yes, it was a bit short. I don't know if he's getting a bit tired. Those fingers are getting a bit
Can't be
tired.
He's just come on, hasn't it?
As we see Davis again, he's bowling to the captain, Mohabir. Better length there, once again. So that's the length he should be hitting. He's causing some problems when he's a bit fuller.
It's the second time he has done it. The second time the first one was a clear-cut chance. This one seemed to have bounced just before the fielder. And he should remember what he's done to create 2 chances.
Jagasa there just need to be a bit sharper there in at silly mid-off. It's another short delivery again and goes back and cuts this one. Very well fielded there by James. Gets it back to his keeper, and there's a single. So the score moves on to 94 for the loss of 3 wickets.
Yeah, but regardless of the age group, once you've seen what happened, you should try and say, let me bowl this other delivery similar to the previous one. Whether you're under 19, under 15, why is it they're going to resort to something that isn't working, and you do something that is working, and you decide you're not going to do the former?
Yeah, just consistency is needed. As we see Davis again, he comes in and bowls to Yewood, a flighty delivery this time, good length, good line. This is perhaps the type of delivery that he bowled to Caesar, who got the wicket, and pitching just on about the off stump, moving away. Yewood on this occasion is able to see it early and allowing it to go by, to be taken by the wicketkeeper. So there's a good length there by Davis. As we watch him again, comes in, bowls to Yearwood. A short delivery this time. He's pulling this one again powerfully. One bounce into the fence, another boundary. So we just spoke about the consistency that is needed there, Gunny, and Davis in this spell definitely not showing any sort of consistency.
No level of consistency because he has bowled 2 deliveries inside of the 2 overs. That has created a chance and a half chance. And he's gone back to bowling short and he's been punished by going away for another boundary to the Guyanese. So certainly inconsistency is the key word. They need to be more consistent in order to try and get his team back into position. But Rampersad wasn't getting that from Rampersad. He was there, just knocking. And that's exactly what I'm saying. Look at your counterpart and follow suit.
Let's see how he follows up on that delivery as Davis. A good delivery this time. As the length that he perhaps should be hitting.
Yeah, what first innings, I will tell you. Go ahead.
So it's the end of the 27th over. The score is 98 for the loss of 3 wickets.
Batted at 5.
Yes,
so it's like Davis need to understand. He need to be more consistent because I'm saying the last delivery was the length was good. He can only defend. Let him bat the 6 deliveries like that. Let him defend or let him do something out of the ordinary and get runs rather than you actually giving him gifts.
He has actually been very expensive in the spell. He has bowled 6 overs for 33 runs, which means that he's going at over 5 runs per over. Which is
not on this track. No spinner on this track should be going at this rate. Not on this track. To be very honest with you, it is giving help to all spinners, and you should be creating more problems for the batsmen. It doesn't matter which side you're on, Guyana or Trinidad, because we saw the Guyanese spinners. Rampersad 16 over 6 for 44.
Ramlal once again to start a new over. This one flighted. Mohabi pushes it down to long off and they get a single. One more added to the total is 99 for the loss of 3 wickets. A very good partnership building here between these two.
8 overs, 1 for 28 and just over 3. And Dinval, you 5 overs, 2 for 17, just over 3. But you're going way over 6 because you're not bowling the proper line and consistently as well.
So it's Ramlal once again. He'll be bowling to Yearwood. Another flighted delivery this time. Yearwood seemed to be picking him though, because from what we are seeing, Ramlal seemed to be getting the ball to come in as well as move away from the left-hander.
I would love to see Rambaram from this end and instructed to bowl the ball outside the off stump with the pacey bowls.
Okay, as Ramlal this time. A good length and Yearwood is forward. Very strongly built left-hander.
He's a very strong individual.
Yes, hits the ball very hard indeed.
Very much like a Ramnath. Ramnath hits it very hard as well.
Yes, so we've seen some very good stroke play today. A bit more stroke play than what perhaps we saw yesterday. As Ramlal again is coming up and he's driving this one powerfully. The man at cover there taking a hit. One for the team, as they would say. Perhaps we need some attention now. Was driven powerfully, as we were just alluding to there in terms of how hard Yearwood hits the ball here. Gunny Hines. $100 is actually up as well for Guyana.
They have added a very, very important 27 and stayed there for a long time. So they're attempting to bounce back at 73 for 3. And here it is, they've gone back 100. Yes, they are bouncing back at 73 for 3. And they have allowed this partnership to flourish. There's only 27, but the time they're taking up with these partnerships is creating the problem for themselves. And it's now 100 for 3. And it's all a question as to what is going through the minds of the Trinidad and Tobago captain. We really don't know what is going through their mind, because certainly would try to get the Guyanese batting team out or try to get more wickets tonight and give themselves enough time to dismiss the rest tomorrow
and give themselves enough time towards getting whatever the winning target is. But see, you're probably getting an update from the other two games.
Yes, so we have seen that we are on a small break here. We're going to give you some update from the other games that are playing simultaneously. So as we would have mentioned before, Jamaica versus Barbados, that game being played at Cumberland on the leeward side of the country. Jamaica batting first, they would have scored 234. Barbados in their first innings, they made 386 for 7 declared. And Jamaica now in their second innings, they're 32 for the loss of 1 wicket. So 32 for 1, 9.1 overs. So they trail.
Plenty.
In the other game,
130, they trail by 130.
yes, they trail by 130. 120 actually, trail by 120.
120, 130, thereabout.
120, I'm seeing it here. So we have the other game with Windward Islands versus Leeward Islands. But Windward's in their first innings made 209. Leeward Islands in reply made 284 all out. Windward's going along nicely, 29 without loss from 7 overs. So they trail by 46 runs. So both of those games, teams are chasing a first innings deficit, as is the case here as well.
Well, Trinidad and Tobago, they're behind the 8 ball. They are trying to, they are coming from a deficit, but Guyana is building a serious
Right,
lead.
yes. So it has gotten a bit darker too, Gunny.
It's not that dark that they can't play, but it's gotten darker. Yes, I agree with you. You know,
has left us, I believe.
gone under the over the cloud there, under the cloud, whatever you want to call it.
It's now 4:51.
Cloud cover here, 4:51. It's 9 minutes before 5. Play finishes at 5:30. Light permitting. I thought you would have made a change in the bowling by Ramlal and have another spinner on.
So Ramlal again is outside the off stump, and Mohabir there not playing a shot.
Don't you think it might be really nice to effect a change following that short break?
I think what we have seen so far is that the team seem to have a lot of confidence in Ramlal's abilities based on his first innings performance as well.
But doesn't it? He's not really troubling the batsman. That's the point I'm making.
Fair point. So that's the end of that over. It's now
just
100.
2 balls left in the over following that incident a while ago. But certainly he's not really troubling them. Yes, they may have a tremendous amount of confidence in him, but he's not troubling the batsman. So try something different to see if a new bowler would effect a breakthrough. We saw it with Guyana. Yeah, the guy was bowling very well from this end here. That was the skip himself, Mohabir is bowling well. And he brought on Denval.
Denval, yes.
And we saw what happened.
I think they have another spinner as well in the form of Singh. We haven't seen him at all this innings, the leg spinner as well.
But sometimes these things do happen when you have too many bowlers in your squad.
Yeah, so we haven't seen anything from Singh for this innings. And he would have bowled quite a few overs in the first innings.
You may have your key bowler. You may have your key bowler bowling well, not troubling people. You have to move him out of the way and allow, like I would call it, a second string bowler to come and try something to try and get a wicket.
You actually have a new bowler now. I think it's Ramdu. Is it Ramdu?
First time we've seen him.
Yes, I don't think he bowled in the first innings.
No, he didn't bowl. If I look at the bowling figures, he did not bowl. Rambaram, Ramlal, Davis, Singh, Egad. No, he didn't bowl.
So
For the first time. Interesting to see what happens as you see the light fade.
yeah, the light is
faded.
Yes, it's a bit.
Cloud is covering the sun, so that little bit of late evening sun is not here with us. Nice cool evening though.
Yes, as we see Ramdu, right arm off spinner. He's a little bit short and he's hitting that a big hit. I think that one almost fell in South River's hands, a neighboring village to Parkhill where we are here. It's a big hit. As we mentioned before, Yearwood hits the ball very hard, very strong, and that's another one added to his collection.
Very powerful hit there. It was short, asking to be hit. And he stayed there and he just whacked it over mid-wicket with a lot of power, and it's gone a long, long way. Probably the longest part of this field here in terms of a boundary. And certainly, again, question the motive of the Trinidad and Tobago captain.
Yeah, I think that would have been a 6 on any ground.
And any ground,
On any ground.
but you really question the decision making of the skipper. Where is Singh? Where is who else bowled in the first innings?
Rambaran,
yes.
I think he would have started the attack.
Yeah, but at the same
but
time as the light is fading, and once you can bowl a little quick on this pitch here, especially the left-hander going into the batsman, you're going to create some problems because the bowlers generally have not been keeping a consistent line, generally, except like we say Sewell and Igad. Those two have really and truly been sort of spot on. Rambaram in the innings also, he was fairly steady. But you don't, to me, somehow the other, anyway. He's the skipper, he makes a decision, hopefully in the best interest of his country. And he brought on
Ramdu,
who we did not see in the first innings. Short, asking to be hit.
As a what we call a loosener.
A former English commentator used to say lollipop. It was a real
Jeffrey
lollipop.
Boycott.
Lollipop, and it was banged away easy as Sunday morning, way over, as you said, a 6 on any ground. If you look at that, it's very one of the biggest ground here. That one would have certainly gone over the President's suite. To have gone over the place pavilion. It really was a huge 6, and they're actually going to change the ball.
So,
yes, they're going to change the ball as a result because that ball, I rather suspect, maybe lost. Maybe. I'm not sure. Really gone a long way, and there's one house down in that area. There are a lot of agricultural trees around that house, and it went over the house. So it ended up somewhere in that general area, but certainly it was a huge hit. The umpires are having a little bit of a water. I believe they are still looking for the ball, but time is going. So the umpires need to make a decision.
yes, as we mentioned before, Gunny, the light is fading quickly. But with the introduction of spinners, perhaps the batsmen will not be as perturbed.
No, they won't be perturbed, and in the case of the light, it's the umpire's call in these modern times. The batsman cannot say bad light appeal for no bad light anymore. It's the umpire's call. They're the ones to say, yes, it is good enough. So they have this purse, and I believe that a different ball that they're going to continue it with. And Ramdu have been struck for that very powerful hit there from Yearwood. Let's see how he is going to respond. With his, what it seems to be off break from the first one.
Yes. Seems to. Well, intended off break, I must say. Let's see how he goes. Comes in for his second delivery. Shortish again. Kind of pushing it through. Yearwood, a little bit more watchful this time. Just punches it out to cover, and there's no run. So Ramdu here will have to do a job for his skipper here as he comes in again. Bowls to Yearwood. Another flighty delivery this time, a bit fuller. He's bowling at a quicker pace than Davis previously. And Yearwood here, everything seemed to be coming out of the middle of his bat at this point in time. As Ramdu comes in again, bowls. This delivery is foolish, and Yearwood pushes it out to the man at deep point. So because of his stroke play, as we saw earlier with Ramnot, he has been able to spread the field. So we have a deep mid-wicket, we have a long on, a long off, and we have a man at deep point. So quite a few singles available for Yearwood if he wishes.
Then they're not even attempting to close the field now for Mohabi.
So Ramdu again, delivery that is pushed through, and Mohabi just pushing it out to cover. There's no run.
That's the difference between the captaincy of the Trinidad and Tobago team and the captain of the Guyana. Because bowling to him now, the field will have coming a bit closer.
Ramdu, a good shot there for Mohabi, just pushing that one on to long off. And it's an easy single. Smart cricket here.
Well, the gaps are there, Asnan. The gaps are there. There's absolutely no pressure. So what they're doing, Mohabi is doing, is looking for the gap, force it through the gap, and take a single comfortable. And when the loose deliveries come, Yearwood is banging it hard.
So it's 108 for the loss of 3 wickets.
A lead of 141 now.
Yes, over number 29 completed.
So let's see what he will do at just about 5 o'clock in the afternoon here at the Park Hill playing field in the Cricket West Indies Under-19 tournament. We have an update we got an update earlier from the Annisville playing field where Leewards and Windward Islands are engaged in battle, and Barbados against Jamaica at Cumberland. Barbados in the ascendancy with a huge lead of 152, I think it is. Yeah, 152. Yes, they lead from 386 for 7 declared as we play to 234. So that was a lead of 152. And they were 32 for 1 when last we saw an update.
So I think we're going to see Singh. We were calling for change of bowling at this end. So we're now going to see Singh at this point in time. A bit belatedly.
This is good. This is good. Allow different bowlers to come in from the stop and give Ramlal a rest. I believe his fingers are tired. So whilst I speak, the sun is back out.
Yes. So the weather's played a lot of games with us all day, Gunny.
All
a
day.
little bit drizzle. We had steamy sunshine. I think
look, with the darkness we spoke of earlier, it has come bright as 10 o'clock in the morning.
Yes. Singh there, good start on point, a bit short. Let's see how he goes. Comes in again, bowls to Muhabir. A flighty delivery this time, good one. Bit outside the off stump, Muhabir is able to just leave that one to be taken by the wicketkeeper. Very watchful so far, Muhabir. 9 from 35 deliveries. Yearwood, on the other hand, has been more positive. He's on 28 from 38. As we see Singh again, comes in, bowls to Muhabir. And he's swinging this one at top edge. Can he? Oh, it's just eluding him on that slip there. It was a loose shot there. It was flighted. Muhabir looking to sweep this one. Singh actually has protection on the deep square leg boundary. For that type of shot, it was a top edge. And the fielder there had slipped, limping a bit from a previous save.
One got injured.
Yes.
Yeah.
So perhaps, luckily for Muhabir, it was not a different fielder there because it fell very close to the fielder running back. But because of his limited movement, he was not able to complete or even get close to completing the catch. As we see Singh again, he's going to bowl to Yearwood. His delivery is short of a length. Yearwood going back and just pushing it out to cover. And there's no run. So Singh was steady. I think that is a good description of how his performance in the first innings. Not very threatening as such, but he was steady. Managed to get the ball in the right areas on more than one occasions. As we see Singh again, this thing is short and he's punching here. Yearwood.
Singh got 1 for 22 from 16 overs.
Okay, so he was very economical, yes, in the first innings. As we see Yearwood once again facing up to Singh. To this delivery, it's a bit short, and he's leaving that one outside the off stump.
That one certainly spun the other way.
Yes.
Certainly spun. It's a googly.
So over finished very quickly.
Very, very quickly indeed. But that one really spun. And in the first innings, I said he got 1 for 22 from 16 overs. And he got the same Yearwood out. He was called James for 5. So as we continue, we are winding down, and this is the second day. It's now about 20-25 minutes or thereabout towards close of play. The 31 overs certainly it would constitute what should have been bowled by 5:30. So they definitely go past the 31 overs. Base and slow bowlers being employed at both ends here at the Park Hill playing field.
So we're going to see Rambaran. Gunny, you've been calling for him to give him a second spell.
Yeah.
He's going to come from the northern end. I was looking at Yearwood a while ago. He reminds me a bit of Harvey Skerritt. I don't know. Harley Skerritt, yes. In terms of his same left-hander, hits the ball very hard as well.
Hitting the ball very powerful.
Just looking at some similarities there between both of them. As we see Rambaran.
He went off the boil. I'm not too sure where he is at the moment, whether he's in St. Vincent or he's overseas. He went off the boil.
He was a very good batsman. As Rambaran comes in again, he's going to bowl to Muhabir. A delivery on and about the off stump, and Muhabir just going back and plays that one out to short cover.
For whatever reason, some of our youngsters just seem to go off the radar, come off the radar. For whatever reason, I'm not sure. They were right there in the radar. Everybody looking at them, yeah, positive. Should be able to
A or B are seen in a positive light, but somewhere along the line, it turned to negative. They just go off the radar. Could you offer any explanation to that as to why they keep going off the radar like that? So many of our young cricketers.
Not at this point, Mr. Hines, as we see Rambaran. A change of field. He's changing the silly mid off. He's going over to the next side into short leg. I believe that is Jagasa. He has been there all day as Rambaran comes in. And this delivery a bit short. Pushed it through a bit, as what we have become accustomed to from Rambaran.
The skipper is so fearful of Yearwood. He has a deep mid wicket, a deep long on, a deep extra cover. At this time of the afternoon, he should be putting some pressure to try and effect a breakthrough, try and get him out.
As Rambaran again comes in, and Mohabiru this time is punching that one out to mid wicket. A good stop there.
I think getting him out is more important than giving away 5, 6 runs, 10 runs. It's more important to get him out because he's really been hitting the ball, hitting it well.
As Rambaran again, delivery on the leg stump this time. Mohabiru coming inside the line and walking it out to leg stump, off the leg stump out to square leg. He gets a single. The score moves on to 110 for the loss of 3 wickets. Mohabiru pushing his total on to 11. Has been there for a while. 11 of 41 deliveries. Yearwood has been a bit more positive. He's on 21 from
Must be more than 21.
28, sorry.
Yeah,
28 from
3
41
sixes.
deliveries. Yes, so it's Rambaran again for this delivery. Yearwood kept a little bit low based on the response there from Yearwood.
That over was very quick.
So it's a good over, tight over. I think 1 coming from it. And the score is now 110 for the loss of 3 wickets.
Yeah, and this partnership has been allowed to flourish, adding on to 37 very, very vital runs. As not really the 37 is in the amount of time they have taken up scoring the 37 and creating even more problems for you who are behind the 8 ball trying to effect a breakthrough. I certainly would gamble towards giving Yearwood another 10 and get him out tonight because for him to return tomorrow the way he's hitting the ball, they can very well get up to 200 very quickly.
So it will be Singh again in the second over, this innings. That Davis bounce a bit, should be taken, yes. So umpire saying not out. They were quite confident. A ball there just bouncing a bit off a length. And the batsman there, Mohabiru, in all sort of trouble.
What really
well
happened
taken
there,
catch there by
apparently
Jagasa.
it seemed as if it struck some part of the batsman body, some part, I'm not sure. It struck the wicketkeeper on his chest up into the field. It took what apparently seemed to be in a catch. The umpire ruled against it. But
Yes.
it struck some part of the batsman bat, some part of the batsman, either his body or his back, but apparently from the decision, it is his body.
Yes, a good catch there. I think Guyana wouldn't be too disappointed with that type of delivery. That kind of inconsistent bounce. Their spinners will be smiling, knowing that Trinidad has to bat last on this wicket. So
That is wearing. And on a third day, once there is no rain tomorrow, it will get even drier.
as we see Singh, he started well. Comes in again, bowls to Mohabiru. A full toss this time, and he's driving out to deep point. Should be able to come back for second. No, they won't. Good attacking feeling there and prevents the second. I think the challenge for the Trinidad and Tobago captain, Gunny, is finding the right balance between attacking and defense. You don't want to be too attacking knowing that Guyana is already ahead of the game in terms of in a lead. And you perhaps don't want to be too defensive and make it too easy to manipulate the field and score. So it's a difficult place to be in as Singh again comes in. Yearwood is punching this one off the edge of the bat behind point, and he gets another single. Score moves on to 112 for the loss of 3 wickets.
Yeah, there are times in life where the leaders have to make tough decisions, my brother. I understand what you're saying. It makes sense what you're saying, but at times, sometimes you have to take the gamble.
As Singh comes in once again, bowls a flight to delivery outside the off stump. He's going to be very watchful all game. He's going to allow that one to be taken by the
take the ball
wicketkeeper.
by the horns because you are behind it. You have to try something to try and effect a breakthrough. Try something. As I said, given the next 10 runs doesn't really matter too much to me if I was the skipper because the main thing is to get Yearwood out.
As Singh again is driving this one straight to the man at cover. Another soft dismissal once again there by a Guyanese batsman. He was flighted by Singh, and Muhabir there just coming on the front for trying to push this one down to mid-off, and he hits it straight to the man at cover. I believe that is Ramdu. Takes a good catch. He had a disappointing last over, but that was a good catch there by Ramdu. The lighting, as we said before, is not the best. So to pick up that type of catch easily, it's commendable. I think he's out for 12, Muhabir. He made 12 from 47 deliveries. Yeah, so the new man is Joda. Played well in the first innings as well. Stuck around. Yeah, so he played well in the first innings. He will be looking.
He looked shaky at the start, but then the longer he stayed, the better he looked. And he ended up at 29 and assisted in the Guyanese cause of getting up to that 179.
I think that was a gift of a wicket there, Gunny. It was a delivery that was there perhaps to drive, but it was not to the pitch of it, and hence it went in the air and presented an easy opportunity for the man at cover.
That's the thing about trying. Trying and flighting the ball in the right areas, hoping that the batsman will make a mistake, and he did make the mistake. Had he dropped his hand on it, no way they would have gotten a catch, but he went through looking for more runs, and it ended up that with his dismissal.
As Rambaran again starting a new over, beats Yearwood outside the off stump. A good delivery there.
I think Yearwood wicket is crucial tonight for the Trinidad and Tobago squad. Maybe another one, Yearwood included, maybe two.
Yes, as we see Rambaran comes in, flighted deliveries, driving this one, well stopped there in the covers by Siwa, who has looked good in the field, willing to throw himself about and support his bowlers, which is always critical. As we see Rambaran again, he'll be bowling to Yearwood, a flighted delivery again, good delivery there. What do you think about bringing in at least one of the long off?
Yes,
or
the
long
on and long off. One of them has to come in. Because it's what, 5:15, one has to come in and leave the temptation for the batsman to go over his head.
I think as we mentioned before, there's a difference between the two captains so far. The Guyanese captain seemed to have been more proactive in his approach than the Trinidad and Tobago. As Rambaran again, that delivery going down the leg side. Yearwood just turning it. Did he get some bat on it? No, it's a leg by. The total moves on to 113 for the loss of 4 wickets. Went over number 33.
I said to you before, you can easily give away 10 runs towards getting another wicket or two tonight. That should be deployed, but he's not as proactive as the Guyanese skipper, which is Mohabir.
Very much so, and perhaps he needs to be more proactive, seeing that he's behind the 8 ball, as they would say.
That's right, so looking to really and truly try and effect a wicket, more so Yearwood, and if it so happens that Joda goes, so be it.
Yes, so Rambaran will be bowling to Joda for the first time. And this delivery, he's flighting it, a good delivery.
I think Joda can be fairly confident having batted on his trip, and he got 29. He stayed for a long time.
Yes.
So he has a feel of the pitch, so to speak.
Yeah, played well as Rambaran again. Another flighted delivery this time. A lot of flight on that one. Very well bowled there by Rambaran. Perhaps we need to see more of that, trying to entice the new batsman. It was a good over there. Two runs coming from it. And the score is 113 for the loss of 4 wickets. We have Joda just coming to the crease. He's not yet off the mark. And Yearwood, he's on 29 from 47 deliveries.
Yes, and Guyana 112 and 33, 145 for 4 basically is the score. That's why I keep saying, try and do something. Be proactive, don't be reactive. Try and get Yearwood out tonight. If not him, try and get Joda out so you'll have another wicket and get a new man in to, again maybe tonight and see what can happen.
So Singh, after getting a wicket in his last over, another flighty delivery there. He's bowled well. Gunny.
Yes, Singh has come on as bowled well, as I said to you. Once he brought on...
Bowled 2 overs, 1 for 3. So he has kept it tight, and he has gotten the most a very important wicket there in terms of the captain. As we see him once again, comes up, He's going to bowl to Yearwood, and this delivery. Flighted turning in to Yearwood. Just rushed him a bit.
He looks like he will be able to take a few wickets, the way he's bowling and creating that little bit of uncertainty as far as Yearwood is concerned, despite the way he's batting and stroking the ball beautifully around the park boundaries.
So it's Singh once again. Bowling to Yearwood. Another flighted delivery this time. Yearwood comes forward and pushes it in front of him. There's no run. I think Singh is bowling at a very good pace as well for this wicket.
Yes, that was what I said earlier with Ramlal. He's bowling a bit too slow, and he is bowling at the right pace and getting the ball to turn.
So we have about how much minutes remaining as Singh comes in, bowls. Another flighty delivery is driving it to the man at cover, Ramdu.
12 or so minutes to go.
So we still have about 12 or so minutes to go until close of play. So I think Trinidad would definitely like to get another wicket here. Hopefully Yearwood as Singh again. Good delivery, good flight. Bit of tone, well played as well by Yearwood.
This is the type of bowling that they needed a bit earlier to keep things under pressure and create the doubt in the batsman's mind. Bowling at a fake clip and getting the ball to turn. And even Yearwood, who is there for a while and striking these boundaries, is very watchful.
Singh looking to finish this over on a high. Another flighty delivery, well played by Yearwood. He's forward, showing some respect to the bowler perhaps. Having his side sets on coming back tomorrow.
Very good over there by Singh, making a batsman, asking questions of the batsman, despite he's there with, how many said 29 not out, asking questions. And certainly a very good over there by Singh. And I would like to see the Trinidadian captain attack a little more for these last couple of minutes.
Yes, as you mentioned, Gunny, it's just about 10 minutes to go before close of play. As you mentioned, we could give away a few runs in return for a wicket.
And with Joda in, a new man, he is in new. Try and crowd him and let him do something. So let him defend his wicket.
So maybe we could see another man at silly mid-off.
That's right.
A bit more company and perhaps a leg slip. As Rambaran again comes in, bowls a bit short. And he pushes it out to mid-off. There's no run. As we see Rambaran again comes in, bowls to Joda. Flighty delivery this time. Well played there by Joda. As we mentioned, he would have played very well in the first innings. And I'm sure he will be very confident in his abilities to negotiate whatever the Trinidadians are throwing at him this afternoon. As Rambaran again bowls a good length, a drivable length. Joda leans forward, pushes it out to cover, and there's no run. Rambaran getting through his overs very quickly as it comes up again. Another delivery on a length. Joda comes forward and just pushes it out. Same to Saiwa. And the covers. Fielded well all day. As Rambaran again comes in. A quicker delivery this time. Joda picking it up and goes back on his back foot and punches it to that man, Siwa, once again. So what can Rambaran come up with? As he runs in, bowls, his delivery is on a length. Joda is a long way forward and pushes it out to mid-wicket, and there's no run.
The end of a very good over there by Rambaran, forcing Joda to defend every single delivery. He's right on target, he had to defend, and it's a pity they didn't bowl this way earlier in this afternoon. But certainly they are trying to see if they can effect another breakthrough tonight. And basically, it's a question to see what happens over the next 10 minutes or so when play ends. But certainly, Guyana ascendancy, 113 for the loss of 4, 145 for 4, basically the total.
Yes. 146 actually
146.
is the lead. So it will be Singh again, who's very impressive. I think the Guyanese batsmen also need to slow down these Trinidadian bowlers. The spinners are getting through their overs very quickly. So that is something they need to Singh again. Tosses this one up. He left it alone outside the off stump. Yes, they're rushing through their overs, Gunny.
But the 31 overs is finished. So as you quite rightly said, slow it down.
Yes. I think that comes with experience as you go along. And perhaps as Singh again comes in, another flighty delivery. Perhaps a message should go out to the batsmen between the overs there, Gunny, to tell them to slow it down a bit, stop being rushed. by Rambaran and Singh. As Singh from the southern end comes in bowls. Another flighty delivery, tempting Yewood. In the last couple of overs, though, we have not seen the attacking instincts of Yewood.
I think he recognizes closer players now.
Yes, so that is very good. Macho batting on behalf of Yewood. Let's not put the jinx on him too quickly. As we see Singh again comes in a short delivery and he's punching this one just short of the man at mid-off there. We were just saying that we have not seen his attacking instincts in the last couple of overs. And there it was a short delivery and he went back and tried to punch it over mid-off. I think there's a guard there at mid-off, perhaps a bit deep. A bit too deep at this point in time. If he was in the circle a bit.
It was up another 10 yards, so he
Yes.
dropped straight in his lap.
But such has been the power of Yewood. I'm not surprised the captain has.
No, but at the same time, with
chosen
just limited time left, I would have put him under pressure to go over his head.
Yes, very good point there, Gunny. We have been saying that for the last couple of overs.
There's nothing to lose. He's going for an extra 10, you'll get. And the individual who's doing that, the individual really want to get out.
So let's see how Singh goes against Jodas as he comes in. A flighty delivery and he's driving. Is it an outside edge? No, says umpire. So it was a flighty delivery there by
Joseph?
umpire Joseph, yes. It was a flighty delivery there by Singh, who has been very impressive in this spell, I must say. He flighted that delivery. Jodas trying to get a big drive out there. Was a song, perhaps they bat it in the ground. As Singh comes in, bowls, another flighted delivery, and this one is causing a bit of problems there, Gunny. And as we mentioned before, perhaps we need to see more feelers in and around the bat. Because that delivery just came off the outside edge and went in the air just to the right of the man at silly mid-off.
Yeah, some better field placing. It certainly would have picked another wicket or two here, but Mr. Trinidad skipping being who he is, what he is. We just have to say it as we see it, because they are behind the 8 ball. As I said, a couple of runs here or there is no big deal. Is to get somebody out. And so you'll see a fresh face tomorrow morning at 10 o'clock, 9:30, when play resumes. But be that as it may, he is out there, he's leading this country, and he has to make the decision, not the coach, not the manager. He has to make the decision on behalf of everyone.
So it's 114 for the loss of 4 wickets, 36 overs. The lead is 147. It's going to be Rambaran once again. He'll be bowling to Yewood, who is on 30 from 57 deliveries. Jodas is yet to come off the mark. He has faced 10 deliveries. Perhaps seeing a consequence of that, a bit of anxiousness in the last over. As we see Rambaran once again.
To me, there's really no need for the deep mid wicket. There's no need for deep long on and deep long off. Bring them in and tempt him to go over the head at this very late stage.
Rambaran again, flight in his delivery. Yewood just drives that out to the man at cover. It's a good point you made there, Gunny, in terms of the field setting at this point in time. We'll come back to that as Rambaran again. His delivery is on a length. Yewood. Defensive.
They're modest to defending for the rest of the afternoon because there isn't much time
cover.
left. What, 5-6 minutes?
Yeah, so just a couple of overs remaining in the day's play. As we mentioned before, I think Yewood may have heard us in terms of slowing down Rambaran.
Yes, close shop.
As Rambaran again is a low, loopy delivery. Yewood seeing it as big as a breadfruit, I believe, at this point in time. And he just allows it to go by, to be taken by the wicketkeeper. Rambaran racing around, comes in again, bowls a short delivery this time. Yewood just looking up to the heavens, perhaps felt that he should have punched that one down too long off and get himself a single. So Rambaran again, another delivery outside the off stump, and Yewood is leaving that one alone outside the off stump. So another quick over there by Rambaran. Again, these Guyanese spinners getting through the overs very quickly. These Trinidadian spinners, sorry. I think it's a matter of the Guyanese batsmen
trying to
make this the last over.
I think it's a matter of 2 overs, to be honest, but they heard you. Trying to slow them down in relation to what they get through the overs too quickly.
So they have slowed them down, and but I still believe we'll get 2 overs. Sing and another one. That's my belief.
I think a more experienced cricketer perhaps would have sent for a pair of mittens or a bat, a change of bat,
Attempt to tie a shoelace or something to
along
slow
that
it
nature,
completely
yes.
down.
Just to make sure that this is the last over.
Gamesmanship, I call it.
So Singh will be trying to make it the second to last over. So he comes in, bows, and a beautiful delivery by Singh. Oh my goodness.
That's a beautiful
When we see deliveries like that, Gunny, it begs us to wonder why we are not seeing a bit more fellas around the bat.
That's the point I'm making. They're too deep out. They're way out because they're not going to look for sixes. So it's a matter of force them to rethink.
A Singh again comes in, another good delivery on a length. Joda, he is not yet off the mark, so that's a bit of pressure being exerted on him by Singh.
Put more pressure on him by bringing in the short leg, bringing in the backward point, and put more pressure on him.
So he's Singh again, a flight. He's driving a bit in the air there. Can't really call that a chance there from Jagasar. He has taken a bit of hit there today, Gunny.
Yeah, what is good about Singh is forcing him to play every single delivery.
Yes, especially at this point in the day. That's all you need. As Singh again, bows a very good length again.
This has been a very good spell here by Singh. There's no two ways about it. He's really creating problems, creating doubts in the batsman's mind.
Once again, he's racing through the overs. Let's see the time. What time?
They'll get another over.
They get another over in, I believe. As Singh again, flight in this one. Jodas just punching it up to Siwa at mid-off. As Singh moves in again. Bows to Joda, and he's pushing this one out to cover. Can't score. Another over going by in record time. So another main over as
I
well.
tell a rather suspect they'll get 2 overs.
Yes, there's a good call there, Mr. Hines. Your experience coming into play there.
Yes, because Singh is actually rushing back to his bowling mark, and nobody's tempting to slow it right down, as you said earlier. So I rather suspect, but this would definitely be the last over. It's 28 minutes according to my watch. And there it is. They're doing it in between overs, after the over, rather than in between the overs. But this is definitely will be the last over. Why you need a long on this stage?
Okay, go.
No, be honest, why?
So Rambaran, we bowl into Yearwood. We have a deep mid-wicket. We have a long on, a long off. This is the last over of the day, I believe. A full toss. Perhaps 20 minutes ago, that would have been in the direction in which he hit the 4-6, but he's trying to close up shop here, Maywood. So
apparently somebody has said something, because he has actually brought in the long on now, and the long off is coming in. So apparently there's telecommunication here. Maybe they are listening to us on their laptop and they're relaying the message. I think that is what is happening.
As Rambaran again, this delivery on a length, and Yearwood playing it very watchfully. Back to the man at deep mid-wicket, and there's no run. As Rambaran goes again, comes in, bows, and he's punching this one, Yearwood, out to Siwa in the cover.
Definitely a shut up. The deep mid-wicket is not called for. The long on is not called for. Put men around the bat and force him to go for another 4. You create opportunities for a snake.
So I think this perhaps would definitely be the last over. As Rambaran, a quicker delivery and beating him outside the off stump there. Rambaran, he have shown that intention to bowl that quicker delivery from time to time. He has bowled it well all day. On that occasion, they're missing everything, and no harm done for the batsman. So it's 1 ball remaining, I believe, the last ball of the day's play, perhaps, and he's beating him again outside the off stump. So the 2 last delivery. Very good delivery. Actually, there's 1 more delivery.
Delivery to come, and that's for the day.
So he would perhaps try and ensure that this is the last delivery for the day. Playing with his gloves. Taking his mark. So Rambaran it is. Comes in, bows. It's a delivery wide of the off stump. And the Trinidad and Tobago players are rushing to see if they can get another over in. Will they? According to the time that we have, it's 5:30.
abide by the umpire's watches. But I thought that was the end of the day's play. But it's now 5:31 by my watch, and I started this morning with their time. But it's their watches that count, not ours.
Yes, very much so.
It can't be beyond this one.
They are the ones on the field making
But
the decisions.
it can't be beyond this one here.
So it's more than likely now the last over of the day's play, which will be bowled by Singh. He has bowled very well so far. He has checked out the batsman as he comes in again. A full toss this time, and he's driving. Should be able to get at least 2 Jodas, and he will. So he's off the mark finally after facing 16 deliveries. So the score moves on to 116 for the loss of 4 after 39 overs. So Jodas, moves on to 2 as we see Singh comes in. He's bowling. His delivery is a bit short. And Joda is back and just punches it back to the man at silly mid-off. There's no run. So there's a leg slip, there's a slip. There's a man at silly mid-off. There's a man coming in at a second slip or a gully region for the last 2 deliveries of this last 4 deliveries of this spell, sorry. As Singh, another shortish delivery, pitch outside the leg stump there, a stifled appeal in the end. The Singh just not getting it right in his last over, a bit short. He's bowled 5 overs so far, 1 for 6. It's a very good spell, very threatening spell. As he moves in once again, can he get a wicket in his final over? Another good delivery, flighted delivery. Joda coming forward and pushes it out to the man at cover. And there's no run. 116 for the loss of 4. Here at the Park Hill playing field. Match between Trinidad and Tobago and Guyana as Singh bowls. It's a very good delivery there and a good length. Turning away from the batsman, but well played by Joda there. He played well in the first inning, as we would have mentioned before. And he started as well very good in this innings. As Singh comes in, bowls to Joda. Good delivery, bringing him forward, pushing it out to the man at cover. And I believe that is it. That is the end of the day's play. A very enterprising day's play, I must say. Remember, Guyana started the day on 175 for the loss of 8 wickets. Trinidad and Tobago were able to dismiss the remaining 2 batsmen, with Guyana just adding 4 to the total.
Of 9 overs.
Of 9 overs. So it was rather slow going this morning from Guyana, as we have seen yesterday as well. Their run rate has not been great. But the second innings has been the complete opposite in terms of the run rate. The run rate is around 3.4 runs per over. And Trinidad and Tobago, in their turn at the crease, they were bowled out by Guyana for 146, with Rampasa, the leading bowler for Guyana, taking 6 for 44. And then Guyana in their second innings, they are 116 for the loss of 4 wickets at the end of the day's play. So they lead by 149 runs.
How many you got? Trinidad 146 or 147?
146. Yeah, Trinidad 146. So Joda is not out on 2. And Yewood, who has been very impressive, 30 from 69 balls.
Yes, well, it's the end of the day's play here. We are waiting on the official scorer for us to give it a rundown. But certainly, Guyana in the ascendancy here now by 149 runs. They lead by 149 runs with 6 wickets intact. And certainly going to the final day is a very interesting position. It's a question how quickly they can get up to a sort of total will put the game out of Trinidad and Tobago reach. So if they can bat probably up until lunch and get, despite the slow scoring rate, reach somewhere around 220, 230 thereabout. Because it's very slow. 220 stretching it a bit far. But if they can take the overnight score from 114 for 4 to about 200, plus the lead. I think that will be more than enough to give them more than a sniff of a chance towards winning this game outright, because certainly the way that the Trinidad and Tobago batted and the way the wicket will deteriorate on day 3, I rather suspect it was Fancy Guyana if they can do the correct thing tomorrow in terms of their decision making. But that's all a conjecture. That's a matter for the future. So Guyana all out for 179, and Trinidad and Tobago, they went to bat and they got to 100, and the score is still wrong with this tablet, 146, with 31 coming from Kisunat, 27 from Ramnath, and that's basically 22 from Jagasa. Those are the main individuals. So Rambaram 32, Ramnath 27, Krishna 31, Jagasa 22. Those are the main scores for Trinidad and Tobago in a total of 146. And they collapsed from 116 for 4 to 146, all out due to the excellent off-spin bowling of Rampasad. He took 6 for 44 from 16.5 overs. The other off-spinner, Mohabia, the skipper, 1 for 28 from 8. And Duval, 2 for 17 from 5. And they dismissed the Trinidad and Tobago for 146. With a lead of 33, they went to bat. And at the close of play, they ended on 114 for 4, with 49 coming from a belligerent 49 from Ramnath, which included 8 fours and a 6. Really pugnacious innings from him with that overall total. 30 not out is Yearwood. Again, hit the ball very hard during his innings. 12 from Mohabia, 12 from Denval, and at the end of it all, Trinidad and Tobago a bit behind the 8-ball game with a lead of 149 going into tomorrow's day's play. It's a question of how far they're going to extend this lead if they do not get dismissed. But I rather suspect a total of 220 will create a lot of problems for the Trinidad and Tobago team. Your final thoughts?
Yeah, you mentioned 220, Gunny. 220 seem a very long distance away, but I think they'll be banking on Yearwood tomorrow. If Yearwood can get going, as we have seen so far, then that total would be easy to be attained by the Guyanese. So it's just about batting tomorrow, batting as long as possible, putting themselves in a position where they can't lose the game. Trinidad has to be chasing the game because of their poor showing with the bat in terms of the first innings total. So they are behind the 8-ball, as they would say. So they will be looking to get all the wickets tomorrow, whereas the Guyanese batsmen will be trying to bat as long as possible and put up a sufficient total so that they can be able to declare, and then dismiss the Trinidad and Tobago team tomorrow afternoon.
Yeah, because if they can bat for 2 hours before lunch, give and take the slow nature, give them 70. That will put them in a powerful position, to be very honest with you, but if Yearwood stays there, they would certainly get more than the 70. So I would say maybe 70 on top of that. 220 or about, that's what I keep saying, around 220 would certainly put this game out of the reach of the Trinidad and Tobago batting. And from what we saw here, bearing in mind they have a very long tail from what we saw here this today. Because the moment the 4th wicket went, thereafter, after the main batters went, the rest number 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, they just capitulated to the off-spinner Rampasad, who bowled very, very well, got some bunks and some turn. No prodigious bunks and turn. He did abetted by the skipper himself and Denval, and they dismissed the Trinidadians for 146. So,
that's a final update on the other scores, Gunny. The game with Jamaica and Barbados being played at Cumberland. Remember, Jamaica once again made 234. Barbados in response made 386 for 7 declared. Jamaica in their second innings, though, they are 44 for the loss of 3 wickets. And then the game with Windward Islands and Leeward Islands. Windward Islands, in their second innings, they are 72 without loss. So they trail by 3 runs. 3 runs at the end of the day's play. So those are the updates from the other games that are playing simultaneously. So it's been a very good day of cricket here, a very intriguing day. We've seen some good bowling, we've seen some good batting at times, and hopefully tomorrow would bring more of the same. And until such a time, we'll join you for start of play tomorrow at 9:30. Have a good one.